enjoyed hanging out at Liliana's channel. Uh, I'll get a link for it here. She was live streaming, and she was doing like a panel, like kind of like Flow State does. Um, and I joined it, and it was very pleasant. You know, it wasn't super chaotic like a Flow State one. We had a nice conversation. I enjoyed it. That's the first time I really enjoyed chatting with other YouTubers like that in a while. Here's a link to her channel for anybody who happens to show up and be curious about what I'm talking about. Very nice lady. Hi, AI hologram man. What do you apologize for? Hi, G. What's Guan? Rasta? Hi, Jason Kerr. I think I'm going to maybe eat some mushrooms. So I think that's kind of the plan at the moment. Eat a little bit of mushrooms and live stream for a little while. So here are the mushrooms. I just gotta. Hi, Doug D. Hello, the discussion salon. Discussions, crime, and history. I appreciate the fact that you have a salon. It's very, Art Nouveau French of you. My grandmother went to the beauty salon. Okay. I have to go to the beauty salon today. Presumably, at the beauty salon, they made her look beautiful. I've got this cup here, and I'm going to take a few of these mushrooms. Open it. Take out a few of these mushrooms. Ay, ay, ay. That's weird. Dark. You know what they say? The darker the mushroom, the sweeter the juice. I don't know if they really say that or not, but... Alright, this needs to be about half an eighth, maybe a little bit less. I haven't taken mushrooms in a long time, so I'm not going to need to take a lot to get mushed, as they say in the world of mushrooms, the exciting world of mushrooms. There you go, kitty. Go outside. You're fine. Okay. How do we do this? What are we going to do? Well, I will explain it to you, and I'll show you with my showing hands. For those of you who want me to respond to your chat, just give me a second. I'll be back over there. I'll read your chats. I'll see what you're saying. Can't read it at the moment because I'm both in the middle of this task and don't have my glasses. So what you got to do is crush this up as good as you possibly can. So it's just dust. That may or may not require you to use some kind of a tool, depending on how hard your mushrooms are. These mushrooms are pretty hard. They're very dry. Okay, I'm going to get a tool here. Here we go. These scissors will help me cut up the parts that are being a little stubborn. Don't fly all over the place. That's it. Okay. Like this piece here needs to be cut. So dry and like a thick. Okay, well, we are making some progress here, but you gotta make sure that there are no pieces that are too big to just swallow directly without any chewing or messing around. Because mushrooms are pretty gross. Let's not lie to ourselves about that. These super dry ones are less gross than the mushrooms I normally eat. They look strong as fuck. They're so dark. You know, I'm only having half an eighth of them, so it should be fine. Okay. So now we have this ground up pretty good. Not perfectly, but...
What's up, Eric?
Hi, Cameron. You're up, huh?
I'm up. That's my nap.
That was quite a nap.
Apparently the nap that I needed.
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
Doing the live stream?
Yeah, in fact, I am about to take half an eighth of mushrooms. Do you want to take the other half?
I would probably take the tiniest amount. Like a tiny amount.
Well, I mean, this is all I have left. I only had one egg, so if you want to eat any of that, go for it.
I'll go for the medium amount. What's the good chaser like? What do you?
I mean, I'm gonna get a soda or something,
Okay.
and I'm also grinding. Mine, like these are so dry. If you break it into little pieces, you basically take it like pills, you know.
Okay, you don't have to do the mouth chew as much.
Right. So I'm just gonna put a little splash of water in here, and make a porridge.
And have you tried these yet?
No, this will be my first time trying these, but you know, they look good. Look fine. Now I'm gonna get this spoon. I'm gonna get a drink from here. Let's go soda, I think, in this instance. And orange juice. I'm not planning on taking orange juice. Doug D says, best day ever. Wake up from a nap and someone's all, hey, have some shrooms. I feel you. I feel you there, Doug D. Hi, Russia. I am such a handsome man. Everybody tells me that. They say, Eric, you should be a leading man in Hollywood movies. They don't really tell me that. All right. Ready for the grossness? I didn't taste any mushrooms at all because I just swallowed this porridge right down. They do taste so terrible. There. Hi, Nabob. Hi, Daniel Avila. Hi, Acacia. Hi, CPT and Fantastic. Hi, sir. What's the coolest fact you know that you never get a chance to tell anyone? Well, this is not a fact that I never get a chance to tell anyone, but one of the coolest facts I know is that there exists a plant in South America that imitates the leaf shape of other plants nearby. And most shockingly, it doesn't need to be touching those other plants at all. In fact, it will even imitate the leaf shape of fake plants, which suggests that somehow it's got some kind of optical ability to see the other plant, you know? Because if it's a fake plant, it's not giving out any kind of chemical cues or anything like that. So, kind of crazy, huh? Help yourself to whatever drink you want, Cameron.
Thank you.
So, okay. I don't remember exactly what the plant's called, but if you Google mimic South American mimic plant or something, it'll probably pop up. If you had a specific leaf shape, yes, maybe. That's what it imitates is the leaf shape. And sometimes other qualities of the leaf as well. Pretty crazy. I first heard about it from Anton Petrov, who's this science guy on YouTube. Does a lot of astronomy shit, but he did one video on the so-called Ig Nobel Awards, which are awards given to kind of weird studies, but that are legit science studies. And one of them was about that plant. And in that study, they proved that it'll mimic a fake plant. Another study was about how animals can breathe out of their buttholes. So, in other words, if you went in the hospital, instead of getting a respirator put into your lungs, have it put into your butt.
Is this supposed to apply to humans though? I mean, how does it get to the lungs in there? It just absorbs through the
I do not know.
mucosa?
I have no idea. Boquila plant, according to Daniel Avila. Thank you, Daniel, for Googling that. Cocaine is way cheaper than you think. I don't really have an opinion about how expensive cocaine is. I don't really have a good sense of how expensive it is.
It seems like it would be expensive. I know that the 80s movie said it was.
I'm not sure if it's all mammals. It's mammals specifically, Acacia, but the mammals they had in the study were a pig and a rat and something else. But I'm just assuming that if a pig can breathe through its butthole, then I can breathe through my butthole. Because my butthole's got to be more advanced than a pig's. That is a bonus fact, yeah. But I don't really understand the mechanics of it, obviously, either. But it is the case that you could put like pills up your butt. You could move things. You could eat. You supposedly could eat food through your butt, even. Do I believe in aliens? Well, I mean, I do believe there's probably life on some other planet somewhere. Do I believe in technologically advanced aliens that travel to our planet from other planets? No. Coke is greater than meth. I mean, I think you have that backwards, Nabob. I really do. Thanks, Liliana. Hey, don't you need to go to bed, young lady? It's nearly 4 in the morning on the East Coast. Are you up late celebrating the Yankees win or the Mets loss? I'm looking dapper. I've got this hat on that Winston's mom gave me. That's the only dapper thing about me. Well, I'm glad I ate those mushrooms. Now I just gotta kind of wait for the drug to take effect, you know. I think I'll probably pull a couple bowls that sometimes can. I'm with you, Liliana. Those Doyers. Although I tell you, Rachel and I, you know which our favorite team is? The no longer Oakland Athletics. Oh yeah.
Well, they're no longer Oakland?
No, they're moving to Sacramento for next season, and then eventually to Vegas. I'll keep this live going for the entire duration of my mushroom trip for sure. They could maybe cloak themselves if they're that far ahead of us. Well, sure, but they still presumably have to adhere to the limits of light speed, you know. They still have to obey relativity. Unlike me.
Yeah,
I don't have to obey it.
I don't think anyone's claiming that aliens can go over light speed, or have you heard people claim that one?
Well, I mean, the thing is, the logistics of traveling from another planet far away here, it would be basically a one-way trip for anything, right? Like, it's going to take such a long time to get here, even with the most advanced technology we could think of, as close to light speed as possible. It's still going to take years to get here. And by the time they get back, if they're traveling at that fast of a speed, the civilization that sent them will have aged way into the future because of relativity.
So these are like little Elon Musk workers who are coming over.
I mean,
from
I don't think
another
anybody's coming
civilization.
over.
If it were, it would be sacrificial.
I mean, nobody would want that job, right? Like, go fly in space for years to go visit another planet and then come back here knowing that everybody you've ever known and the many generations between those people and now have all died since you've been gone. That's not fun.
I think there are enough disillusioned people who are kind of sciencey and autistic that there are people signing up to go to Mars, aren't there?
I mean, I, I don't think anybody's signing up to go to Mars right now. Well, okay. This whole wormhole thing, right? Like, yeah, okay. I understand that physicists have said, for example, that black holes probably dump out the shit someplace, right? Nothing can escape.
All crushed.
Nothing can escape a black hole back into our universe, but it doesn't mean there's not something on the other end of a black hole. Wormhole's the idea that you can like fold space time and put a hole through like a piece of paper, demonstrating the amount of force and energy that would be required to create such a thing would be so huge that it would. There's no way any ship could possibly survive those forces. Adhere to light speed is an archaic thought. I don't think it's archaic. The thing is, if in fact there was some solution to this, then we'd no doubt see plenty of aliens all the time. If in fact aliens could wormhole from their planet over here, take them 15 minutes, they go back to their planet, which is many light years away, and only a total of 30 minutes there have passed as well, and that kind of magic can be happening, then every advanced alien civilization that ever came into being and got advanced enough would never die out because they'd be able to travel wherever in the universe easily enough, and they'd be all over the place.
What about aliens who could mimic us and they're so much more advanced and they just want to come here like all the fantasies where we'll repeat high school or something and do it right? I wonder if the aliens would just come, just say, look, I'm just going to try this society. I'm going to be Elon Musk, and here I am.
Well, there certainly are plenty of people who suggest, thank you, Liliana, for becoming a member. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I didn't thank you when you did it right away. I can be a little slow on the social graces. I appreciate it. Crafts made of material that we don't have or would understand. Okay, well, that's fine. Who's my friend? This is Cameron. He's from Los Angeles.
Hey, people.
He's here visiting me and Rachel, and he's been a big help helping with some harvesting, manicuring, and he also helped fix my laundry room door deadbolt. Barry McCockiner says, what a legend. Well, you know who else says that? Anita Dick and me. Barry McCockiner. The plane crashed where the football team were in the mountains. Ah, they ate each other. They played Donner Party, but it was in the Andes.
That's a real thing?
Yeah, must be late. It's 8:52 here in Scotland. It's only coming up on 1 a.m. Cameron just got up from his nap, and and Cameron just took a little bit of them too. I just took half an eighth of mushrooms, so that'll keep me awake. But I also tossed in an Adderall because I don't like to take mushrooms without Adderall. Whose butt should I eat? You know what I've started watching is Lost, that famous TV show from quite some time ago. I'd never watched it. Do I have a nice butt? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I've got a butt that brings all the boys to the yard.
Lost was really good. Well, I liked watching Lost a long time ago. I think I did get disillusioned with watching it several years in.
Apparently, it kind of jumps the shark at some point, but I've never seen any of it. And now I'm on like episode 3 right now.
I feel like that was one of the last shows where, in that era, it wasn't all binge watching. You'd actually wait for it to come on. Like nowadays, you watch a show and it's just all, do I want to watch 12 of them in a row?
Actually, cool fella, I am a that person. American Sign Language for sex is this.
Oh, I saw one where someone was explaining twerking through sign language. Oh, it was great. There was this whole like butt bouncing with the hands. It was this.
Oh,
this was twerking.
That's twerking.
Yeah,
Cameron just said the American Sign Language for twerking is this. See, I would have said this is like juggling boobs, juggling boobs up and down, but or a benzo off some type. Well, if in fact I were to like start tripping too hard or something, which is not going to happen with a little bit of mushrooms, but if that were to happen, the benzos are a trip killer. So if you're ever having a bad trip, take a benzo and it'll make you stop tripping. Thanks, cool fellow. My goal is to amaze. My daughter's name is Delilah Marcus Aurelius, but my name is not. Sometimes it's good to pull a bong rip to ease yourself into the mushrooms a bit, Sup, Archer? We made a standard, not gonna lie, a little aroused. Well, that's normal. That is normal. These A cups of mine have turned many, many people into putty in my hands. To which I say, hey, what am I going to do with all this putty? Where have I been? I've been around. I've been going to Diddy parties. It's like, hey, it's really easy to get into Diddy parties now. No one wants to go to them.
Stockpiling the baby oil every time we go into town, get like a few cases.
I'm on 30 milligrams of diazepam per day. I'm not sure what diazepam is. Is that
Valium?
Valium? Okay, yeah. Rachel has some Klonopins. Occasionally I'll take a half a Klonopin, but she needs them for herself, so I try not to take too many of them. We don't physically need to be present in distant planets. We can travel great distances instantly through out-of-body experiences, reloading in a physical body. Is it a boys' night or what? My wife is in the room, the master bedroom. Cameron's visiting from Los Angeles. He just got up from a long nap. I've been up, but I got a decent amount of sleep last night. So it's good because they have a huge half-life. Clonny has a huge half-life. That's why I had to make sure to put put a day or two between taking half a colony and taking mushrooms, or else they won't really work as well. Touring our galaxy on vacation in a single weekend, racking up 100,000 light years almost instantaneously. Prequel or practice facility would be like virtual reality and bring life to an avatar. I'm so fertile. No, I'm so virile. Okay, you're fertile. I'm so virile that I am impregnated your male lung from 1,000 miles away. I won't pay for the baby's child support, but I will demand full custody of it. What I will also do for you, cool fellow, since you seem like such a cool fellow, is I'm going to transubstantiate this next bong rip from my lungs to your head. It's one of my powers that I have. I've been endowed with this power because everybody said, okay, you deserve it, Eric. Yeah, virile. Virile like a male oxen. Half-life of 50 hours, which turns into nordiazepam, which has a half-life of 200 hours. Huh. Cloney has a half-life of 72 hours, I believe. But you know, it's like half-life, schmaff-life. You're not feeling it after 10 hours or so. 12 hours, maybe. Oh, yeah, well, I don't blame you, cool fellow, because I didn't feel the effects, but I know that was a good bomb rip. This is good weed. Grew it myself with my own dirt, my own sunlight, my own water. I generated all the sunlight for the plants that I grew from my own body. Right now we've got stuff drying. For example, all of these things right there are drying, as you can see. We've got some other ones drying over here. We got more drying in the dining room and still more drying in the tight closet. But I'm not quite all the way done harvesting, so a little bit more out on the plants too. How did I emanate life from my own body? What you have to do is you have to unlock a couple of chakras first. And to do that, you're going to need to practice some yoga poses, including, what's that over there? Which is one of the yoga poses I invented. Hi, Matthew. You're new here, huh? You know what? Not anymore. You were new when you first got here, but now you're familiar to me. I wouldn't say you're old yet, but you're no longer new. That's how quickly you transition from new to familiar around here. Not everybody, Matthew, but you for sure, because you're that special. You wish you had a dad like me? My daughter has a dad like me. Namely, me. You got to unlock the steak and cheese first. That's the largest mistletoe I've ever seen. Thank you. Thank you. I've invented several yoga poses. Like this one is what I call, this yoga pose I call, are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? This yoga pose will unlock your badass chakra. My daughter is a lucky daughter in general, but I don't really talk to her as often as I should. Yeah, we both love each other a lot, but we both got our own things going on, you know. She's 26 now, I think. 25, 26 now? Yeah, 26. Which is twice as old as she was when she was 13. Life moves on. Okay, shut up, Shaddy, Yar, and Sam. You don't need to say hi a million times. Give me a second to say hi back before you spam everything. I'm putting you on timeout, motherfucker, for 5 minutes for excessive highs. Is that moon cabbage? What? What moon cabbage? I mean, I don't even know. What is moon cabbage? Is there anything that actually is called moon cabbage?
That's a nice name for weed. Moon cabbage. If we were like 12, you guys want to get the moon cabbage?
I think moon
I
cabbage
like
is a
that
cool
idea.
thing to put on your Subway order. So when you text somebody else, like, "Give me a roast beef with
Hmm.
lettuce, olives, onions, moon cabbage, vinegar," and then when they read it out loud,
Hell
then the
yeah.
Subway guy will be like, "We don't have moon cabbage."
I guess I need a free sandwich then. That's perhaps the result.
Yeah, I once played that trick on my ex-wife, except instead of moon cabbage, I put sea beans. But like
See?
lettuce, olives, sea beans, onions, and she read it out loud to the person at the store. Apparently, he told me when she got home.
Nice.
Sea beans. Wait, sea beans? They might have. They might have something. You could imagine a restaurant having something called sea beans. It seems like the sort of thing that might be a real food.
Seaweed has those little floaty pods on it. Maybe the sea bean is the little floaty pod attached to the seaweed.
I think that's kelp, not seaweed. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, that could well be. Yeah, but maybe the kelp floaty things are sea beans.
Maybe yeah, sea beans could grow on kelp. They're not seaweed beans, so they certainly could. They could be related to kelp.
Or maybe it's just the little things floating when the children go to the beach near the LA airport. Sea beans.
I like
Little
to imagine
fruits.
it just being like under the sea plants that grow up and then they just sprout a bunch of like pinto beans on the surface of the ocean.
Nice.
And that's where, and then the Mexicans swim out and gather them and make burritos for us.
The aquatic legume. Saltwater
Aquatic
legumes.
legumes. Padawan Range Builder says, "I see, Eric, you do time out them mofos. You don't only depend on this one month. Thank you for acknowledging that. They call it broccoli on TikTok because you can't say anything without being banned." Really? Broccoli and moon cabbage, huh? Well, I will say, for the sake of just for the record, the mushrooms that we ate tonight were just regular food mushrooms. Like, what are the regular kind of mushrooms called?
Portobello.
Well, those are fancy ones. Portobellos are fancy tigers. What are the regular, just regular mushrooms called?
Hmm.
Just white mushrooms? No, do not free Diddy. Okay? Nobody should want to free Diddy.
No, no.
Diddy is so evil and bad. I know he's only had there's only allegations, but nobody who's decent at all would be subject to so many people accusing him of wrongdoing. Cameron is an ISTJ.
Fully functioning ISTJ can do stuff. Not only complain.
An excellent fellow all the way around. So, if you're looking for an example of an ISTJ to understand ISTJs from, he's an excellent example. He'll represent the type well. If you're a woman who's in the market for a single ISTJ, Cameron is single now. If you are a wealthy philanthropist who wants to give money to a random ISTJ, Cameron will accept that money.
Sure. For my shoe collection, of course.
Yeah.
You know, my kicks.
You're like
fresh
Imelda
shoes.
Marcos.
Mhm.
She
I'll
had
be
a lot of
looking
shoes.
on OfferUp, and somebody will have something for sale I'm interested in, and then I look up their other ads. I see what are they all about, and now there are these people who have like Adidas shoes as their other item for sale for like $300, and I think I'm not buying anything from this guy. They value these shoes. I'm sorry, I can't.
You don't hear enough references to Imelda Marcos anymore, do you?
Not enough.
Hello, how are you? I'm from Seoul, Korea, female. Olivia, You're a female? Well, congratulations. Cameron and I are both males. Jonathan Earl's a male. You're probably in a bit of a sausage party here at the moment. Winston's
Yeah.
mom's a lady. My wife may or may not still be in the chat. She's a lady, obviously.
Hey, I heard that there was a Korean boy band guy who just got out of the army because I too am on the internet. So now your boy band is going to have one more handsome young guy who now has some real skills: jumping walls, climbing ropes, sitting ass in a chair.
Who, you?
No, there was a Korean boy band guy
Oh, a
who
Korean boy band
was
guy.
in their
I
army.
assumed you were the Korean boy band guy.
Well,
You spent a lot of time in Korean boy bands,
I
haven't you?
applied, and it's just been a secret thing. I didn't want anyone to know about my boy band thing. Those dances take a lot out of me.
Understandable. Olivia, so there you have it. There's another lady here. So you're not alone. You're not the lone lady in a party full of sausages. But, it's not a very big party anyway. There's only 9 people here. You know what? That's 9 more than 0. And that's pretty good. I got to hear the meow you later. It started out slow, but after 20 minutes, the guy learned how to use it pretty well. It was kind of cool. I kind of want to play with that now. Oh, I flipped over to 18.3. Happy day. Maybe it's my shorts. Now there's one person watching, it says.
One watching them.
But it's like, clearly Cameron's here, Winston's mom's here, Jonathan Earl's here. Do all of you only count as one person combined? And Rachel? I'm not sure that's accurate. Now it says 2. So, okay, fine, Eric, 2 people are watching. But really, aren't there more than 2 people watching? I'm watching it, Cameron's watching it. That's 2 people right there. Cameron, do you like sports? More particularly, are you picky about reality TV you watch? Example, you like hockey, but Dancing with the Stars are bad?
Um, I I like sports in the social context of watching it with someone who actually is into it. I personally never put on sports unless it's a very unique thing like the Olympic breakdancing. I really got into that. I got into
You're a
the
big Ray Gun fan.
I like Raygun. I am Australian, so that's my homie there who ruined the Olympics for all the G's.
She ruined the dancing.
She really did. She ruined it so hard, but I really like her. Let me think. What could I possibly watch? I might watch like motorcycle racing or something. But I've never turned on a football game or a baseball game without it being really because the other person likes that, but I'm fine with that. I don't mind watching something that's not my choice, but I never ever turn it on, ever.
Mm. I could play my guitar while making meow sounds with my mouth. That'd probably be just as good. Meow 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 meow. That'd be fine. Close enough. I just sing that into the mic while playing the guitar.
Meowing into the microphone is a whole type of music now. There are all kinds of cat identifiers out there now.
I call it the analog meowulator.
So I made the mistake of putting my ground up bits in this water bottle, but you never think about the ribs in the water bottle. So you've got to take like 50 drinks to get the little bits of mushroom.
Oh, you put it in there, huh?
Yeah, I should put it in like a regular cup or something.
Well, I've learned that the best thing to do is to make a like porridge viscosity, spoon it, drink it down.
Totally.
Cameron, would you consider yourself balanced and confident? You are witty. I find content, balanced, ISTJ is funny. You consider yourself content and balanced?
I'm kind of like hit or miss with all of the different words. Like I'm confident about certain things, fully confident about certain things. not fully confident about everything. Is life balanced? Um, no, I'm not very good at balancing life, but I mean, I just do life my way. Um,
What would it look like if your life was more balanced? What would that mean exactly?
it's a good question. Well, I mean, there's been the balance of others versus me. Of like, do I spend my time dealing with others' issues or dealing with mine? And so, the way I grew up, I've always kind of thought about other people's issues and somewhat stuffed mine. So balance would really be me getting up and taking care of all my needs and ignoring everyone in the whole world, which, to some extent I do, but I also just go and start thinking about them and doing other people's business, if that makes sense.
Well, only doing your own thing seems like a strange definition of balance. But I do get what you're saying that you need to prioritize what matters most to you ultimately, and sometimes people will take advantage of you or, want you to be useful to them at your expense.
It's really been part of my own choice where I'll let myself, do work for a few people, do a bunch of stuff, get tired out, and then just think, all right, the me time is just me like falling asleep right now, I'm smoking a bowl, So me time ends up being not as kick ass as the time I spend doing stuff for other people. So really, my pattern has been that for years that I don't really do that much stuff for me because I'm just tired. If that makes sense.
Why do you make yourself food, things like that?
Yeah.
You're not one who eats out a lot.
Yeah.
Why spend the extra money on food that's not as specifically catered to your taste as you will make your own food?
The thing that I do like doing, eating out, is I use this app called Too Good to Go, which if you're in a city area, a crowded city, then you can get really good deals at restaurants using this app. So it's actually such a low price that I will go out more if there's a cool deal. So that's one of the things I'll scan in my area and go use.
So Padawan Range Bender says, I find insecure ISTJ not witty, maybe too timid to talk. I mean, balanced as you are kind and secure who you are, yet people can't take advantage of you, confident in your own skin.
Okay.
I think Cameron certainly knows who he is. He's comfortable with who he is, and he it's like that's something I agree that different people have different levels of comfort in their own skin, but I would also say that by and large, one becomes more comfortable in one's skin as one gets older.
Yeah, and I mean, I've done work that's been challenging where I've had to force myself beyond
You had to
my instincts.
learn. You
Had to
had to
learn and just
learn.
had to jump into the ring of fire and just do stuff that I'm not comfortable doing, do stuff that I hate with confidence, inspire kids to do stuff that I don't even like. So,
Do you know that
I've had to
Cameron
really do shit.
Cameron had to do stuff with radioactive stuff too. He had to touch radioactive stuff with his penis. That was his job for like 6 years.
That's why I got that name, that porn name, the radioactive penis. Um, yeah, I did work with radioactive materials. That was a pretty, ISTJ of a job. I didn't mind. That was pretty good.
Do you get any radioactivity on you?
I am a very clean and tidy and aware person. So I'm fully aware of, like, let's say I'm using this hand, of course with the glove, and I'm aware that this finger and this thumb touched something. I'm aware I have the rest of the hand that It's not that we would sit and touch radioactive stuff with our gloves. We would use tongs or something or a paper towel or whatever. But no,
You just
I'm
gotta
not.
make sure to touch it like this. Just grab it right there.
You
Just
touch
like
it
that.
like this. You just no.
You
There was
know,
one guy though. There was this dude Sam, who's a cool cat. He had all the social, all the marbles in the different bottles. His bottle of marbles was all social, although he used to work in the industrial field. So Sam was like 85, and he would tell us like, "Oh, I used to bend down in 55-gallon drums of xylene and acetone. It's no problem." This is the only guy that one day at work, when we were doing the before lunch scan your hands and feet test using the pancake meter, and Sam, despite the requirement for having gloves, he had embedded americium 241 in his skin. And so he also didn't care. He's old school. He knows, he's 85, doesn't matter. But this guy literally before lunch had to get a wire brush and try to wire brush americium out of his own skin successfully.
Ouch.
He's not an ISTJ. He's like an E something.
That sounds like a painful way to get things off of you.
Yeah.
I would use a gentle feather brush with a whisper touch of gossamer wings. I'd take ground up butterfly wings and make a gentle brush out of that to get anything off of my skin. That's how I usually get things off of my skin. Every time I want to fucking put in work, I end up wasting my gas tank and end up in an empty location, waiting on no one. As people talk shit and confuse me even more on YouTube. I feel you so much, German. That's just like exactly like every day for me too. Except all the details are different. Cameron makes me confident my coworker is an ISTJ. Well, I'm glad you're confident of that Padawan range vendor. You say you work with a guy you suspect is an ISTJ because he doesn't abstract talk with me. He gets so tired when work demands it. He's so funny but confident ISTJ. I wonder if he's an INTJ sometimes. But Cameron makes me confident my coworker is an ISTJ.
Well, I do have a student who is now in psychology grad school who, it's true, he doesn't have the amount of time doing Myers-Briggs study, but he thinks I'm a different type. But then he knew the outgoing kind of personality that I had to turn on and kind of.
He just doesn't. He's just wrong and doesn't know anything.
Well, he knew me as someone who was acting a certain way, and so when he's good, we're friends in his adulthood. And I think he still just doesn't.
If your affect would mislead him as to your type, then he doesn't know anything.
Fair enough.
But that's fine. That makes him the same as 99.9% of people who think they know things about typology.
Mm-hmm.
That's my perspective on it. Obviously, they don't think that way about it. I just say they're wrong, but they say, no, we're not wrong. So, yeah. But you know what I say about that? Well, that's what wrong people would say. Anyway, the point is, they're wrong. I'm not wrong. That's fine. They could be wrong. Everybody can be as wrong as they want, okay? I give everybody permission. From now on, you have my permission to be wrong. That doesn't mean I won't correct you, but it just does mean you can point out, hey, I've got a permit from you right here. Songbor, hey, Eric, got this permit. Songbor may be wrong. Well, my point is, yes, you may be wrong, and I may correct you when you are. What's up, Unc? What you up to? I'm feeling things. I feel I jumped so much time by finding you 2 weeks into type. I knew more than 99% of the month. Exactly, Padawan. True. If only more people would pay exclusive attention to me. Unfortunately, the world doesn't do that, despite the fact that I keep telling it to. So, I keep expecting it to start obeying any moment now, but it still does not. I actually accept being wrong so I can stop seeing their faces being disgusted in my presence. Why are their faces disgusted in your presence? Are you covered in poo or something? You shouldn't talk to people when you're covered in poo. That's not a good way to make a first impression.
But it depends who the crowd is. I mean, let's say you're going to a
You don't,
Juggalo event.
you don't want to make a good first impression with people who like the fact that you're covered in poo. Okay,
Mm.
you have to be both a buyer and a seller in this market.
I don't nowadays. You don't want to be culturally insensitive. There
I
are
don't care
hula
about that.
that might not
I
dig
don't
that.
care about that at all. I don't care if I'm culturally insensitive. I don't care about your background or cultural identity. I don't think that your community is marginalized. I think that's all a bunch of stupid bullshit. That's what I think. Yep. My race and ethnicity are bullshit. As are yours. So it's fair that way. It's fair. That's all you can ask for it to be is fair. You can't ask for it to be what you want it to be. You just have to be right and fair. Well, what makes Eric the gauge of all knowing? God just made me this way. Plus a lot of other shit happened. I don't want to explain it all. You don't have to believe me, it's fine. Alright, here, let's play a song now. A nice song. About nice things. Every life lived reaches a time when the road splits in two. There are times, dark times, times of despair, times when it's hard to feel good. That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Every life lived reaches a time when the road comes to an end. When I'm there, will there be anybody else around? Or will I travel all alone? That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel filled up with home. Yeah, that satchel, now nothing but bones. Satchel of helpful goods. 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 It's out of tune already. I guess I probably didn't tune it very well in the first place. Guilty as charged. Well, there's your problem right there. Somebody set this doll to evil. Sorry about the interrogation, Cameron. That's better. That sounds better, right? I don't know how to play Freebird, Little Leaf. Free bird, fly away, you little free bird. You're so free with your feathers and your wings, flying in the sky, tweeting all those things, free bird. You're so much better than an unfree bird. I don't think Cameron's here. Cameron's not in the room right now. I don't know where Cameron is. He went someplace else. I'm not his mother. I don't know where he is. Okay? Don't ask me questions I can't answer. That makes me feel ashamed of myself. Okay. Let me plug this in. It's my plug-in fingers. Get a little bit of volume there. Just a smidge. It's the second night, hi DDX098, when you start to feel strange and you're wondering if the range is on. Sending sparks a soar in the kitchen sky, an actual light. Is there no top to the dark up above the shelves, where she stores the child above the sleeping forms of vivid mind figurines of Western lonely types that lie beneath a million running suns. Rugged and they're done with the actual night. It's the second night when you start to feel strange and you're wondering if the range is on. Ending sparks a soar in the kitchen sky. An actual night. Is there no top to the dark up above the shelves, where she stores the child above the sleeping forms of vivid mind figurines of Western lonely types that lie beneath the million running suns. Rugged and they're done with the actual night.
Well, Padawan Rangebender does something with a ukulele and a knife sharpener, imitating a violin, freestyling, chasing his kids around. That sounds kind of exciting.
That sounds exciting. Diamond, that song is called Second Night. I wrote it a long time ago. It's an old song of mine. It's a song that I wrote during a time period when I didn't really know how to write good songs, so I'm surprised that it's good and that it's lasted as a good song for such a long time. Because at the time, I didn't really write good songs at all. But that one was good, I think. So, I still play it because it was good. It's also kind of hard to play, so I forgot how to play it for a while. But then I relearned how to play it. And then I got this guitar, which is easier to play than any acoustic I ever had in the past, which is all basically all I played. So I was like, oh, this is a lot easier now.
Did you ever think you wanted to learn the banjo, Eric?
I did take banjo lessons actually. I
Banjo
did.
was a big thing in like late 70s, early 80s. Steve Martin was doing banjo, and it was like cool as shit to do banjo, I think.
Well, thanks, Diamond. No, I do think it's a good song. I'm pleased that it's a good song. I I'm pleased. I'm just surprised that I wrote a good song at the time when I wrote it because all the other songs that I wrote around that time were terrible. So that one kind of, you know, occasionally blind squirrel, etc. Blind squirrel tells the time once a day. We'll find it an occasional nut. I believe is the old expression. I'm starting to be on mushrooms at this point, for
Mm.
sure. These are strange mushrooms.
I intentionally took a small amount. I'm so sensitive to stuff, and
Mm-hmm.
I almost don't feel it, but if I feel something, it's just pretty mild. What are you experiencing?
I mean, I ate half an eighth, and they're, I think, very strong mushrooms
Oh,
because half an eighth is not that much. But the reason I think they're strong is because they hit fast, and also they're super dark.
hmm.
Eric, you have a California grungy sound to your music. Hmm. Well, I don't know. I like to call it Eric rock, but you can find similarities to lots of things. I
California
drop.
people really do have an accent. I know my brother and I have been accused of being Beavis and Butthead when we're elsewhere.
Hmm.
Just there's a, I mean, I don't notice California accent, but other
Well,
people do.
sure, California accent is a hell of a words at all. And this guy just talk like a musher.
I'm not a big singer. I mean,
Yeah,
it's just not something I've done too much.
yeah.
That's all I can say.
He's more a visual artist, I think, than a musical artist historically. Uh, I don't know. I've never really,
It's just not somewhere that I've explored very much.
I've never,
I've
uh,
enjoyed music, but I haven't done a lot of singing of music.
um, music is a lot of things, I guess. You come up with some kind of dumb metaphors or whatever. Like music is the spirit of a woman lying in the shade on a summer's afternoon. Music is the feeling of a butterfly walking up your naked back in the spring on the day when the Easter Bunny is nearby.
I think a great time to listen to music is in the shower. I put my Bluetooth speaker right actually in the shower and play whatever I'm into right then in the shower. It's just like a, it's the perfect time.
That's good. The voice, Eric? I don't know what that means. SI voice? That's not SI voice. That's metaphor voice. Listen, there's nothing right or wrong You gotta put away your black and white thinking, okay? It's all shades of gray. Beautiful, colorful shades of gray with all the colors of the rainbow in every shade of gray. That's why everything is all things and nothing is nothing. And that's why my bullshit. Because of my tone of voice, okay? That's why. Because my bullshit is expressed with this tone of voice. I convey about the universe, about how these things resonate with these things, the connectivity of it all, you see. And that's why we know that my bullshit is true. Okay? Do you understand now? That's how you know that my bullshit is true. Because I say it like that. The truth is, none of that bullshit is true. I'm sorry. All of that bullshit is bullshit. So, I mean, it's not necessarily bullshit. Like, it's not the same as saying, like, the freezing point of water is 60 degrees Fahrenheit. But ENFPs are the best of bullshit boys. I think it comes very naturally to them. I think they embrace bullshit as though it were not bullshit. They're just like, what do you mean this is bullshit? These are wonderful flowers I'm clinging to here. Like, no, it's literally shit from the butt of a bull. They're like, no, smell the earthy smell of these wonderful flowers. Listen, ENFP, you got to stop using your subjective deliberation function because you have mistaken shit for flowers. That's what I had to say about that. Mm-hmm. What do you mean it's bullshit? I mean, your chakra stuff is bullshit, okay?
There are people who expect like an hour in the morning of bullshit, exactly like you said. They get up, they meditate in
Listen,
front of the
Cameron, you
internet.
just need to water fast, retain your semen, do some yoga poses, and just really understand how deep this bullshit is, how important it is, how wonderful this bullshit is. You need to eat this bowl of bullshit with all of your vigor.
Let's have our saltpeter this morning and
I would love to do voice work, you know. Just it's not. I would love to do it. Also, I would love to do it. Not, I guess, not enough to go pursue it for some reason. So, I guess that my laziness defeats everything. But if something would come to me, then that would be great. You know, nothing ever comes to me. It expects me to go to it. So, like, I do want to be your voice person, but I don't even know who you are. What do you expect me to do? Google like who wants a voice person? I don't even know where to begin. Sounds like a pain in the ass. Believing is achieving. You're right, Harrison. That's why I don't achieve, I guess, is a lack of belief on my part.
it must be a lack of self-love.
Well, if believing is achieving, then I guess it's a lack of believing. Or I guess it could be a lack of achieving that's causing a lack of believing since they're equal to each other.
It's the power of the circle. Circular power, we could call it.
It's the circle trap.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe because I don't achieve, and I can't achieve because I don't believe. Oh, I'm stuck in a circle trap. It's the worst kind of trap. You can never get out of it. It just goes around and around. It's like the song that never ends. I like money too, Anthony. I like money better than no money, for sure. But I don't really care about it that much, but I wish I cared about it more. I have to care about it some more. I just, it's like, just go away as a thing. It's a thing to think about. I mean, I'm fine with it existing in general, but I just don't like to have to think about it. It's like, oh, don't bring up like real world shit right now. I'm on mushrooms. And I'm thinking about my retirement planning on mushrooms. That's so bad and boring to think about. It's like, let's talk about real estate. No, let's not talk about real estate. That's a boring topic.
Uh, would you be able to draw pictures on mushrooms, or is that?
Oh, yeah, drawing
right?
pictures sounds great. Let's
All right.
draw some pictures.
I got stuff to draw pictures. We could-
I have got a hand with the capacity to draw. And look, Karen's gonna bring me paper and pencil. See, this is what I'm talking about. I would love to do.
Goddamn pictures.
I would love to do voice acting work. Someone needs to bring me the microphone and the script.
Exactly.
No, I don't. Well, no, it's. I'm not sure. There might be one IRA that's still. It's still in the form of an IRA, but I think we converted those, paid the taxes, etc., so that we have them in a non-retirement account portfolio, because you have to do that within 10 years of the people's death. So, why are we talking about this? Anthony, you're killing me here. You're killing me. I'm on mushrooms. Please do not talk to me
Talking
about
planning.
individual retirement accounts that are in the trust, okay?
Jeez.
Just, go away with your financial talk. Nobody wants to talk about that boring stuff.
All right, so I feel like you're gonna want colors. So here's the stack of colors. Here's a thing.
Colors. All
There
right.
you go.
I,
We need some drawings up in here.
I guess since I have colors, I'll use colors. All right. What color should I use? How about blue? That's a good color. I'll put it back in the same spot I got it from.
The spots really aren't organized, just as long as it doesn't.
Cameron, I'm just gonna put it right back. I'm just gonna leave it exactly as I found it, okay? Like my dad taught me.
Wow, not bad. Not bad.
Alright, I'm gonna call this guy Mr. Blueface. This is his chin. And these are his droopy eyes. And this is his nose and his mouth. And this is his hair. He also has blue hair. Now, what about his body? His body's not blue. Nobody's body is blue.
Let's see. Winston's mom asks, is there any way, while you were visiting the Strausses, that you might help them tackle the best way to list their rental house? Wow.
Oh, no, Winston's mom, no. Right? You're way in the wrong spot of the task orientation. I already know what the next step is. And again, can you please not make my mushroom trip about my income property and the chores that I'm not doing? For fuck's sake, why don't you just make me look at the electric bill while we're at it?
Would you like me to come up with some algebra?
I do
equations for you
not
to do it?
want to talk about this horrible, boring stuff while I'm on mushrooms. God, have a little bit of decency, please. I don't want to talk about that. God, I have too sexy a lips to talk about that. Look how sexy my lips are. Ooh la la.
What's your topic? Oh, I like it.
That's some sexy lips. All right, now let's see what else we got going on here. Now that I've shut up all of that boring talk with the sexy lips, we all need the letter people. We need them, yes, at the right time, okay? At the right time, yes. Now is not the right time. Now is mushrooms time. It's not time to talk about financial planning and income properties, which are boring things to talk about and not appropriate for mushrooms. I learned a lesson a long time ago. Mushrooms cannot make boring things fun. They just make them impossible.
What does make boring things fun? Is there a-
Speed, enough speed will make even a boring thing effortless, but if you gotta sometimes require a lot of it, maybe, depending on how boring the thing is. So what part of him is yellow? His ears, obviously, are yellowish green, and they're on the side of his head like that. There. Now, next we need a body. I keep trying to find like regular color. I'll just use this one here. This is regular color. Okay, so you're gonna have some shoulders, and oh no, it's running out of ink. No, maybe it's okay. We've got some arms. Go like this. Pow! And then he's got his hands going like together like this. And a big field of fingers. Like this. See? Hey, 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 hey. That's what he's saying. He's saying hey, 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 hey with his fingers. And here's his Adam's apple. So you know it's a boy. Even though he's got sexy lips. Okay, now, does he have a shirt on? Yes, but it's a low V-neck shirt. Because he's also got sexy taste in shirts. And he's got a sexy necklace on as well. The necklace that has a heart on it. Like this. See? What a sexy necklace he has on. But you can tell he's a boy because he's got his Adam's apple. Also, it says on his shirt, it says, I am a boy. I am a boy.
Remember in the 80s there were shirts that said boy?
Right. So you know what gender he is, okay? Now, his rest of his body goes down here. And he's got some little legs here. Kind of odd legs down here. But it's fine, you know? That way you get to see his whole body. Isn't that nice? And his name is Tarson Gruber. Tarson Gruber is his name. So now you know. Now you've all got to meet Tarson Gruber. He's a boy. He's got some short legs. I'm Tarson Gruber. I'm a boy. Maybe I got really orange lips. That's just how God made me. Well, I'm still a boy, God damn it. And I was born this way with these little legs. I can't help it. I chose this heart necklace because it went well with my V-neck shirt. But I am a boy, it says right on my shirt, so don't you forget it. All right, Tarson Gruber, we won't forget it. We'll remember that. All right, nobody's accusing you of being a girl. I'm not a girl, I'm a boy. I'm Tarson Gruber.
Here, I've got one. I need to put a couple colors on there.
Oh, this is very sensual.
I got the sensual bug lady, or...
Can I name this lady? Can I write the name on her?
You can name it, sure.
Okay, well,
I'm gonna
because...
color it after, but
you're going to color
I need some suggestions for...
I mean, I think her
colors on
name
it.
should be, maybe Myrtle.
She could be Myrtle.
Myrtle Senshua.
You want to sign her?
I think that's her. That should be her name. It should be written down somewhere. I don't know if you want to
Myrtle
write it.
Senshua. All right, and I'm gonna
I'll show
grab
you.
a couple colors.
I'll show you how to spell it if you. I don't need these anymore. I just use the regular pencil.
All right, then I'm gonna borrow the colors.
I don't need colors. Colors are for fancy people. I'm basic.
Fancy.
I'm I'm like 50 Cent. I'm basic. I'm more normal than that. Okay?
All right, and now I just realized I don't have, I had my distance glasses on. Now I'm gonna do the drawing where I can see it.
Oh, I should put my glasses on too. YouTube America, my name is Eric. Your name is YouTube America. And I like that name a lot. Because, yeah, fuck those other countries, right?
Fuck Australia, fuck Germany, all the places that our homies came from. You know, we're just here with the Raider Nation.
I'm ramping up. Okay. If you say so. I can read this better now, too. It doesn't say YouTube America, it says YouTube America. That's different. All right. Now, this next picture is going to be a picture of your mom. Everybody's mom. Okay? Everybody's mom looks like this. This is the archetypal, the platonic form of mom. And like, oh, darling, I'm holding you with my arms. Oh, I'm your mother. That's what she is saying. Here she is. This is mom, the universal mom. She kind of has a little bit of an Italian accent. I'm the universal mom, is what she's saying from her mouth with these talking lines, as you can see.
I have an archetypal Italian grandma who lives in my head. Her name is Nona. And you just know what Nona would do or think.
Just you can't actually see them because she's got a shirt on, but just for your reference point, that's how big her areolas are. That's how big moms are. So keep that in mind. My mom is dead. She's dead as dead can be. She's as dead as Ulysses S. Grant, who's also dead. They're equally dead. Because, dead is like pregnant. There aren't degrees of dead. You can't be more dead than somebody else, right? Or less dead if you're both dead. Oh, I'm glad to hear it, darling.
Hey, Rachel.
There's my wonderful wife, Rachel. She's
The
come
nap totally worked. It worked like a nighttime sleep.
into this general area of the house. Unc, what's your body count? My body count is one. I have just one body. It extends from the bottom of my head to the top of my the bottom of my dangling penis. The rest of it's just legs and arms and head and stuff. This one body right here is all I need. Okay? So it's all my purposes. It does all my eating, all my pooping, all my walking around, everything. Hey, Unc, why is your mom dead? Oh, she just was like, fuck all y'all, I'm dying. And then she did. She was a bitch like that. That's just how she was. She was kind of badass too.
That's how Paris Hilton would do it. She'd just be like, I'm out, bitches.
And this is what she looked like. I draw a picture of mom right now. And how badass she was with her slanty, angry looking eyes. Oh no, you don't, motherfuckers. That's what mom looked like. Just like that. Mom. This is mom right here, for sure. Okay. That's exactly what she looked like. If you saw a photograph, you would be unable to say which is the photograph, this or mom. My mom. Wow. I remember, this brings back so much memories. It's like, this is exactly what she looked like when I was around 5 or 6 years old. I can picture her now bringing me my birthday cake. Oh, mom, you're back. I love you so much. Oh, I got fooled by that picture. It's so lifelike. You aren't going anywhere. You still didn't hit the 100. I don't even know what the 100 is. Who's the person in the background? Cameron? He's not in the background. He's over there. Rachel's in the other room. Yeah, you can subscribe to me if you want. I don't give a fuck. Obviously, I don't have like a no subscribers allowed rule. Dear people, no subscribers allowed. Get out of here, you. With your subscribing ways. I'm not in this for people to pay any attention to me, okay? I'm too serious of an artist to care about that. Okay? Spend my life learning to draw lifelike pictures of my mother. I don't have time for this YouTube bullshit, obviously.
You're just in it for the art.
I'm too serious and real an artist to sell out like that. It's how it is, okay? I'm not one of the phonies, corporate phonies that you're going to get on other YouTube channels. Like ESPN and their corporate phonies, or Disney corporation phonies. No, I'm not one of those kind of phonies. I'm just regular phony, like the rest of us, okay? I'm just the same kind of phony as all of you. Just regular phony. Am I an army veteran? No, I'm not. My father was in the army and the Navy. So that means I didn't have to go into any military forces because he went in two different ones. So, I got a pass. And it also meant that I definitely respect people in the military because my father made sure that I respected the flag in America and all of that stuff. Yeah, I'm not an Army veteran. Well, first he was in the Navy towards the end of the Korean War, but he got very seasick. And so then when he got finished that term of service, he went over to the Army. And in part because they would let him be in the band. He played the French horn. So he got this really good gig in the Army where he traveled around Europe playing in the Army jazz band. I have a poster of it in the garage, in fact. But yeah, I have no military service myself. Not my cup of tea. I respect those who do serve, but not my thing. Probably would have done me a lot of good, but still not my thing. They don't really want me, probably. Even though I'm patriotic, I'm not a very good follower. I'm also not a very good leader. And I also don't get out of the way. What's the name of the person beside me? That's Cameron.
What's up, people?
That's our friend Cameron from Los Angeles. He's visiting. And, helping us to have a wonderful week. A wonderful week of fantastic delights. Florence Edson Permian says hello. he can read the screen too, you know. Because I'm not just here on my phone, I've got it on the television. You're up there on the big screen, Florenz. Doesn't that make you feel pretty important now? So, Cameron, if he wants to see what you're saying, he just has to look up.
I could look up. I
He's
currently
not
have,
looking up
I have my
currently.
reading glasses on, so I would have to figure out which
But,
glasses will get
well,
me over there.
that's asking a lot.
You know,
Right? Expecting him to look up and change glasses? No.
Yeah.
That's
So what I'm doing, I'm gonna make this
not
art
gonna
piece and then I'll show it to y'all.
understandable. You do you, Cameron. I'm not trying to disrupt your flow here.
The flow's working. I'm actually enjoying this drawing I'm creating.
I've mastered art at this point. I made this one, which is the greatest masterpiece of all time, so there's no point in even really me drawing any of the drawings. Clearly, all previous artworks before this are rendered insignificant and irrelevant. Now that this new king of all artworks has arrived, entitled Mom, drawn by Eric, 2024, October something.
So I didn't color in the.
I'll sign it, don't worry.
I didn't color the caterpillar poop, but you'll just have to imagine the caterpillar poop being colored there for you people at home.
Wow. Doesn't that look Art Nouveau?
Mm-hmm.
So I thought maybe her name would be something Art Nouveau, like Myrtle Sensual.
Myrtle Sensual, that sounds good.
25,000 for this? I mean, 25 million maybe? I started bidding at 25 billion. I think that's fair. That's a fair asking price for the greatest work of art in history. It beats the previous number one by a wide margin in terms of greatness. Just in terms of net greatness, gross greatness, and every measurable trait of greatness. I'm also going to sign it, which just improves its value right now by a lot. Okay. And I'll put in parentheses, host Eric. And in fact, above press to put the host Eric. So you know it's me, okay? The one and only important host Eric. And I'll put to authenticate my signature. Authenticated by, by, and I'll put my signature again. So, you know it's authentic, okay? I authenticated it myself. That's how you know it's authentic. That's why the starting price. Okay, well, let's make the opening bid something regular people can get in on. Let's make the opening bid $30 million. Okay, because most regular people have at least $30 million lying around. So they could get in, they could dream of getting this maybe. Maybe if they get all their neighbors together, pool all their money, they can make a bid of $30 million for this. Hi, friends. I notice you, friends. Are you making a bid? Are you making a bid of $30 million for this? If so, then I notice you for sure. Going once for 30 million. Anybody else want to bid more than 30 million for this? If you get this for 30 million, it's a steal for sure. Hi, Mr. Kartoffel. Hi, the Blue Baron. Who is what? Who is that? This is the world's greatest artwork. It was just made recently by me. It's signed by me, and my signature is authenticated also by me. It's a photorealistic drawing of my mom. Circa, I don't know, like probably 1976. 6-ish. Okay. So you know, that's what she looked like back then. She obviously, when in 77, she looked a little bit older. This is picture perfect, which looked like 1976-ish. Okay. And you'll note that she differs from the universal mom in a few notable ways. This is universal mom, okay? It is everybody's mom, the platonic form of mom. But this is my mom. And I think my mom is more beautiful than universal mom, but that's just a son's love, I think. As you see, universal mom, she's all about holding you and boobs and stuff. My mom was a little different than that. She had a look that peered into your soul and said, "Hey, what are you up to over there? Are you touching yourself again, Eric?" Oh, Mom. I remember those days like they were yesterday. My mom is so beautiful. Do I miss my mother? No, I don't miss my mother. I lost my mother a long time before she died. I mean, it's like I had such a stretched out kind of mourning process for my mom. It's like I wasn't even informed that she had dementia until it was fairly along the process because my dad was oblivious until somebody else in the family informed him, and he was very protective of my mom. So it's like he tried his best to hide anything from me, and I was kind of not that present, not paying that much attention. Had my own shit going on, my own problems too. So in my mind, I basically lost her at least 10 years, maybe more, before she actually died. Because that was the end of my fully realized mom, and the beginning of just this diminished, increasingly shadow form of my mom. But thank you all for depressing me or making depressing topics. I know. Okay, I brought up my mom. Fair enough. I can't accuse you of making me talk about my mom after drawing this amazing picture of her. I mean, sure, that's gonna make all the memories come rushing back. Oh, mom, just like you did at my fifth-ish birthday. It's only natural that I can remember you like that, mom. Not after you had dementia. Right, it's like poor Rachel. She never even got to know my real mom. She only got to know about dementia mom. I'm not shocked that the Internet Archive is being destroyed by copyright claims and stuff. It's a shame, but it doesn't surprise me. Yeah. Fuck those copyright people. Just fuck off already. With your, yeah, you can't touch my thing 'cause it's mine. Just shut up with your ideas that belong to you. Camera's over there. Stop telling me to show you him. Can I draw Cameron? Yeah, I can draw a perfect picture of Cameron.
Oh, we could draw each other.
All right,
Yeah,
I'll draw Cameron,
do
and
that.
Cameron will draw me. Even though I swore to give up drawing after making the world's greatest piece of art, I will pick it up again to make yet another great piece. I'm sure it won't top Mom, but this one will be called Cameron in Repose. Okay, there's gonna be a profile of him.
And I usually make all kinds of qualifications with doing portraiture, but as you guys know, Eric isn't the most judgmental person, so I don't have to like qualify shit when I do it.
There, Cameron.
Perfect.
Looks exactly like you.
Perfection.
He even has your very pointy fingers, just like you do. As you see here.
I always use them to point things out.
Yeah, you've always been known to have the most stabbiest fingers of anybody I know. So, and you're always then also holding a knife for some reason.
Totally.
Like your fingers aren't stabby enough. Come on, dude. Why do you have to also be always holding a knife? Anyway, and then just shouting, "I'm Cameron! I am Cameron!" This is a very realistic depiction of Cameron at any given moment. It's like right before I turned the camera here, this is what he was doing. He just changed what he was doing to make you not see it. But as soon as I turned the camera this way again, now he's looking just like this.
Sideways look.
He's got his knife. He's got the words coming out of his mouth bubble, saying, "I am Cameron." But he looks a lot less stabby when I turn the camera to him. I don't know. He's tricky like that. This one, I'm going to price, I'm going to give him a body too. I'll label it body and legs. Each of them having feet, which I will also label legs. Okay, now I'm going to price this one at a bargain, okay? $750,000. Okay, $750,000, a bargain, and I of course will sign it so it has as much value as possible. It doubles the value right there for every signature I put on it. And look, this one almost looks like it must say legs or something, but it's actually my signature. I'm also going to put it right here in his beard, where you're not really going to be able to see it very well. That doubled the value of this right now. Now it's worth over $2 million, but you can buy it for just $750,000. So that's a $1.25 million savings at least. I'll put that on here, okay? $1.25 million savings. Because everybody likes to save. There. There. So this one is not an auction or anything. I just wait for whoever comes to buy it and gives me the $750,000, and you can have it. Just first come, first serve, you know.
All right, I've got one, but I might bring colors out into it.
Oh wow! Let's see. Is this me?
Well,
It does look exactly like me.
you kind of kept changing positions.
Is this a
so
mirror?
It's sort of pieces.
Hold
of
on.
you.
Is this a mirror, or is that me? It's obviously. Wow. I can't tell if I'm looking in the mirror or not. It looks more like me, I think, than my picture of you look like
Well,
you.
I don't know. With the knife, you can't really.
What's this thing though?
That's this thing.
Oh, that's the phone.
That's the phone thing.
Oh.
There it is. But I'm gonna add some color to that.
All right. That makes more sense now that I know. Now that I know that's the phone, makes a lot more sense. Anyway, $750,000. This can be yours. That's the point I was trying to make. This one, there's no price on it. It's obviously priceless, but you could probably get it for, I don't know, $1.5 million. You know, contact me. We'll work something out. Now, other $1 million plus artworks that I can make right now. Let me think. Well, what would be a fancy thing to draw a picture of? like the Eiffel Tower, but made out of gold, you know? Okay, so here's the Eiffel Tower, the top part right there, okay? And then I just make it clear that it's made out of gold by labeling it gold, gold everywhere. Okay, now the Eiffel Tower has little lines and stuff that go to make it like stand up, right? And that's what these are, structural supports. Structural supports. Okay? It's these things. Now, what is this whole thing here? Obviously, this is the Eiffel Tower, located in Paris, France. In Paris, France. Okay? So, this is what I'm talking about. Now, this picture obviously is going to be worth a lot of money because of all the fanciness associated with it. Not only is it the fanciest place, Paris, France, but it's also the fanciest thing in Paris. The Eiffel Tower improved because gold everywhere, all over it. These, of course, are structural supports. Otherwise, obviously, it wouldn't be able to stand up. You can't just have a tower just float on cream puffs, you know. The Eiffel Tower didn't come about because of French baking techniques, is what I'm getting at. Because they hired American architects to build it. French would never have been able to build this beauty. Anyway, this picture is worth, let's see, because of all the gold everywhere, okay? Gold, diamonds, precious gems everywhere. Well, not everywhere, but over there at least. Okay, now this is fancy, okay? It doesn't get any fancier than this. It's got all the things you could possibly want to be fancy, plus structural supports, which are necessary but aren't necessarily that fancy. It's in Paris, France. And it's on the fanciest day in Paris, on the best day. Okay? At the best time of day. At the golden hour. The golden hour. That's the in fact the title of this picture is The Golden Hour. A Parisian a Parisian boutique. The Golden Hour.
Alright, I've made you
Haute couture in Paris. Yes,
I
Cameron.
present Irish Anime Eric.
Wow. Irish Anime Eric. I see the green brings about Irish.
The red hair, you know.
The red hair. Okay.
You could be a ginger.
And the purple is the anime part?
Yeah.
Sure. I see.
Something.
You know, I would expect if usually an anime one, you're gonna have big eyes.
I did forget the eyes. I only put eyebrows and eyelashes, but
Well, you try to draw my eyes, which aren't very big, unfortunately. I just kind of have little slits for eyes. Like this. Not much to draw there, you know. You have glasses on, unfortunately, which means you don't have to draw eyes, you just draw glasses.
indeed, it makes it easy for mine.
Anyway, let's get back to the value of this picture. It's in Paris, France, on the best day, and it's at the golden hour, the best time. Okay, it's haute couture, uh, and it's fashion week. Fashion week. And that's where all the most fashionable people come out for a whole week and say, "Look how fashionable we are."
We're the ones who matter.
Now it's gonna be signed by me in multiple places. Eric Strauss. Eric Strauss. I'll also give it the rare Host Eric signature. Host Eric. It's hidden within the things here. Number one of one. Because only one of these pictures. This isn't, I didn't make a lithograph of this. You think this is a lithograph? Your eyes are fooling you. I drew this entire picture with just one pen. People say, Eric, no. Surely you carved this out of granite or something and then use the imprint. No, actually, I drew this with one pen. Amazingly enough. You wouldn't think it would be that easy to generate something that's worth this much money, but it is. And to say $85 million US, USD. I also do accept Bitcoin. Bitcoin, okay. Check mark. Okay, 85 million in either US dollars or Bitcoin for this picture here, entitled The Golden Hour, and it can be yours.
Heck yeah.
Best $85 million anybody could possibly spend would be spent on this. It's got everything you want for fanciness. The Eiffel Tower in Paris, France, on the best day of Fashion Week. It's got gold and diamonds and precious gems everywhere. And it also has structural supports. And it was taken at the right time, the golden hour. That's why it's called that. I'll even make that bolder so it's easier to see. There's also the title of it, you see. That's what makes it extra valuable too, is it's so smart like that. It was drawn at the golden hour, and it's also titled the golden hour. But this fact is highlighted more than other ones, so you see, oh, that's the title. See? And that's why people are so amazed, and they say, 85 million? Don't you mean 85 billion? But I say, no, it's a bargain. As usual, you can get it for just 85 million. Well, where do you think my family's income comes from? I sell my pictures for hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. Every day I sell them. Of course, the government wants to tax me. I remember when the Statue of Liberty wasn't oxidized. Because back then there wasn't any oxygen. Nothing oxidized. Hi, Reese G. You're talking to me? I'm handsome? Well, that's what my wife tells me anyway. Other people, they aren't so sure. We are all family here, as Pete says. I am really, really tripping pretty good here. It sort of like crept up on me. I didn't notice, like, oh shit, I'm tripping hard. I'm not tripping super hard. It's not like tripping unpleasantly hard. It's fun. These are fun, pleasant mushrooms. I like them a lot, actually. I'm like thinking, wow, that guy is a good guy to know. He has things I like that I can get from him without driving someplace far away, you know? We are family, Acacia. I don't know why you guys haven't come back since last you were here. It's not like there's anything else that's happening at that house. We're just experiencing like world record levels of SE failure on my part. Might as well be SE polar with how shitty my SE. Let's not talk about me and my ongoing failure to do things. Let's not discuss that. That's not fun. The Statue of Liberty is gender fluid, okay? It could be a boy, it could be a girl, it could be a boy girl, for all you know. You don't know because you can't see under its dress. And you shouldn't be trying to look up there, you perv. You got my SE failure beat? Well, it's true, you guys can't even come up here and take advantage of a free vacation house, I guess. But that's not as big of a deal as just having an income property just sitting empty, being outcome instead of income, costing money but bringing nothing in for months at a time.
I think some people will choose to let them sit empty because they don't know what'll happen if someone occupies them for a short term. You know, like to leave it sit still leaves you
But that's
in a
not my
smart,
reasoning. My
pretty
reasoning
smart
is,
position.
oh, I can't get myself to fill out this paperwork.
Yeah.
That's shitty reason to not do things. You should come up here and help me then, Acacia. You should. But you and me can talk about what we should do till the end of time. And nothing will ever happen. So you can take your SE polar and shove it, lady. If you're saying like, oh no, I'm offering you Rubens efficacy. Well, then fine, but you're gonna have to do without him for a while you hole up in the other house, both not wanting to come over here because SE polar, but also not wanting anything to happen until you do come over here because FI dom.
Hey, I have prepared. This is actually almost in honor of Ruben and Acacia. I have the crazy drawing thing
Oh
prepared.
yeah,
What is the crazy drawing thing
Saint
called?
Saint Cameron's here with the crazy drawing thing. It's called Elegant Corpse.
Elegant Corpse. Do you want to do a crazy drawing thing?
Sure, I'll do it.
All right, so I've got to tell you what's the top or bottom or whatever.
I mean, I'll let you know right now. It's not going to come near the value of one of these pictures in terms of on the open art market.
All right, basically what you have here, this is the bottom of the picture. Okay. So I'm gonna give you that.
Okay, I'm going to draw from this.
You get to draw on that one, and I have another one for later for maybe if Rachel comes out or whatever.
I don't have a shed or whatever. I've got another 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom house down the street that's just sitting there empty because I can't seem to decide or get around to deciding or whatever. Like, this is definitely a couple of eyeballs. You can tell that right away. But you can't necessarily tell whether you want to do a short-term rental or a long-term rental until after you attempted a long-term rental at the price you wanted and failed, which we did. And then you go back to the plan of doing a short-term rental. You've already kind of segued partway to doing a long-term rental. And it's like, oh no, why am I talking about this horrible topic while I'm on mushrooms? And that's what this person's going like, oh, real estate stuff. Oh, shitty. That's what this lady is saying, see? Just stop talking to me about it, everybody. You might be saying, Eric, you stop talking about it yourself, dumbass. And you're right. I am a dumbass, and I should stop talking about it myself.
Do you want the second exquisite corpse example here?
I mean, sure.
All right, so this, let me see what it is.
I bring the exquisite to everything I
What you
touch.
are here, this is the middle portion of the picture.
Coleman's in the house. Wow, excitement.
That's the
This is
middle.
the middle part. Okay. So, gotcha. It's like, pow, 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 pow. I can see it now, and now, now, and now. It's a building, and it's got some windows, plus some balconies coming off of those. I can see it clearly. This is exactly what's going on. And each of these floors of the building is a man with a vacant and amazed look on his face. All built of circles, except for this one guy who's all built of X's instead. And then this other guy who's built of check marks. Other than that, all of them are built of circles. So, this is a mysterious building. See? Mysterious building. There you go. I'm done with that now. I've made that at least 100,000 times more value, $100,000 worth of more value than it had before.
All right, then Rachel, when she's around, she gets to add, and then we'll have a $1 trillion pack of art, I guess.
Oh yes, Cameron's not back. He's still here, and yes, we did finish the door lock. Yes, he did. He finished it in brilliant and amazing fashion. He deserves all the praise due to his fine achievement. An achievement which would have been a lot more of a challenge. I probably would have ruined the whole side of the door and it just been like, oh fuck.
Professional over here.
Yeah. I can do things, but usually I'm gonna ruin something in the process of doing it. If I don't ruin at least one or two things, I haven't accomplished anything. So, you know, I prefer with this nice place to not do things that ruin things if possible. So when Cameron's here, if he's willing to lick his shit, I appreciate it a great deal, obviously. We don't need Eric going, oops, oh, I think I ruined this really kind of big thing. Like, what do you mean, Eric? I mean, I think I kind of like ruined the door frame. How are we going to get a new door frame? Do we get a new door frame? Oh, I wish I hadn't tried this. I could see that happening with that thing. Mushrooms kicked in a long time ago. These are delightful mushrooms, I gotta say. They're smooth actin tenactin. They're like, you just find yourself floating into full blast tripping, but you can also kind of pull yourself out of it. Like, it's typically the case with mushrooms. You take the right amount.
I'm really happy I didn't have like stomach issues. It's what was it? 2 hours ago we took them. It was
I don't
midnight
know.
hour sometime.
I wasn't really paying attention to the time, but
I think I woke up at midnight or 12:20 or something. Came in.
hey, would you blow me? No, I would not.
Out there. Wow, so creative.
The answer to your name is no. I would not blow you, but I'm sure since that's your name, you ask enough people, someone eventually will say yes. That person is not me. No, Cameron and I are not gay lovers. Cameron's my friend from Los Angeles from some time back, even before. I think I was still with Candace when we first started hanging out, right?
I believe it was at the end of Candace happening. Yeah. I don't really log years. Years don't mean that much to me. So I would have to look into my photo stream to figure out what year and see like.
You've been friends for 3 women. For 3 big women, right? Like 3 main women.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Candace.
On the way out, yeah.
And then fucktard, what's your name? God, Kimberly.
She was the worst for you, Eric.
She was horrible.
God damn.
It wasn't the worst for me. She was a horrible partner for anybody because she was BPD.
That reminds me of my Kara relationship in that she's just always annoyed with shit. You know, there's always something that the male partner's doing wrong.
You just thought I was foreign. I'm not foreign. I'm American. Cameron's not foreign either. He's also American.
My mom came over on a boat, but I'm born here, luckily.
His mom is from like Australia.
My mom did come on a boat. It took a long time. It took like a month or weeks to come across the ocean from Australia on the cheap boat. You know, you could fly on a plane, but rather
Australian boat people coming over and being stuck on Ellis
I
Island,
am a boat person, is what I am.
waiting, waiting to be approved, to go sell fruit in the streets of New York. That is Cameron's mother's story. She came over to Ellis Island just a few years ago, really.
Mhm.
It immigrated into my pants? No, she didn't immigrate into my pants. She may have immigrated into somebody's pants, but it wasn't mine. I'm assuming Cameron's mother immigrated before I was even born, probably. Since Cameron was born here, and Bailey was born here too, right?
Bailey's your age, so
So yeah, if Bailey
stuff
was
has
born
to
here,
happen.
then she must have immigrated here before I was born.
Hmm.
At least a few days, probably, before I was born. Maybe even longer than that. So accordingly, she could not have immigrated into my pants. And that's just simple causal reasoning. Things that don't exist yet can't do things or receive things. I am Irish. I'm as Irish as anybody. That's why I like corned beef and cabbage, which I do like. Things in my pants are constantly evolving, unlike species. You never know what's going to be in my pants tomorrow. Some days it's like a little giraffe. Some days it's a big centipede down there. It's just crawling around all gross. Sometimes it's a plant. You never know what's going to be down there. When I look every morning, it's something different. I've got like one of those South American mimic plants as a penis. It just mimics other things. Whatever. If I put it next to you know, like a hamburger, then that just look like a hamburger. People, when I pull out my pants, it look like I just have a hamburger there. So,
The whole breathing butthole thing. There are these guys who can dive for like 10 minutes or so, and they've got like adapted spleens and all this stuff. Nobody ever said they're breathing through their butts. So
well,
unless it's
obviously,
really that
the
good.
reason we need to breathe through our butts is because at some point during our evolutionary process, the only those of us who could breathe through our butts were able to survive and thrive in presumably an environment where we couldn't use our lungs,
The thing
but
is,
could use our buttholes.
if you were a swimmer and you just wanted some extra flotation, why not just chug a butt full of air
Well,
and
I'm
get
not
out of
saying it's
swimming?
not advantageous. I'm just trying to imagine a scenario where it becomes the deciding factor in whether you, as a slightly mutated version, like you and me are the same, we're the same species, right? But you have evolved a little bit. So that, unlike me, you can breathe through your butthole. Now, the thing is, what are going to be the circumstances where this allows you to survive,
Oh,
me die?
it's easy. You look at the Olympics. You see those poor girls with their butts in the air doing the synchronized swimming?
Okay,
They need to
well,
breathe during that exercise.
well,
That's the reason.
look, but that's assuming that you're in a culture that highly values synchronized swimming. Way more than any culture in human history
Look,
ever valued
it's
synchronized
on
swimming.
TV for everybody. It's obviously a really important thing to our
I
society.
think but my point would be for it to be enough of an advantage to breathe through your butthole, it would have to be a society of people that prioritize synchronized swimming above all else. And that's probably why we evolved to be able to breathe through our buttholes. That's why. Because when we were hunter gatherer slash synchronized swimmers, we in our dives, in our deep dives to master synchronized swimming, we just learned slowly, bit by bit, to breathe through our buttholes. And the ones who didn't, they died.
Well, look, it would be an adaptive trait for your butthole to climb up to the top of your back like a spout, like a dolphin or a whale who's a mammal would have.
I'm fully evolved, so I
You
can
breathe right
breathe
through that
through the
butthole.
bottom of my feet even.
Oh, that'd be the best. Breathe.
because that means I can breathe through the top of my head or the bottom of my feet
Mhm.
or the middle of my body, anywhere. Someone shaved. I I didn't shave like shave. I did give myself a haircut. It didn't happen naturally. I'll admit that. Pretending like you weren't just practicing your synchronous. Well, Cameron and I obviously spent the last few hours doing a little bit of light rehearsing on our male two-person synchronized swimming routine. Obviously,
We just have to trot around on our sandal feet
if,
doing it.
if
We just
you
don't have a pool here.
if they check our Instagram story, they'd know this, Cameron.
Exactly.
I'm not gonna shave it off, okay? I'm not gonna shave it off. Because why? Because I look worse without facial hair. It's better to cover up more of this face with hair. Robbins, all of this is hysterical and honestly quite perniciously unhealthy fabrications of your human abilities. You're using a lot of words that do not know what you actually are trying to say, though. It does sound like you're using unnecessarily large words because I don't sense behind them a need for them to attain precision. What am I smoking? Marijuana. It's a plant that grows around here if you plant it.
Around these parts.
It grows around here in my backyard if I plant it there.
It's a confusing spice.
Right.
It's not that.
It's moon cabbage, as somebody said earlier. Moon cabbage or
Ocean beans?
sea beans, right? It's sea beans. It could be sea beans. Sea beans and moon cabbage.
I'll order the sea bean salad at the at Ichima Sushi next time. They'll bring me the seaweed salad.
I don't drink alcohol, Cruiser, but I do have non-alcoholic beer that I could drink. But I'm currently drinking instead Royal Crown Cola. Switching from cola to beer sounds gross. Walt Whitman, speaking of gross, oh my God. I'm going to write a poem right now to Walt Whitman. Walt Whitman, leaves of grass, question mark? Oh my God, you suck such ass. This poem right here is better than anything Walt Whitman ever wrote by 1,000,000 times. Walt Whitman, Leaves of Grass. Oh my God, you suck such ass. This is better than anything Walt Whitman ever wrote by 1,000,000 times better. That's how much Walt Whitman sucks ass. But it's also this is a pretty fucking great poem. This is gonna cost it's a bargain. It's gonna just cost $7,500.
Acacia, to answer your question, am I doing the exquisite corpses? They're basically two parts done, two of them, and then whenever Rachel gets involved, she gets to complete the exquisite corpses.
There. There. Now it's worth $7,500. And that's how much it costs. It's no longer just a poem. It's a real statement piece you put on your wall. And say, this is how I too feel about Walt Whitman. Fuck you, Walt Whitman. Why did I have to read that horrible book? College, get out of here. Why would you sign this horrible book of horrible poems? Nobody knew. I didn't know anyway, and I didn't care if anybody else thought they knew because they were wrong, because there was nothing to know except that it was fucking garbage.
You have to love state standards. They make you have to learn about really important things that you'll use later. And the reading list. The reading list that Mrs. Litzy, or who was the person who
I
had you
liked
read the
some of the
quality?
things. Yeah, I didn't hate everything they had me read, but some of the things were complete fucking garbage. For example, Last of the Mohicans. What a horrible book.
I never read that one. What's the
I,
synopsis of
and
that?
who even cares? It is so poorly paced. The characters are just like stock horrible garbage. Like anybody can write a book that's better than that. And apparently, John Fenimore Cooper or whatever his name was, he wrote that book because he said I could write a book better than that garbage. But his book itself is pure garbage. So whatever garbage he was better than must have really been garbage. I mean, I can't even conceive of that book being better than something else. It was so bad. Last of the Mohicans.
Cindy Prem, 1984 is a good book. I like that one.
Last of the Mohicans first is a pile of shit. Moby Dick. I mean, Moby Dick was okay, I guess, but the whole part in the middle is all this taxonomy of whales. Just like, are you writing a novel or is this an encyclopedia about whales or what? Make up
You're
your
actually
fucking mind, you
you're
know?
selling the book to me, Eric. You're
Pick
selling it to the ISTJ.
pick a lane, Herman Melville. You know, Lord of the Flies is a great book. That's a great book. Everybody likes Lord of the Flies. You know what book everybody likes? The Outsiders. That's a great book. If you're gonna teach a book to any grade, The Outsiders is the best book. Everybody loves that book. Who couldn't love? What's not to love about that book? Pony Boy, he runs into a burning building to save children. How classic is that?
That's pretty good.
Stay Gold, Pony Boy is a different book. No, that's that book too, right? Yeah. The Outsiders. It's a whale of a tale. That doesn't make any sense as a tagline for The Outsiders. Crispy Bacon. I mean, I do like your name a lot. Only places. Where are you from, sir? I'm from California, USA. Round Trip by Ann Jones. I don't know who Ann Jones is. Eric, I don't even think the dudes who cracked the Zodiac meow could decipher your meow. Well, I don't want them to decipher it. I'm not looking for them to decipher my penmanship, okay? I'll tell them what it says. I wrote it myself. I even have a recording of me saying what I'm writing, so there shouldn't be any confusion about that. Who is when Sir asked your opinion? I have no idea what that means. Brave New World's a pretty good book. I made the mistake of teaching it to eighth graders, forgetting about I just signed it, forgetting about having not read it for a while before about all the orgy porgy stuff. It's full of orgy porgy, right? But I forgot about that part. I was just thinking about the drug aspect of it when I sent it to eighth graders. And then it's like, oh God, what was I thinking? All this stuff about orgies in this book. I didn't remember that part because like that part didn't stick in my mind. I go obviously what I prioritize is drugs over sex. Hi, Jakarta. Desreal Edward. Hi. We are up late tonight. Kamla. Trum Kamla. I don't know who Trum Kamla is or what that means. Doors of perception. Obviously, Kamala? Kamala? What about Kamala Harris? She's a horrible, horrible person. Just like Trump, really. I mean, no, they're different kinds of horrible. She's more horrible than Trump, in my opinion.
What I find weird is that she's able to get into my inbox and my Gmail as though she's, my mom or Eric Strauss or somebody, you know?
I hate her complete either obliviousness or middle fingeriness to relevance, anything that one would call intuition, right? On the other hand, Trump has shitty intuition that he's backing his own shitty intuition 100% because he's got no objective ways of making any determinations of things. They're both fucking horrible. Like the worst two possible candidates you could think of, pretty much, except like maybe worse if you would be somehow get Hillary Clinton in the mix too. You get Hillary Clinton and George W. Bush in the mix, then you just have just big steaming piles of shit to choose between. It's like, oh God, how could anybody be so terrible? I'm not voting at all because I'm not going to validate these choices by doing them. I'm not going to do them the dignity of voting when I'm being presented with vomit and pus. I don't want either of those things for dinner. Thank you very much. And I don't even want to go in the restaurant and say neither, please, or something else. I just stay the fuck away from that restaurant. Obviously,
You're on
don't
the
even walk in the door.
you're on the airplane and you get to choose chicken or fish.
Yeah, well,
There you go.
unfortunately, if you get on that airplane, you get to choose vomit or pus.
Yeah.
I am not going to vote. I refuse to vote until they give me somebody I actually want to vote for. I'm not going to vote. And there's nobody qualified to be president that I've seen in many years now. And not going to be anybody qualified to be president until I run president myself. Obama made our economy great. That is fucking nuts, Jessica. To the extent that the economy did well at all, it had nothing to do with Obama. To the extent that he impacted the economy, it would be negatively with the Affordable Care Act, which was a nightmare, even if it was well envisioned initially, because it intended to solve free riders by making an individual mandate, which should have individually mandated only catastrophic health care coverage instead of these fucking preventative care packages that makes the whole thing just complete fucking disaster from top to bottom. Not to mention the constitutional concerns, which should trump the considerations of efficacy in every instance, especially this one, where it mandates to every citizen in the country that they do something or face a punishment, which is fucking insane, right? Regardless of all of that, you cannot possibly credit Obama's behavior with a good economy, except in possibly the sense that, well, he didn't mess it up here or there or whatever. He didn't really impact it in any way. To the extent that he increased taxes, it harmed the economy. I don't even remember. His most significant accomplishments were failure to do anything in terms of international civil rights and international law and rule of law with war and stuff like that. Failure to do anything with Guantanamo Bay. The catastrophic failure of the Affordable Care Act, otherwise known as Obamacare. And his complete, you know, getting butt fucked year after year by a aggressive partisan Republican party that just whooped his ass all the time because he was a pussy. That's what we should all think of Obama if we're informed, right? If we're informed and have reasonable expectations for what we expect a president to be able to do, to be a strong leader, to know decisively what is correct and why, and be able to explain it in full, make decisions, and kick ass rather than get your ass kicked. Obviously, we can't have somebody weak. We also can't have a fucking tard like Trump, who's not weak, but he's retarded, right? So I don't need a strong retard, and I don't need a weak intellectual. No, we don't. We deserve better than that, right? As Americans, we deserve better than that. This is our citizen democracy. We need a real citizen who's capable, competent, and knowledgeable to stand up and be president of the fucking United States and set things right. This partisan divisive shit is stupidity manifest into like efficacy by TE people. Like, oh, this is how I'm going to win this election. It doesn't matter what's good for the country. Fuck those people. You need to be a genuine patriot and put first the interests of the country if you're going to run for president of the United States. Not just be stupid and think like, well, whatever I think's best, I'm a fucking tard. Or be like Kamala Harris, like, all ideas are equal. It doesn't matter if they're good or bad or anything. Just whatever sells. What fucking nightmares both of these people are to the purity and decency of our citizen democracy, and we should all be absolutely fucking appalled by it. You're never going to hear a better political speech than you just heard right there. And how many people are here? 8. So, unfortunately, there's not a very big appetite for this truth that I'm speaking. Even though it is the truth, and it's the most important truth that the country needs to hear. The long and the short of the truth is only Eric will work as president. I don't like it any more than you do. I wish to fuck there was anybody else in the country who was even 90% as qualified as that. That I could avoid doing this fucking job. Obviously, anybody who really wants to be president shouldn't be president. A good president is somebody who's willing to do the job because they're a patriot for 4 years only. And because obviously they're better qualified than anybody else in the country. So, okay, fine. That's somebody you can willingly vote for. Somebody who doesn't want to be president, but is willing to serve because they're a patriot. That's my opinion on Israel and Palestine. They can be locked into a room with each other forever and enjoy each other's company forever. And fuck them because this is something that was old news and being debated about actively when I was in high school, and nothing has changed. So fuck you both forevermore. They were seriously impacting Israel Palestine when I was in high school. Okay, there was decades of evidence that we could reference when I was in high school in the 80s. It was a debate. It was a debate impact. It still is today, 40 years later or something, right? And when I debated in high school, it was already like 30 years old. Nothing has changed. So fuck you both. Doesn't matter what we think. You're going to continue being all fucked up. So just go fuck yourselves. Leave me out of it. I want nothing to do with it, you fucks. Now that's what an American president should be saying, right? Look, you fucks. We have tried to mediate this shit for the last 60 years or whatever. Fuck you both. Go to hell. And then pay no more attention to those fucks. That's what we should do. Eric, you're displaying subconscious NIFI. I'm not displaying anything. I'm just being correct about stuff. You can evaluate my emotions or subconscious or paying attention or whatever. But what I'm saying is my words can be evaluated on their own merit, independent of me. So evaluate them accordingly. You're displaying your very conscious preference for vagaries. I am not somebody who prefers vagaries. I unprefer vagaries. I like things that are clear, determinate, not vague. Things like this pen, right? There's nothing vague about this pen. It's here. It's this long. It has this function. It's definitive. It's a thing. It's not like sort of a pen. It is a pen, and that's all there is to it. I don't like sort of pens, If you want to make my pen a sort of pen, then get out of the pen making business, fuckers. Let things be what they are and nothing else. I don't need you to add a corkscrew to my whatever to make it better. That's just dumb. I don't want you to add a corkscrew to this tripod. It won't make it better. Putting more things on something doesn't make it better. Having things that do one thing precisely well, that's better. Well, I don't have any FI as conscious functions. I do unconsciously value FI. So in other words, I'll be surprised by and then feel really bad about it if I hurt somebody's feelings. So I failed to put myself in their shoes again, as I always do. Just time and time and time and time again. Even if I try to tell myself not to do that. But oh, is that why it's so hot in here? Is that what is that what you're saying? Yeah, it is a little warm in here. I normally keep this check because I don't like it blowing on me regardless. I want ambient temperature change, not wind blowing on me. But if it's super hot like now, then right now nothing's blowing at all. I'm not sure what's going on. No, I'm not single. I'm married to my wife Rachel. Happily married. She's not awake right now. She's over there in the bedroom. In fact, I'm a little bit. I don't really want to turn this light on to see about the. Right. There's no other way to see what's going on here. So turn the light on. It's just. No way it's 65 degrees in here.
I see you got the shrooms doing. You know how it messes with your.
Yeah, I know that. Normally it messes it up the other way though. Like you get mushroom cold, you don't get mushroom hot usually.
When I've taken them before, I took way more. This time I took just a little bit. And I'm obviously not having massive effects, but I didn't. I'm really happy not to get that thermoregulation thing.
These are strong and fantastic mushrooms, by the way. So even if you just took a little bit, you're probably feeling something.
Yeah, it's cool. It's nice. I'm just glad for it not to be too much. I'm not into shit.
Roman says, my whole house is like your toilet. I mean, your whole house is like my toilet? In what way? Is it round and full of water? Can you flush things if you put them in the middle of your house down into some sewer system or septic tank? In what way is your whole house like my toilet? I want to know. Because I can't think of any ways in which my toilet is like a house. Maybe if you're a fish, in a temporary house before you go into the septic tank. Well, let's go look at the toilet. Maybe if I look at it, I'll have a clearer understanding of how someone's house might be like my toilet. I like the idea of your house being. Did you purposely make it like that? Like, I want my house in the shape of a toilet. I want it rounds. I want to be able to lift up this part. And my bedroom will be right over here, and then the living room right there. You purposely make it like a toilet? Or did you have a normal house planned, but then they made some mistakes in the construction and it just ended up looking exactly like a toilet? Nobody's really clear as to how it happened in that case. Well, that's understandable. Sometimes you're trying to make a house and you end up making a toilet. It happens sometimes. Cameron, do you have a low tolerance for drugs and alcohol?
Low tolerance.
I don't drink alcohol, Padawan.
I have a low tolerance for side effects of things. If that.
He's eaten a lot less mushrooms than I have. Like he just had a little teeny bit. I had half the eighth. So, and these are good mushrooms. They're not just strong mushrooms. They might be strong mushrooms, but they're good mushrooms. Like they're fun mushrooms. Not all mushrooms are as fun. Maybe the mushroom gods are just rewarding me because it's been a long time since I've taken a mushrooms. His house is made of porcelain. Whose house? Cameron's house? Is your house made of porcelain? Oh, maybe his house is made of porcelain. I don't even know if my toilet's made of porcelain. I'm assuming it's just made out of some white rock.
An ivory toilet.
Maybe I am having menopause. Maybe I am. You know what that makes me think of? That song, Levels. Because they have that song in the menopause medicine commercial. I can't think of how it goes right now. Sometimes I get a good feeling. because I'm having menopause, but I take these pills, so I'm not having hot flashes anymore. That's why I get this good feeling. Sometimes I get good feeling. Cause I'm cool, even though I'm in menopause. I'm not hot flashing. I'm just regular flashing all the time now. Doesn't even matter how menopause I get. I don't even want to go see menopause musical. Even if I got free tickets now. That's how free of menopause I am. That's why sometimes, meaning all the time now that I'm on this medicine, I get a good feeling. A feeling of not being menopaused. Yeah, maybe my passionate monologue gave me a hot flash. I talk him for his girlfriend he think I am girl. Okay. I have a wife, so I'm not interested in your whatever. Eric, is there any correlation between sensory and intuitive drug tolerance? Well, I mean, I think there may be some correlation between what kind of drug you like. Like alpha quadra, I mean, everybody seems to like alcohol, but alpha quadra is more, um, like alpha quadra seems to like to smoke weed more. Beta quadra does not like to smoke weed more. They seem to like to drink alcohol more. But I mean, in general, like ESTPs, I've never encountered an ESTP who preferred weed over alcohol. Does Cameron appreciate my mega toilet flush? Do you appreciate the big flashing toilet? He doesn't use that one. He uses the upstairs one when he's here.
I'm more like a toilet far away person,
I
but
think
yeah,
he,
I do appreciate that about a toilet. Sure.
I think he appreciates having his own bathroom upstairs more than he would than taking advantage of the better flushing toilet down here. All the toilets flush fine. I've never had to plunge any of them.
Oh, this house is great. Everything works good. It's
Oh,
no
so
complaints anywhere in here.
I did watch most of the Dodgers smoking of the Mets. Eventually, I turned it off. I figured it was a over, you know. But well, I was concerned with it when we first moved in. I was afraid that we had a serious plumbing problem because you know how the bathtub has this like overflow thing where so it doesn't roll out onto the floor of the bathroom. It'll go in this hole in the top of the bathtub and then it goes down. Well, that hole was just going down right through the kitchen ceiling. It
Oh yeah,
wasn't.
we were in there, and then the cabinets,
It
water
wasn't
started coming
connected.
out of the cabinets.
Yeah, it wasn't connected to that tube up there. Remember?
Yep. Yeah.
And you just said, "Well, let's just fucking close this shit up." You know, who's gonna who's gonna overflow the bathtub that much? Nobody. Nobody even takes a bath up there.
I think the little tube wasn't in place. If I remember, I
Yeah,
attached it where it goes.
but we couldn't attach it. Remember, it was like
What was it?
it was like loose. It would have been too much work
Some
to attach
gasket.
it.
Oh, that's right. It's some floating gasket rubber thing.
Yeah.
That's munchy and shitty.
And it's like,
And
who
so we just
cares
closed-
about this feature? Why don't you just
Yeah.
end this feature? We don't need. Who needs that feature, right?
And who else has caulking in their car but the ISTJ that I can put caulking on something just because I got it in the car.
To be
There
fair,
you go.
I do believe I might have had something like caulk here, but it was probably too old.
Could be.
You know, just guessing. That's just a guess. Because this house came with a lot of stuff like that. Not because I would have it myself. Did you make your guest a Cameron doesn't really drink. I don't know if he officially I don't drink at all, but I never really see him drink.
I drink on occasion, but Eric and I don't drink together, and we both have a history of having reasoning for not drinking. So I don't drink with Eric.
Yeah, I don't drink. It doesn't matter whether the person I'm with wants to drink a lot, not at all. It doesn't matter to me. I'm happy to accommodate if they want to drink. I usually have some kind of alcohol here. If they don't, it's fine. I'm not gonna go out of my way to push it on people. especially on camera, who I know his habits. You know, if it was a new guest that I didn't know their habits, I'd say, "Hey, you want some?" Like right now, I have gin in the cabinet up here because I try to keep some kind of alcohol. No, I wasn't an aggressive drunk. I was never physical, but I was argumentative sometimes. Like I'm still argumentative. You know, I have gin up here because I need something to deglaze when I'm cooking, right? And I've used up everything else as deglazers, and I'm down to this bottle of gin. So I could open up other bottle like of wine or something, but I just like just use the gin. So if somebody new came over, obviously I'd say, "Would you like some gin? Would you like a glass of gin?" I don't know. Anybody who wants just a glass of gin, here you go. Do you have anything to put in this gin, Eric? Like tonic? No, we don't have anything like tonic, but I could put maybe like an RC cola. Yeah, well, I'm coming up on 11 years sober of alcohol. I do lots of other things. But, you know, it is Tanqueray. It's not like a shitty gin. If I really wanted to get fancy gin, I probably would have got Bombay Sapphire. I think I got that bottle of gin for the wedding. And not that many people drink gin. So it's like if I were going to a wedding with an open bar, I would totally drink gin and tonics. Or I would drink the wine probably, because our open bar had wine too. But that would be a tough call if they had like Bombay Sapphire, gin and tonics, or when they go wine. You can't really switch. You can't really switch horses midstream, but you probably will once you get drunk. Would you like an RC cola with your glass of gin? With your glass of room temperature gin? That's the kind of that's the kind of adventurous beverages you can receive here at my house. A glass of room temperature gin with an ice cold RC cola on the side.
You actually inherited a pretty decent wine collection.
Yeah, it was okay. I've used most of it
Oh,
up
you
either
cooked with it and stuff?
cooking or opening for guests or
Yeah,
whatever.
alright, alright. I guess it
Yeah.
doesn't last forever if you're actually using.
I think RC Cola is great. I don't think it's any worse than Coke, Pepsi, or anything like that. I think it's the same in my mind. They're all
RC
the
is pretty
same.
good, yeah.
I guess I don't really have clear distinctions in my mind about RC versus Coke or versus Pepsi. I guess Pepsi, I think of as, I know it's sweeter. I've been told that, but it all just tastes like Coke to me.
If I were to ask for something, I would ask for Coke. But if someone gave me an RC or a Pepsi or I don't know how many other ones there are, even like a Pavilions brand, you know,
Well, I mean,
something.
nobody goes through a drive-through and says, "Can I get a large RC?"
No, unless you're at
Maybe
Wendy's
a
or
large
something.
RC, a large mellow yellow,
I'd like a square burger, please, Wendy's.
and a glass of room temperature gin.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm coming up on 11 years without any alcohol. It'll be on December 26th. Right now it's October, so it's not that far away. It was just seems like yesterday. It was 10 years. I was like, and it wasn't anything. It was just another whatever. I stopped paying much attention to keeping track, but I occasionally would, note like, oh, it's coming up on this or whatever. Oh yeah, there's no drug that can replace the feeling of booze. Alcohol is uniquely perfect. There's no disputing what a wonderful, wonderful drug it is. Unfortunately, and for me, it's too wonderful of a drug, and so it also is a terrible, terrible drug. Like, oh my god, it makes at least it's an honest drug, right? You gotta pay with the hangover, like right, like the next day, just pay for it. At least it's honest like that. Whereas other drugs, you might be able to get away with them without feeling all tore up for a while. Alcohol never seemed to saturate my brain with emotions. I drink alcohol like, finally everything's at the right speed, just at the right normal speed. See, this TV is entertaining. I'm enjoying it now. Before, I could not understand how anybody could sit here and watch this shit because it's so slow. And like it's not even that good. Probably if I'm watching it with other people, then I have to consider what they want to watch probably, and they have bad taste and stuff. So it's like how am I supposed to sit there and watch that shit? I'm like, how am I supposed to watch like Real Housewives with my ESFJ wife
Ew.
without a lot of alcohol in me? I mean, it's just not going to be possible, right? Even then, I couldn't watch it. I had to go outside in the garage and hide away as she enjoyed Real Housewives inside the house. She could have the inside, she could have the house and all the Real Housewives she wanted, and I could have alcohol and the garage, and that was fine. Because after all, what I really wanted was just one thing: alcohol. The garage was necessary. I needed some place to consume it, but I also needed that place to also let me smoke cigarettes. Because I smoked cigarettes at the time too. I no longer smoke cigarettes either. I was a much sadder parting. Because alcohol, it's like it was definitely not worth it. It had not been worth it for a long time for me before I quit. There was no disputing that it was 99% good to go without alcohol, 1% bad. Quitting smoking cigarettes was just like, well, I guess I got to give this up now because my lungs are getting cashed. But I like it and I don't want to quit, but I'm getting old, so I have to. Doesn't that suck? It's just all suck. Yeah, it does suck. I don't miss alcohol because I do so many drugs other than alcohol. I don't need alcohol. If I really feel like I need alcohol, you know what I could do? I could go get a lot of exercise and then, like, I don't know, take a Klonopin or something. And I feel basically almost as good as if I were to be drinking alcohol. The thing about that good feeling of alcohol is only for the first couple of drinks. After that, it's just kind of a wash and alcoholishness. And then after that, it's just dehydration and feeling shitty. But there is nothing to replace. Nothing will ever replace that wonderful feeling when you're not hungover and, you know, put in a lot of work or whatever. You've put off drinking for a little while, so you're feeling good physically. And you have that first, like, drink of like whiskey or something go down your throat and be all warm in your stomach and everything. There's nothing you could possibly there's no possible way to replace that. Nothing there's no substitute. Any attempt to substitute is just insane. However, I will say non-alcoholic beer is delicious. I always liked beer. I never thought it was a good way to get drunk. It seemed kind of inefficient. But I always like tasted it. I still do. Only now, when I drink beer, I'm able to keep my edge. Thanks to Coors Edge, a non-alcoholic brew with the refreshing taste of the Rockies. This shit tastes so much like Coors. It's ridiculous. It's also, I think, like the most alcoholic of the non-alcoholic beers. They say like less than 0.5. I think this one is probably right at that. It's as close as you can get. So probably why I like it too. I also like this one particular kind of non-alcoholic guava kombucha because I think it's more alcoholic than the other non-alcoholic ones. I think that's why I like it more, probably the guava. I do like guava flavor too. But yeah, guava goddess. It's the most alcohol you're gonna get in a non-alcoholic kombucha, without cheating. Like one time, I got this non-alcoholic kombucha. It was said on the menu non-alcoholic kombucha at this restaurant in Oakhurst. And when I got it and tasted it, just a couple sips of it, it's like it clearly has alcohol in it. I mean, I'm not. I know you can fake the taste of alcohol, sort of, whatever, but I know the taste of actual alcohol well enough. Believe me, this kombucha definitely has alcohol in it. I looked at the menu. This is non-alcoholic, bold as day. I
What?
just didn't. I just pushed it away. I said, I trust my taste buds at this point. And I took a couple more sips of it. I was like, it definitely says non-alcoholic right here. It's like big bold letters. It must be, I guess. They couldn't possibly serve alcohol when they say on the menu non-alcoholic whatever, could they? I think I can really sip of it. I'm like, this has got to have alcohol in it. Tastes not just a little bit alcoholic. It's like this tastes like a weak whiskey sour, you know. Oh, it's your call, Winston. Wrong. I'm obviously tripping. I'm no good at keeping track of shit like that. I'm just yammering stories. You know, I'm not even looking at the chat as usual when I'm on mushrooms. I look at it a lot when I'm not, but when I'm on mushrooms, I've got important stories to tell. Okay, a combination of Adderall and mushrooms is a wonderful, wonderful thing that we should all enjoy. By all, I mean me. I enjoy it. Other people don't necessarily enjoy it. It's a lot of Eric, but I enjoy it. I don't do it too often, and I feel like that's fine, Eric. It's good to do mushrooms. It's fun. I like them. Can you tell us about the Alamo? Well, I was at this place in Texas, and I was like, there's only one building around. So, okay, well, I'm going to stay in this building since there's no other buildings around. And the people in the building are like, well, this is the Alamo. And I'm like, okay, well, I don't care what it's called. It's like, obviously, I'm not going to stay outside. They said, okay, well, just be forewarned. There might be some Mexicans attacking us. And I said, Mexicans? But this is America. And I said, I know, but they think that they get to take it back now or something. Didn't we steal this from them fair and square? And they said, that's what we thought too, but here they come. Shouting, ay, 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 and chupacabras and La Playa, biblioteques, the whole 9 yards. So I said, well, fuck this noise. I'm getting out of here. I did not sign up for any of this shit. You guys can have your fight with the Mexicans all you want. I'm going home. And that's the end of the story. That's what happened. You're welcome, Pete Best. I'm not afraid to share my first-hand eyewitness account of important historical events. Wouldn't I be robbing humanity if I didn't share my wisdom? Yes. I'm not going to do that. There may only be 8 people here, but there should be 8 million people here. So keep in mind that what's more important than what is what should be. And what should be is what Eric says is what should be. You can trust me on this matter. I've thought a lot about it. I'm not just pulling should be's out of my ass, okay? Like anybody who would be who should be should not be pulling should be's out of their ass, obviously. So I don't, therefore. That's just how the should be man works. Okay. You can call me the should be man. I know what should be, and that's a lot more important than what is. Okay? Keep that in mind, and everything will be fine. If everybody understood that, everything would be fine. Since not ever, until everybody understands that, absolutely nothing will be fine. So it's really important that we understand this. Because there's no middle ground here. It's absolutely everything is gonna be fine or nothing at all is fine. So if you care about fineness at all, you better be on board with my preferring of everything being fine over everything not being fine. Or for nothing being fine. It's something that we should have broad bipartisan support for. Everything's fine is better than nothing being fine. Boofing is half the battle? I thought boofing was the whole battle. The whole battle to getting all of your medicine into your body without tasting it and without having any of it dissolved by your stomach acid. It's the whole battle of that. It's not just half the battle. Once you get the pill up your butt, that's the whole battle. You've accomplished so much there. You don't have to taste it. Your butt tastes it, I guess, but I don't even know what my butt is tasting. And like I can't even tell what my butt is tasting. I'm assuming it's tasting poo, most of the time. Anyway, if you swallow a pill, your stomach acid is going to dissolve some of that medicine. So,
All right. So do people do that with the shrooms? There, they stick them up their butt.
well, you could. I mean, I've never thought of doing that, but
I don't want to do it.
I guess you could.
All right, just jam it in there, huh?
I don't think you even have to swallow the mushrooms, right? Like, if you just let them sit in your mouth long enough, the psilocybin would absorb them through your through your gums and shit.
Well,
But that'd be the grossest possible way to take mushrooms.
Acacia has a point. Don't you have a refined butt tongue? I mean, apparently all we do is, we use our butt tongue.
No, my butt tongue is actually is not particularly refined. It doesn't. If you could call it a clumsy butt tongue in terms of its palate, okay.
Nice.
It can't tell the difference between shit from Shinola. Okay, that's how much my butt tongue can tell. That's why it's better to put bad tasting medicine on my butt tongue than on my regular tongue.
I think the butt tongue has its own blog and it talks about the 5 flavors, but it really prefers the umami flavor if it's really the butt tongue.
Well, I tell you what, my regular mouth doesn't prefer is the idea of like treating mushrooms like chewing tobacco, where you like stuff it in your between cheek and gum on both sides. Oh my god, mushrooms are the grossest drugs
They're
ever.
pretty gross. Now, Pete Best, that you make a good point. Does the butt have taste buds? Well, what about when you eat those hot peppers?
Well,
You,
that's what I'm
you should have
saying.
some butt taste buds.
What I'm saying is my butt probably does have taste buds, but it's respectful enough not to communicate to me what it's tasting. It knows I don't need to know what it's tasting, but
Mm-hmm.
it's probably not good most of the time because it's inside of my butt. So almost always, what's in there? Poop. The only other things that ever go in there are bad tasting drugs occasionally, and very rarely do I do that. It's just like, okay, isn't it really worth it to just put this pill up my butt? It's like, just swallow it, drug addict. Yeah. It's like I also rarely smoke Adderall. It's like, okay, you do not need to smoke this Adderall. You're just wasting Adderall.
Does that work? Does one
Oh
smoke?
yeah, it works, but it's also not a good. The cost benefit ratio is poor
Okay.
in terms of the impact. You get is short lived and kind of dirty.
All right.
Not all the parts of the Adderall that are effective not smoked or effective smoked. So it's like only two of the three kinds of speed in Adderall actually smoke. The third kind you're just wasting. If ideally what you do is separate that out and then boof that third kind, but you know, you don't just shove it up there, right? You don't just shove it up there. You gotta finesse it up there. You gotta massage it with a little bit of lubricant first, and then just ease it up there. You gotta get up there fairly far because you don't want it to come start sneaking its way back out, right? You want it to know, no, you live here now. Okay, you're not coming back home. You're out of the nest and into my butthole. Out of the pill bottle and into my butthole, never to be seen again. You never poop it out. It's just all of a sudden, one day you realize I had a pill up my butt, then there was nothing. So that just goes to show you your butt knows better than you what to do with that pill. You don't need to question it. You don't need to tell it what to do. Your butt's got your back. You know, but not everything can be boofed. Keep that in mind. Like, don't try to boof Vyvanse. You can't boof Vyvanse. Don't try to boof Wellbutrin. You can't boof Wellbutrin.
Don't
Think,
people use the prison wallet like before they go to court and they're gonna, have to go to jail? They use the prison wallet to carry stuff to
well,
trade
sure,
in prison and whatnot.
sure.
But do they put it in a bag then? In
Well,
that
yes.
case,
In
or?
that case, they have it in some kind of container inside of their butt so that their butt doesn't eat it. Something their butt doesn't eat, like plastic, right? Your butt doesn't want to eat plastic. Your butt does want to eat drugs. Naturally. I mean, who doesn't want to eat drugs? Shopping is for amateur broofists. That's a great bumper sticker, Acacia.
Shoving is for
Amateur broofists.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful, truly great bumper sticker. No, okay, we may have been eating plastic with our mouths, but our butts are a little smarter than us, Pete Best. Our butts don't want to eat plastic, okay? They just want to eat drugs. And push out poop, right? Bring in whatever's good, but push out whatever's bad as poop. That's what your butt's for. Just accept that, right? It's mostly for pushing out stuff you don't want. But it's also willing to accept things that you don't want to consume in other ways. So it's a very accommodating part of your body, really. It just does all the dirty work. But I wouldn't recommend, I'm not making any recommendations. Remember, I'm somebody who's clearly currently on drugs. You should not take anything that I'm saying as good advice for anything, okay? Nobody should take me as a role model for anything. Do not do as I do. Do not take any of my behaviors as endorsing these behaviors for you. I don't have any opinion about what you should do. You know better about what you should do than I could possibly know. Obviously. I know best what I should do because I am me. That includes all of me, including my butt. I know best what my butt should do. The government might think they know better than me what my butt should do, but I disagree with them. I think if the government cares about whether I put drugs in my butt, it has the wrong priorities, obviously. You know, stop worrying about what drugs I'm putting in my butt, government. If you're worried about that, you have too many tax dollars. Yes, I'm putting various drugs in my butt. Okay, it's unhealthy. Just Who cares? Just you're not my mom. Shut the fuck up, right? Come on already. Right this man, just shut the fuck up. We're adults. I don't want you to be my mom, government. God. State of California being like, we've got to protect black people from menthols. You fucking racist fucks. Making menthols illegal because this is the reason behind it. Because big tobacco is targeting communities of color. You mean we don't want black people like to smoke menthol, so let's make them illegal. What? How is that helping black people? You racist fucking Californian. Thank God I would never vote for something like
Because
that.
they can't control their mind. We have to prevent the ability
Right,
to
it's
have
because
mental.
big tobacco is targeting these helpless communities of color with menthol.
Yep. Remember the Camel Crush? You had two options. You could either smoke a shitty cigarette or a shitty cigarette plus some mint.
You know, because
It's too tempting.
in communities of color, when you see that ad where the guy's playing jazz in the cool commercials, you know,
Oh,
you're
it's so cool.
you're if you're in a community of color, you are drawn irrevocably, unavoidably to smoking menthols. Tobacco is the backbone of this country. You know, tobacco's harms are vastly overstated, I must say. But the legitimate concern of emphysema is not one of the overstated
So,
harms.
so can I get menthols in like Nevada?
Oh yeah, you could get menthols in any sane state.
You
Because
just can't get them in California. Is that correct?
you can't get them in the most racist state in the union, California. So other states don't say, "Sorry, we're making things black people like illegal."
So there must be an underground menthol market at this point. If it's getting
I mean, I think people bought a shit ton of them before they went illegal. There was a time when the prices were going down because stores still had them and were not allowed to sell them after a certain point. They'd be like, now just $1 a pack or
yeah.
whatever. We just got to get rid of this shit because as of January, whatever, we're not going to be allowed to sell them anymore.
Huh.
Okay, colon blower. Listen. You are a real colon blower. Thank you for somebody. Just hide that fucking person in case you don't time them out. Colin Flower, who's saying things like, like racist hate group shit. Just get rid of that person entirely. They don't deserve more chances. They're just being hateful for no good reason. If they really wanted to be engaged as a human being, they can come back under some different account. Like you've commented just said, I'm here to be hateful. Well, then you're not here at all. There's no reason for you to just. It's just stupid. The main thing about it is just another example of stupid shit. But you're being brazenly, abrasively stupid. I'll acknowledge your stupidity is not unique because it's about race or whatever. You can be equally stupid about lots of things other than that. But regardless, your brazen, abrasive stupidity, just fuck you. Get the fuck out. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying I don't love myself a few slurs. I grew up in an agricultural area. People around here grew crops. Got a lot of grapists nearby growing grapes. Obviously, a lot of plumbers, people growing plums, figgers, people growing figs. So, obviously, I know a little bit about slurs. Or just come back as a non-colon blowing identity. You can make other identities on YouTube as easy as pancakes on a Thursday. I try to be funny. Sometimes I succeed. Sometimes I try to be funny, and some of the times that I try to be funny, I succeed. Other times I fail. Those times I feel shame. That is my life. Ah, the grapists, yes. Living among the grapists is surprisingly pleasant. You wouldn't expect it to be so pleasant, but they don't really force their grapes on you that much. Okay, please try more of my grapes. I've eaten plenty of your grapes already. Just get them out of my face. But it's not that bad. That'd be have a bunch of unwanted grapes pushed on you. I can deal with it. But plumbers are really worst because you end up with a bunch of prunes at the end of the day. They say they're coming to give you plums, but what do you end up with? A whole porch full of prunes. Prunes and flies. That's not what they call prunes. They're really just rotting plums and flies on your porch. So don't make friends with the plumbers. The grapists are not nearly as bad. The figures are kind of in between. If you like to make newtons a lot, then you should be good friends with the figures. Because really, that's what the only thing the figs are for is making newtons. Maybe I don't really know what else you use figs for at all. You just feed them to the livestock, maybe. Nobody likes figs because figs are gross.
Pretty much no one does like figs.
The only way to make them even remotely edible is to turn them into a Newton.
I think you have to tell somebody that they can't poop correctly, and then they have to eat a fig. I think that's when.
Figs are so gross, they had to invent the process of Newtoning just to make them edible.
Yep, there you go. Then they're good. Then you can eat a package of figs. Sure.
How do you think Newtoning came into being? It was by necessity, of course. The necessity is the mother of invention, as they say. And the necessity was I have these horrible figs that technically could be eaten. And the invention was the magical process of Newtoning, which is basically putting a bunch of sugar in it and then some dough around it.
That works for a lot of food items.
Works for a lot of shit.
Some
Right?
pork, some cheese, butter.
Just hide this fig and as much other shit as possible.
Yep.
I have not tried Mad Honey, nor do I want to. It sounds horrible. Sounds like a nicotine high or something where it makes you sick as much as anything else. I don't like those kind of things at all. I'm prone to feeling carsick. I must say though, this Wellbutrin has been a weird experience because I took it like, okay, I take one day. And then I thought, no, I'm gonna take more of it. I started taking like 2, 3 a day or whatever. And then I took too much of it and I felt really carsick. And then I tried to just take one again. And then it made me feel carsick again. I haven't taken it since. But I don't feel depressed anymore either. So it's like it fixed me, or maybe there's like the delay buildup thing. I'm not sure. It's weird. I mean, it definitely worked for me. It cured the thing I wanted cured. I could objectively note that the negative self talk, instances of me saying things like, I hate myself, or, you know, I wish I were dead, things like that were dramatically reduced from yeah number of instances to almost zero. Also, like the things that would prompt those statements would be often like memories from God knows how long ago, sometimes more recent, sometimes decades ago. I have some bad memory and I'd remember it again and I'd say I hate myself. And it wouldn't even be like a big deal, right? It's just like a bad habit of mine or something that I had really gotten excessive with. Because I couldn't help them remembering parts. Like that part was intrusive. maybe I could blame myself for failing to respond to it well and having this habituated negative self talk, but I couldn't possibly blame myself for the memories just intruding upon me. So I said, you know what, I'm going to try taking Rachel's uh, Prozac. And that helped a little bit. And I talked to my shrink and said, like, oh, I've been taking Rachel's Prozac. He said, well, let me give you Wellbutrin instead. And worked like unbelievably well, but also had some other like it wasn't it wasn't perfect. It had side effects I didn't like. It made me lose interest in sex, and like it made Adderall not very fun. It was still fine, but it wasn't that fun. Like you can't really have fun on drugs when you're on Wellbutrin. It's kind of like makes everything flat. So I haven't taken it in a while, so I'm perfectly happy taking mushrooms. If I had taken it today, there's no way I would have taken mushrooms. It's like, don't bother, Eric. Might as well just take out Klonopin. Not gonna work properly. That's one of the things Wellbutrin does. Is it makes you not fiend other things. For me, it also cured all of my intrusive memories, and it seems to have had that lasting impact, even now that I stopped taking it entirely. I thought I was gonna like run. It's been a really weird relationship with this drug. First, I just thought it's whatever. It's like one a day. I wouldn't want to take more. Then I found myself taking like two, three, four. And that made me sick. And now I just don't want to take it at all. And don't seem to have any need for it. The reason I was taking it in the first place seems to be gone. It's weird. But it may be like a dissipating lag of this shit disappearing in my system, and maybe on the other end of it, I'll realize, okay, I need to keep a steady, stable flow of it and not fuck around with it like that or something. I don't know. We'll find out. But I think it's exactly what I needed when I needed it. And whether I continue to need it, I don't know. But what I do think is I'd like to take as little of it as possible because it makes everything flat. Flat and like fine, but not not that juicy. And I really don't like how it's not. Yes, it might affect my abilities in sex, but most of all, what it affects is it's just like I just have no interest in it at all. It's crazy. I've never experienced anything like that. Fortunately, that goes away when I stop taking it, but that I don't like. That's not good for my marriage. So I know that I'm not the only person who has that side effect with antidepressants. But the weird thing is, I looked into it. Supposedly, Wellbutrin is the one antidepressant that people don't have that side effect with. Again, people respond so differently to the same drug. Like the same drug will affect meow person in meow ways. They're totally different than how they might affect meow person in meow ways. Like Cameron and I might not be responsive at all in the same way as the same drug.
Yeah, supposedly everyone has a different, um, you know, physiological profile.
Or when I offered him Adderall yesterday, he's like, or whenever I offered it, and he's like, I might like the feeling of it, but I don't like the side effects.
That's pretty much everything. That's why I took so little of this stuff. Just, I'm the side effect superhero. My superpower is I get all the side effects for you.
You
I can tell
experience
you what they
every
are.
possible side effect because
Yeah.
you've got the most sensitive experiential tongue in the world. You taste every flavor of body experience.
There have been times, you know what? Something I don't even really think about that weed helps me with is it makes me a little bit less sensitive to smells and things because I'm one of those people who can smell every change in the environment. if there's like mold from far away, I'll notice it. But I
Mold
think
at
we can do
600
it.
feet at 10 o'clock.
Exactly.
Maybe elevated about 4 feet in the air. I smell. It's what? No, it's a gray mold.
Hmm.
That's impressive. That's it has got to be bothersome to you, right? To be that
Oh, it
sensitive to this
sucks.
stuff.
But I went to the allergy clinic many years ago, and so stuff would actually affect me and make me, I don't know, have allergies, be physiologically reactive to it. So I got allergy immunizations years back, and it took all that sensitivity away. So
You just put toilet paper up your nose
that would have been a better solution.
when you don't have to smell anything.
Well, the interesting thing about COVID, which as you know, COVID sucked. But the masking, like I could walk down the detergent aisle and not be completely annoyed because I had a mask on.
Well, I like to go into crowded places where I think people are probably infected and breathe it in deeply. Just come on, bolster my immune system, you motherfuckers.
Oh yeah.
That's my approach to it. I'm not scared of you, virus, with your less than 0.4% fatality rate. Who would be scared of you? Who would ever have been scared of you except extremely old and sick people? All right, I'm going to test it now that I know enough about it. Maybe not. I'm not going to be the guinea pig. Well, I mean, at the beginning, even at the very beginning, with all the data that was out, it was obvious that it was fine because 4% of the sickest population are dying. The oldest, most complicated people who have the most significant medical conditions already. In other words, like, oh my God, this pile of oily rags and straw made kind of a big fire. Well, yeah, but most of the time, it doesn't mean that it's an especially powerful spark, right? It means your pile of oily rags and straw was probably not a good idea. You're going to have a fire. We can't conclude anything about the nature of the spark by the nature of the fire when you're having a big pile of oily rags and straw. Idiots. And you're like,
You don't want to be the human equivalent to an oily rag pile.
keep it wet, you guys. Put some more of this gasoline on it. That should improve things. No, well, obviously, if you if you unleash a novel virus, it's completely novel because it's likely engineered in some way as a bioweapon intended to kill the oldest part of the population in the most humane way possible. One could conceive that that's the most likely scenario. I'm just speculating. I don't know anything, obviously. Nobody's going to know for sure, but my speculation is probably right. Anyway, obviously, if you unleash that on a population that's exactly intended to call, namely the oldest people with the most current medical complications, people over a certain age you get it bad and it might kill them. People under a certain age seem to get no symptoms at all. Are you telling me that's just not genetically engineered to do that? Come on now. And supposedly it jumps from another species, except in every other instance when that has happened, we can specify the instance, like the not just the species, but the individual animal that from which this cross contamination occurred. And this one, it's just this. Well, maybe there was some bat someplace. I don't know. Who knows where the fuck this came from? It's so similar to this one bat thing. It's like 96% similar. That's just light years apart in genetic shit. Regardless, the point is, obviously, if you unleash that on a population of super old Italians who are already in the hospital, you're going to get this huge fatality number of 4%. Well, probably 4% of those people were going to die in that month anyway. Regardless, obviously, then, when you looked at the methodology, the only reasonable conclusion to draw was that it would be a order of magnitude less fatality rate than what was being reported if they applied it to a German population instead of the oldest and sickest Italians. So I was right. Fatality rate of less than 0.4%. And they go, oh, well, it's gotten less virulent. Maybe it's gotten less virulent or whatever, but it never had a fatality rate of 4% on a general population. It's like, if you take people who are like 50-50 chance they're going to be alive in 30 days and give them COVID, 4% of them die. Well, it almost seems like it's helping in some way, making them live longer, maybe. I don't know. Obviously, it's nothing to be concerned about if it only kills 4% of Italians over the age of 85 with multiple other medical conditions. It can't be that bad. It only kills 4% of that population. And if you're just looking at fatality, you might look at other impacts besides death, obviously. And some people make a variety of claims regarding that. Long COVID, short COVID, tall COVID, fat COVID, thin COVID. I don't know. You make all the claims you want. I've had it a couple of times. Whatevs and the goes. First time I got it, it was kind of weird. I'm like, okay, this is not like any other disease I've ever had before, cold or anything. After that, my immune system had gotten adjusted to it in some fashion. I stopped trying to deny my immune system's primacy with silly things like shots that purport to be vaccines, but they don't prevent you from getting it, right? I'm not going to continue to get shots that claim to be vaccines and that also acknowledge that they don't prevent me from getting the disease. Why would I continue to get such shots? Is beyond me. It's like they're kind of, well, there might be these marginal benefits, or you fuck off already. The hassle of going and getting a shot that you already acknowledge doesn't work as what it's intended to do, which is prevent you from getting the disease. You've got to be kidding me. You're still trying to get me to get this shot. That's just insane. It's like if I say like, oh, you here, buy this hat. It'll keep the sun off of your face. And you go, okay, I'm gonna get this hat. And then you get it. But instead of being a regular hat, it's just a transparent balloon. And it's just barely as big as your head even. It provides no sun coverage at all. If anything, it reflects more sunlight onto your face. And then they're like, but listen, what it does is it helps a little bit with this certain kind of sun that's not so good. And, you don't want to get that much of that kind of sun. So overall, it's a wonderful hat. You should still want one. Come back and in fact, you need to get a new version of this hat every few months. Otherwise, you're be victimized by so much sunlight getting on you. And any sane person is gonna say, fuck you, you're advertising a hat. I got there, it's like the opposite of a hat. And it's like, fuck off. You're still trying to say, well, I may not be a hat, but it has these potential benefits. But I came here for a hat, you motherfuckers, not your whatever this bullshit is, right? You're gonna tell me it's a vaccine, it should prevent me from getting a disease, you tards. That's what vaccine means. Like, you know how I don't get measles and mumps and rubella because I had a vaccine for it? You know how that works? Like, how people don't get chickenpox anymore because they get vaccinated for it. Like how people don't get polio once they get vaccinated for it. Can you imagine if the polio vaccine had been as effective as the COVID vaccine? There would be no reduction in the rate of polio infection at all. There'd be zero reduction in the rate of it. And people would be like, this polio vaccine is obviously bullshit. It doesn't prevent anybody from getting polio. He injected his kids with this vaccine, claiming it prevents them from getting polio. Now look at them. They all have polio. I don't believe his vaccine works. Everybody would say that if this were polio, right? So, it's like sane people see the world as it is, right? That a vaccine is something that prevents you from getting the disease, and that this bullshit does not do that and should not be called a vaccine accordingly. I know what a vaccine is because I don't know what mumps or measles or rubella is. And I do know what chickenpox is because I got chickenpox before they had a vaccine for that.
There's a chickenpox vaccine.
Yeah, now there's a chickenpox vaccine. And there's also a shingles vaccine, which I should probably actually get.
Yeah. You also have to send your poop in to the doctor sometime so they can check out your poop.
Because even though the chickenpox vaccine works, it does have an expiration date of some decades, unlike most other vaccines, which don't. But that's why it's good to get your basically they say get a chickenpox vaccine and then get a shingles vaccine when you get to be like our age.
Okay.
Well, if you either had the chickenpox vaccine or if you had chickenpox.
Yeah.
I had because when I was a kid, the parents were like, "Okay, let's get all the kids together and make them all have chickenpox at the same time." That was just how it worked, right?
Nice.
Like if one kid got chickenpox, the other kids were like, the other kid's parents were like, "You're going over to play with Johnny. I don't like Johnny. Why do I have to play with Johnny all of a sudden? It's gonna be fun. You go over to Johnny's house."
What age were you?
I was I don't remember exactly how old I was, but I remember exactly what we were supposed to do the next day. We were supposed to go to Raging Waters. And then, John Penny came to like, I went to go hang out with John Penny, or he came over to my house, but he had chicken pox already and wasn't feeling well or anything. All right, like, okay, well, regardless, I'm going to Raging Waters tomorrow. I guess you're not going with me to Raging Waters tomorrow, John Penny. And then in the morning, I was like so fucking sick, but I didn't know. It was not like I had pox yet. I was just like sick, right?
Wow.
Like, no, I can still go to Raging Waters. I'm fine. It'll be fine. My parents were like, no, you cannot go to Raging Waters. You have chicken pox. But I was supposed to go to Raging Waters.
Shit.
I couldn't go.
That's a big deal when you're when you want to go to Raging Waters or to Showboat,
I mean, it was the most fun place to go. It was just like, you fucks.
You know what? In adulthood, there's the hotel with the lazy river. The lazy river is pretty cool. Just kind
of. But see, the thing is, as a kid though, I didn't get that they were doing this on purpose, right? So
sure.
I didn't say at the time like, you fucks, you ruined my Raging Waters. I was just like, oh my god. How could this be? I'm so unlucky. I'm sick when I'm supposed to go to Raging Waters. Only later on do you think, like as an adult, you're like, they just both one didn't want to go to Raging Waters, had an opportunity to get me sick with chicken pox, etc. And they killed two birds with one stone. It was a popular expression of my parents. They like to kill as a million birds with one stone if possible.
That's smart. Living smart.
What are the other type of shingles? Oh, shingles is just basically a later in life reoccurrence of chickenpox. If your immune system no longer can, it's like as people's immune systems weaken, I guess the immuno response to having had chickenpox, in other words, having learned what it is and saying, now if I see it again, I'm going to fight it off. Well, it gets overactive and fights it off too much, and I think is how it works, and then it causes shingles. I'm not sure. I'm not a shingles expert. Okay, not neither on the roof nor on your body am I a shingles expert. But they're related. It's the same virus as chickenpox. Shingles, chickenpox is the same thing. It's just different time of life. If you're a kid, they call it chickenpox. If you're, over 50 or over 40, they call it shingles.
All right, Winston's mom. We'll have to go to the lazy river.
Apparently, it's very, very much worse for you if you get shingles than if you're a kid and you get chickenpox. I remember chickenpox being very unpleasant, and me being like having to be isolated with chickenpox for quite a long time, like feeling bad for a couple of days, but then still having to be isolated and being all itchy after that for a while.
Well, it drives you crazy because you're not supposed to scratch it because you know you're going to get scars all
I
over.
still have some on my
And
scalp because I
oh
knew
yeah,
like
you have to scratch
spots. Like I was like, okay, well, I this is on my scalp, so fuck it. I'm just gonna scratch away all I want right here, and I still
it.
have
Sure.
pock marks under my hair and stuff. What little hair I have left.
I think I might have had it in second grade. I feel like that's when I got chickenpox. Although I know I had it 2 times because I'm that annoying. I don't
My
know when the next time.
my mom super drilled into me like multiple times. Like if you scratch yourself, you're gonna have horrible deep like
Mm-hmm.
deformed looking body or whatever. So I really tried not to scratch myself. Is Eric as handsome as what in real life? Was it facial shingles or regular shingles? I have no idea even what that means.
Yeah, I only had roofing shingles as my medical condition, so I just removed them.
Interesting thing like chickenpox. The whole time I had chickenpox, at no point did I feel like a chicken was responsible. I blamed, if anybody, John Penny. But I don't even think I blamed him. I just blamed, like, fuck, I got chickenpox. I never even thought chickens had anything to do with it at all.
Oh
Probably, if
no,
I
it
thought
could
about
be.
it, I thought they were being unfairly maligned in this whole affair. I would just call it just pox, just shitty feeling pox. If the chicken crossed the road to give me chicken pox, then fuck that chicken. That chicken can go to hell. I didn't go across the road to give it problems. Why is it coming across the road to give me chicken pox? I've already had chicken pox. I don't want any more of your chicken pox, chicken. Well, I was promised by my mom, once you have it, you never have to worry about getting it again. And now they tell you, yeah, you do have to worry about it. It just has a different name now. It's called shingles. Fuck you, medicine. Fuck you, doctors. I believe what my mom said. Once you get it, you never have to worry about getting it again. That's what mom said. And she's more likely to be correct than some stranger like a doctor. I know who mom is. I'll show you a picture of mom. I drew it earlier. This woman is a woman you can trust. Okay. Who's more likely to be right about something? This woman, my mom, or some doctor that we don't even know? Obviously, it's my mom. And who's least likely to be right about things? Walt Whitman. Walt Whitman is least likely to be right about things because he was so wrong about whether he should write poetry. The answer was no, but he thought the answer was yes. And then he wrote a lot of it. So everyone's everyone's harm and not benefit. What is the opposite of that? Everyone's detriment, okay? He wrote a lot of poetry to everyone's detriment. So fuck you, Walt Whitman. Leaves of grass. People splashing water around. It's like, fuck off already. How boring and self indulgent can you possibly be? and people are splashing in the water. It's like, fuck you, Walt Whitman. Why am I reading this? Oh my God, who cares if people are splashing in the water? I'm supposed to, like the professor is talking about it. Like, okay, I get it. There's boys splashing in the water. I guess they're supposed to be like gay or something. So fucking what? Like, write a poem about something, not just like, we're here by a stream. And it's not even in meter or anything. It's not like an accomplishment in any fashion. It's not technically proficient. It's just pure self-indulgent garbage that somehow managed to make it into the literary canon. God knows how. Other people as retarded as Walt Whitman must have embraced it because there was a lot of it rather than any other reason I could think of, or any smart, reasonable, objective person could possibly think of.
Padawan range bender. The cat came over, so I'm hanging out with the cat. I might be falling back asleep in half an hour.
Walt Whitman is the 19th century poetry version of the Dave Matthews Band. That's how terrible he is. Yeah. Walt Whitman said this wonderful sentence. Do I contradict myself? Very well. Then I contradict myself. I am large. I contain multitudes. Well, then nobody should listen to a fucking thing you say because in the next breath you might say the opposite. So fuck off, Walt Whitman. Right? It's like if you just contain multitudes of contradictions, then why should I listen to anything you say? The sky is blue. Okay, I operate under that assumption. Actually, the sky is red. Well, but that Walt Whitman, you told me it's blue. It's okay. I contain multitudes. Multitudes of contradictions. Yeah, but I'm trying to actually do something here with information, not just pretend like words are my palate of mush. Fuck off so hard, Walt Whitman. Fuck off as hard as anything can possibly be fucked off. Boy, I really dislike him.
Do you hate all poetry or?
No, there's lots of poets I like a lot. I'm a serious consumer. I'm one of the few in the world consumers of poetry. I actually think that I think poetry is worth doing when it's done well. And that's why it's so appalling to me when it's done so shittily and celebrated for no fucking reason.
Why is it that we all have to learn Walt Whitman instead of other people?
Because he wrote a bunch of his garbage at a time when not a lot of other people were writing and publishing a bunch of stuff. It's the only reason
Okay. So
that I can think of.
Yeah.
It's like when you were prolific at a time when there wasn't much of a literary industry, right? And you became canonized by virtue of being the only one.
Yeah.
I'm sure there were other poets at the time that were equally shitty. He probably had more resources behind him one way or another. I don't know. Sometimes it's not cream that rises to the top, it's shit. As per Bill Walton as an announcer, as per the Dave Matthews Band, or like Counting Crows, or that horrible mid fucking garbage, just like Kings of Leon. Kings of Leon, we should all be ashamed to be human beings, knowing that we could create such depravity as Kings of Leon.
What did they sing? I don't know Kings of Leon.
My sex is on fire. They sang that song.
Okay. That's sex is on
Yeah.
fire. Oh.
Those lyrics are terrible. They're maybe quite as terrible as Dave Matthews' classic, "You crash into me and I'll come into you." That's, I think, more horrific as an image of Dave Matthews doing anything sexual at all is, I think, in a lot of countries, is considered a human rights violation. But just to be asked to visualize it by lyrics. Nevertheless, as a work of art, Dave Matthews could not have made any more stark, resolute, and entirely wrong decisions artistically. Just like everything about it is all wrong from every direction. He could not be any wronger about anything. I mean, he's always wrong about everything he's doing artistically. He's just a complete catastrophe. He's the Walt Whitman of contemporary music. It's like, let's try to establish some baselines of terrible, right? Like that band in the '70s that plays like "Sitting on the Park Bench," like that band is a certain degree of terrible, right? Like the Doors are probably a little less terrible than that. Like the Doors have like a couple of good songs in a sea of terribleness, right? Um, in general, aesthetically, they represent a terrible aesthetic, is what I'm trying to get at, obviously. The specific don't really matter. It's the general aesthetic. The general like contempt for the listener of bands like Frank Zappa or the Grateful Dead or Fish or it's like there's just abject contempt for the listener. Like nobody wants to listen to you fucking fiddling with your fucking junk. Just have an idea and execute it, you fucking horrible nightmares. Oh God, your musicianship is not a substitute for art. Doodly 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 is not anything. For fuck's sake. And it's not just like, okay, well they're not succeeding. It's like they're making pollution all over our shared artscape. Just horrible pollution. Like I have to know this in my repertoire of life. I have to know this. My sex is on fire. I have to know that. I have to have heard it. I have to know it. It has to be in my experience. That's a crime against us all, right? Dave Matthews, he's not just committing a crime against me, he's committing a crime against you too when he says, "You crash into me and I'll come into you." Dave Matthews, you just came into my mind in a violatory way that I really feel like I need to shower after hearing that lyric. It's so fucking terrible. So, I. The point is, people should not horrify us with such terrible art decisions. It's fine if they're like, I made a mistake. It was like I didn't know what I was doing. Like I'm not good at this. It's unacceptable. We have somebody like Dave Matthews who fully, wholeheartedly believes he's a genius and is an onslaught of terrible art decision after terrible art decision, unrelentingly. The only possible good art decision that he's made is having a flawless and unrelentingly pure record of making exactly the wrong art decision in every possible instance. If there's some sort of grand meta art project to encapsulate how to be bad perfectly, then fine, I'll give him credit for that. But I will tell you for sure, he is not anywhere close to that smart. He actually thinks he's some kind of a genius. After all these people come to his shows and buy his tickets and watch him play and buy his shit and stuff. He must be a genius.
He has every reason to think that people are
Why?
giving him
If he's
praise as such.
if he's not a genius, why are all these people dancing and cheering and loving it and shit?
Hmm.
Yeah, I have no idea either, Dave Matthews. It's a mystery to me how anybody likes that, but you've tricked them somehow. You know, it's just you believe it so much yourself that people who aren't listening to the music but are trying to get their cues from you as to whether or not they should take it seriously or go, well, he certainly seems to believe he's a genius, so I guess I'll go along with that. It seems to make sense, and I'm just going to get familiar with this horrible shit. And this is really familiar to me. You know, I used to think it was gross eating this tripe, right? But now that I've gotten used to it, it's only kind of gross. In fact, I'm almost starting to like it. It's like now that this is all I eat, it's like, well, it's my favorite food. Since I don't eat anything else, obviously this is my favorite food. And I'm glad I started to consume nothing but this. I barely remember the time before when I used to consume other food. That's how much I've become enamored with Dave Matthews. So I'm making a point here, right? What's my point? Is that fuck those horrible people and their bad decisions artistically because they have befouled us all. It's like that one line from The Simpsons. This leash, what does it say when the baby's on a leash and the baby translator says, this leash mimias us both. I need to find out exactly what it says. The Simpsons, this leash, baby leash quote. The Simpsons baby leash quote. Baby leash translator quote. The Simpsons baby leash translator quote. Enter. I want the one where the baby's on a leash and the baby says something. Yeah, with this one here. Baby on the leash. Just play it. Don't be all fucking dumb, for fuck's sake. Oh, God. Some weird website or some sane place. Baby on a leash, Simpsons. For fuck's sake. Why is it difficult? No. Baby on a leash, baby translator. Yeah, oh, demeans us both. Thank you. Finally, the internet provides. This leash demeans us both. That's my point. Is bad things like that demean us all. Okay? Dave Matthews isn't just harming people who like his music or who try to like it, just like dance to it or convince themselves they like it. It's harming us all. It's demeaning us all by existing. Just like Bill Walton demeaned us all every time he commentated a basketball game. He ruined it for everyone by being so bad at understanding what's relevant and what matters artistically. That he's doing a job as an artist being commentator of the game. You can't just butcher that shit because it's like you're force feeding your fucking garbage into all of our ears. We're trying to watch a basketball game and you're Bill Walton about, you know, my dad and Kareem Abdul. It has nothing to do with the basketball game I'm trying to watch, and you're befouling with your horrible failure, Bill Walton. I have to mute it and like put on a concurrent radio broadcast, and then I have to make it line up in timing just to watch this basketball game because Bill Walton's coming. Thank God he is dead. You're not gonna hear me say that very often to people, but thank God he's dead because all he did when he was alive was ruin basketball games for me. That's all he did. It's the only thing I can ever think of with Bill Walton is he's the guy who ruined so many fucking basketball games for me. Like I just had to turn him off, mute him, try to the big hassle of finding something because he was so horrible and so unbearable to listen to that he was just a cancer on the whole sport of basketball. I'm sorry. He will be missed by his family, I'm sure, but none of the rest of us. Yeah. He makes, I guess he's useful in that he sets a standard like, well, is this commentator as bad as Bill Walton? It's like famously bad commentators, color commentators especially, like Mean Joe Green was famously bad. But also, again, the guy that they replaced Keith Erickson with on the Lakers was Chick Hearn, paired him with Chick Hearn. What that guy's name? Stu Lance. Oh my God, Stu Lance was so fucking terrible as a color commentator. Wow, Bill Walton was worse than them all because Stu Lance was like embarrassingly inept at not being able to do his job. Bill Walton couldn't chat up about irrelevancies and ruin everything and make it all about Bill Walton all the time. That's how terrible Bill Walton was. Takeaway from this is if you like Bill Walton, you better check yourself before you wreck yourself because I don't care if he's dead or not, Bill Walton was terrible. He may have been a good basketball player, I don't know. Who cares about that? I didn't experience, I have to experience his basketball in my ears, right? All right, it's like, can you imagine if Bill Walton were in charge of the camera instead of the audio? It'd be instead of showing the basketball game, it'd be going like this all the time. You know, like look at me, I'm Bill Walton. That's what he was doing, but just not with the camera, with the microphones instead. It's the craziest, ridiculous thing that only somebody with no intuition at all could possibly think was a good idea. And the only reason he was allowed to do it was because apparently he was such a wonderful man to people who knew and to communities in need and stuff like that. So ESPN just let him keep ruining basketball games. Well, you made a deal with the devil, ESPN. And what you did is you made a devil out of Bill Walton for most of us. We could have had good ideas about him. We could have thought like, Bill Walton, he's that nice old guy who used to play basketball. Instead, we all have to think, Bill Walton, he's that horrible monster who ruined all those basketball games. So ESPN, instead of helping him, you destroyed his memory forever. So fuck you for just because you thought he was a nice guy or whatever. That's not cool. That's not a way to do things. Not when you got the whole country listening to this broadcast. That's not a way to make decisions. My ears matter more than your friendship with Bill Walton, you fucks. I'm trying to watch a basketball game here. You know? Not listen to the Bill Walton show. It's like all I need. He would have made it infinitely better if he just sat there silently and done nothing at all. It would have been unimaginably better than anything that came out of his mouth ever was. That's how bad of an announcer he was. I cannot overstate how horrible of a commentator Bill Walton was. He will set the ultimate all-time standard for bad commentators. I don't think any other commentator will ever meet that standard because no other bad commentator that bad will ever be permitted to get that much traction in the industry again. It's like he's a relic of a bygone era where bullshit unprofessionalism was tolerated if you were a famous ex-jock or whatever. Not any longer, thank God, and hopefully we should have a term called the Bill Walton rule, which says that I don't care how good of a player you were, how famous you are, whatever. If you are not good at the job of commentating, get the fuck out of the announcer's booth.
Hey Eric, I'm gonna go back to bed for a bit.
Okay.
You figure
I'll
you'll be
try
up
to
for a
rant
while?
more quietly.
It doesn't matter. So
You do
whatever
your
level
thing,
you want to
Cameron.
do. All right.
Obviously, I'm on my own the the journey over here, complaining about things.
We are
I,
all on our own journey.
I'm embodying my identity as a cranky old man.
Are you sure you don't want to do a yoga and meditation, guru?
I just what this is. This is my yoga meditation.
Oh, perfect. I'm making a joke when I say yoga and meditation.
Really, I think that this is something everyone should take with them too. Is that the best form of yoga is explaining why other things are wrong.
And using Bill Walton arms.
Right. Complaining about Bill Walton is one of my favorite forms of yoga. It really centers my chakras with my other magical things. My chi, my chakras, my, my poles. As a person of the earth, obviously I have magnetic poles. North, south, obviously I have east and west poles as well. I even, because I'm pretty special and magical, I have northeast, southwest poles as well. So I've got a lot of poles. And my chakras each have complex relationship with each of my poles. Naturally, each of those chakras can be activated most of the time only by certain aromatherapy triggers, in conjunction, of course, with the use of the right crystals. So that's why I got into that shit where you put your hands over the top of somebody but don't actually do anything. What's that called? Healing gaze with your hands, though. What is that called? I don't like the term interrobang either. I don't. Oh, you like the term? I don't like it because it sounds too pornographic. I'm gonna have an interrobang with my stepsister and her friend. It seems like it seems like something you'd find on Pornhub, right? like or like caught shoplifting porn. Seems like an interrobang. Hey, lady, what's this under your bra? What? I don't have anything under my bra. he, I, yeah, well, if you're gonna let me look under there and see, I'm gonna have to call the cops. No, don't call the cops. Go ahead, you can look under my bra because this is an interrobang. Hey, baby, you want me to just regular question you, or would you like an interrobang? Reiki, thank you, Winston's mom. Reiki is the magical hand nonsense. It's the equivalent of my healing gaze. Not nearly as powerful, obviously. For those of you who want any healings from Reiki or equivalent, I'm going to give you the package deal right now. And one super powered healing gaze. Let me work up to it, okay? Because the healing power of my healing gaze is known to be at least 10 times more powerful than any other healing gaze or other magical healing things, okay? At least 10 times, up to 1,000 times, or even 1,000,000 times more powerful, depending on the circumstances. Now, ready for it? Here we go. You're ready to be healed. Bring all of your sicknesses and stuff to the forefront. Your discomforts, your diseases, your illnesses, bring them all up to the forefront. Bring them right here to the screen. This healing gaze is going to take them all away. And it's nurturing, warmth, and healing goodness. Ready? I can really feel the sickness coming out of you. I normally don't talk about it, but the healing power of this gaze is so strong. I couldn't help but interrupt the gaze because I was just absorbing so much illness. This is specifically for back pain right here. That'll cure back pain from the middle of your back to the lower back. If you've got constipation, this is a healing gaze specific for that. You should be going to the bathroom right now. That's kind of like the brown note of healing gazes. It should cause all of your clogging to just release. Okay. Let's say you've got a problem with like phlegm, like congestion is the word I'm looking for. This one will cure this. It'll cause you to cough up all of your phlegm at one time, right? And then many of you right now are just, you can't even pay attention to what I'm saying because it's just phlegm all over the place. And this one will cause you to join the is everywhere family. Okay, this healing gaze will make you potentially named Mike because this healing gaze is known to cause people to explosively come all over the place. The healing power. What? Oh my God. Get that off of me. The man seed and woman seed is everywhere. Oh dear Lord. Where are you getting all of this liquid that you're squirting? I think you must be emitting an Olympic-sized swimming pool of sexual juices. Well, you know what? That's fine. That's something I've come to understand as a natural consequence of having this healing gaze power of mine. Sometimes I gotta clean up cum that gets everywhere. Okay? It's just how it is. Part of my job as a saint. It heals your sexual tension by evoking all of your cum everywhere with this healing gaze. It's like, oh shit, that much cum coming towards me? That's so much, though. Oh my God. You see, that's why it looks like that particular version of the healing gaze. It's not so much healing as it is, you know, I guess, making you come. Making everyone come everywhere. So, I don't know if that counts as healing or not. Does that count as healing? I'm not sure. But nevertheless, it's something that my gaze can do, regardless of whether it's healing. My gaze does more than just heal. Okay? My gaze inquires. My gaze teaches. My gaze provokes. My gaze, helps you rub one out. These are things that my gaze does, okay? I'm so tired of being typecast as just a healing gazer. I can do all kinds of shit with my gaze. My gaze has been known to kill a man, or at least stun them, or at least give them some pause, like when I give them this gaze. Most men will at least be like, hold on, what's going on here? Because that's a pretty powerful gaze too. It's not healing. No, it's intimidating. It's an intimidating gaze. Few people are healed by being intimidated, but there might be some, but few. Certainly, you wouldn't be correct in calling that a healing gaze. Unlike this. That's a healing gaze, right? Whereas this one is not. Because they're expressing different emotions, you see. I've got the whole repertoire of gazes. From informative to scolding to healing, every possible gaze you can imagine. Ironic, I give you the ironic gaze. then as Pete Best says, you're doomed to repeat history once you get this gaze. Oh God, you did it again. You didn't listen to me when you repeated history. God, that's why I'm giving you this gaze right now to suck all the dignity out of you for your failure. Sometimes my gaze, instead of healing, is a dignity suctioning device. 'Twas Reek technique. Is that like some sort of Christmas code or something? I'm not sure. Sounds like, only people who are well versed in Christmas jive understand what that means. Something about wreaths, maybe like 3 nights before Christmas. I'm not sure. I'm not that fluent in Christmas jive. Pill garlic, someone who is bald. On pill garlic. Oh, I'm looking at peeled garlic. I see. Look at that pill garlic fellow over there. Hey, are you talking about me? Listen, I've got a hat. You don't even know whether I have hair. Maybe I've got a full head of hair underneath this hat. How do you know? I probably do. I probably have so much hair. That's why I have this hat, because I have to keep it all up inside of here. Otherwise, it'll just flop all around and be getting my eyes and stuff. Oh, that's fine, Pete Best. I'm not concerned at all about my boldness. In fact, I had to be told by other people not to have fun about it because other people might be insecure about their boldness. I never cared about it in the slightest. Never occurred to me to care about it. Other things I might care about, like, I'd like to get my teeth fixed. I've looked like this long enough. Sometimes I think, okay, I look so shaggy right now, I need to cut my hair. Something I do care about, but baldness has not ever been one of them at all. That's a level of caring that's way above where I get to. Like, do I look completely homeless? No? Fantastic. Everything's great. That's where I'm at. I'm not worried about whether I'm balding or not. Like this shirt, for example. No, no person who is in any kind of entertainment industry making media for people to consume should ever look like me on camera, right? Maybe you can imagine me just being a voice, not seeing me, but here I am, square on camera. I just got this filthy fucking shirt because I had chili burger earlier and got all over me. Well, obviously I don't care if I'm balding. I have more pressing concerns than that. Like, oh, I should change my shirt. Like that's the kind of thing. That's a level of awareness I'm concerned about, not about whether I'm bald. It's like being concerned about whether my eyebrows are too bushy or something. It's inconceivable to concern myself with such stuff. It's not even like I'm too good for it. It's like, what? I can't think about that stuff. I have this much attention to give to this kind of stuff, and that's just beyond any scope of my attention to give to that. Like, oh, I've worn this same shirt for like 4 days now. I should really change before I go on camera today because people are gonna say something and it'd be like, I know people are gonna be like, Eric, this is like the 4th day you've worn the shirt. I heard it yesterday when it was the 3rd day, so I should change it. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. If I don't, then I regret it. I'm like, fine, fucking, I'll change it right now, you fucks. God, I showered. I just put on the same shirt again. or I, the opposite will happen more often. I put on clean clothes and I don't shower because, well, I can't be this obviously gross to other people for this long a period of time. For a little while, like, oh, yesterday Eric was really gross, but today he's fresh and new. That's fine, but it's been like 4 or 5 days, and I try to put on a better show than that, of like pretending like I got better hygiene than that. Yeah, you can't smell me, so I can pretend pretty effectively that I've got better hygiene than I do. Yeah, did you look up Steatogipia? Is that being afraid that teeth will get you? Something like that? Is that a phobia of some sort? Maybe it's not. Maybe it's a tendency to mistake steaks for teats. Accumulation of a large amount of fat on the buttocks is steatopigia. Do you think I have steatopigia? Is that what you're saying? Do I have a lot of fat on my buttocks? I think I have a regular amount of fat on my buttocks. Maybe too little, because I need a cushiony chair to sit down, or else I'm going to feel uncomfortable butt syndrome. So probably I have less fat on my butt than I should. Not, or maybe just enough, barely. I guess it depends. It's not my rump that brings all the boys to the yard. It's my milkshake. Okay. These A cups talk more than any mud flaps ever can. Okay. And that's just because it's not about whatever. It's about, can you work it? Obviously, I can work it. So, fuck off, all you haters. Fuck the fuck off. I am the number one hoe up in the strip club. Right here. Okay? Just throw dollar bills at these motherfuckers. Ain't getting any sexier than this. Ooh! 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 That's the routine that I do at the strip club that got me all this money. That's why it's that sexiness that afforded all of this. This camera, this hat, this shirt, everything. It was all bought with this body. Sure, I had to do a few things I'm not proud of. I had to massage a few quadriceps here and there. Oh, sure, I had to help people squeeze into the leg warmers on a few occasions. And yeah, maybe I did scurry to deliver somebody an umbrella, even though it wasn't raining out. Because they expected it. Wasn't my proudest moment. But you know what? I gave it my best effort anyway. I said, this may be a stupid job, but I'm going to do it well. So I got the best umbrella I could find. It took me like 6 or 7 hours to find this umbrella. It was as big as you could possibly imagine. It was like a big enough umbrella that a whole dining room table filled with like 12 people would all be successfully covered, even in a torrential downpour, by this one umbrella. That's how big it was. So I got the umbrella and I rushed over to where this important person was as fast as I could, but I was really being slowed down by the umbrella. By the time I got there, I was too late, and they yelled at me. I was like, "But look at this fucking umbrella I got!" And they're like, "It doesn't matter because you didn't get here in time." I was like, "Oh, lesson learned." That was the day I decided to never again have an umbrella. The end. That's why I don't use umbrellas. Who was it who asked that question again? Was it Winston's mom? You were asking about why I don't use umbrellas? Well, that's why. I was a little bit traumatized by it. One time when I got that super big umbrella for that really picky lady, but then I arrived late with it. Hey, Dreamsy Smokes. Are you here to hear about my umbrella stories? I have a lot of umbrella stories because, like most people in life, like most people, my most important moments in life involved an umbrella in some way. Either I was opening one, closing one. I was denying the ownership of some. Like, for example, when I first got married, it was concurrent with me telling somebody, "No, that's not my umbrella." Naturally, most important things in life happen involve an umbrella in some fashion. And it was just like, God, no, don't bring the umbrella. It's perfectly fine weather. It's some sort of reference to an umbrella. Or, like, there's our punctilious Susan, always bringing an umbrella just in case. And some sort of reference like that. I believe umbrellas are our future. Let's make more umbrellas because they will show us the way. The way to stay dry, even when it's raining from the sky. Water falling all around from the very sky above you. But what can protect you? Like a gun? No. What's going to protect you? Like a bodyguard with a big fist? No. With lasers or a battleship? No. What can protect you? Just one thing. An umbrella. All of science's wonders, all of the worlds of theology, none of them can solve this simple problem, but one thing can. Only one thing. And that thing is called an umbrella. A lot of people have said the umbrella represents the distinction between the savage and the civilized. Civilizations are those cultures that developed umbrella technology. Savages are those cultures that did not develop umbrella technology. Because obviously, you've got to be fucking savage to just get wet when it rains. It's like, oh, I have to stay inside or get wet. Listen, savages, invent umbrellas already. Just like Africa, invent fly swatters already. Come on. Get with it. You surely cannot be that thoroughly defeated by flies. I'm sure you can do better than this. I know. Africa, you're not a general place, but you know what I mean. That Africa, with all the flies, let's do something about that already. Just maybe fly swatters, maybe like, I don't know, one of those fans that blows outside so the bugs can come inside of your place. A lot of different solutions. Instead of just letting flies land on everything all the time. Like, maybe buy a whole shit ton of Venus flytraps. That'd be a good solution to your fly problem. I think it's a good natural solution to anybody who has a fly problem. If you're going to complain about flies to me, I'm going to say to you, well, how many Venus flytraps do you have? And if you don't have an adequate answer for me, I'm going to say, listen, buddy, you're not doing what you need to be doing to solve your own fly problem before complaining about it to me, which is invest in a fleet of Venus flytraps. It's right in the name. What do? They trap flies. The Venus part's irrelevant. It's not like they only trap flies on the planet Venus. They trap flies right here on Earth. They should call them Earth fly traps. Or just regular fly traps, I guess. I guess you could just call them fly traps. But then it wouldn't be clearly enough distinction between fly traps that people make as fly traps. Like, for example, if a fly goes in here, oh, now I can't get back out. I got a fly trap that I might make in theory. I don't know how I would make such a fly trap exactly, but you can imagine that one would know that and make such a fly trap. If you wanted to distinguish between the plant and some other kind of fly trap that people make, you need a name other than just fly trap. So I guess that's why they put the Venus on there. Nevertheless, I think it was a poor choice. I would call it like plantillion fly trap. Something that indicates that it's a fly trap, but it's also a plant, you know? It's like mouth plant fly eat. Something that's really descriptive of what it does. It's really the only kind of plant I can think of that eats other things like meat, you know? Like it's a plant that eats meat. Isn't that great? How bad do you have to be getting away to get caught by a plant? It's like, okay, I was really having an off day if I got outrun by a plant. Run a fly, and this Venus flytrap jaw is closing like this. Like, I'm like, oh, I'll fly away a little bit. Just give me another second here. I'll fly away. Oh shit! Now it's too late to fly away. Well, that fly deserves to get eaten because it's less. It's so bad at being a fly that it gets eaten by a plant. And it's like, what could possibly be worse at being like a dynamic animate thing than a plant? Yeah, what could be more dynamic and animate than a fly? You have to be the by far the shittiest fly of the whole bunch to get eaten by a Venus flytrap. It's like the other fly's like, oh my god, can you believe Rufus just got eaten by that thing? How dumb do you have to be to get eaten by that thing? Like, we're stuck on this piece of fly paper. That's understandable. Humans made this to catch us. We're not as smart as people. Well, we're sure as hell smarter than that plant over there, except for Rufus. Are we high here? Well, I am on mushrooms, wonderful mushrooms, I must say. These mushrooms are so delightful. I just want to like text the guy and say, oh my god, these are the best mushrooms I've had in a long ass time. It's not because they're super, super strong or anything. I don't take caffeine. It's because they're just wonderful mushrooms. They're happy. You know, you settle right into them. You can kind of pull out if need be. Not that I have any reason to. Good morning, simple girl. Also, I'm not quite as high as perhaps I was earlier. It's now 5 in the morning. As usual, when I take mushrooms, I took the mushrooms and also took one Adderall at the same time. So it makes maybe the mushrooms last a little bit longer and keep you up a little bit longer, obviously. But it's like that's a great deal of weird restraint on my part. I was just thinking like, well, I just take 15 or something. But I took one of them, but I didn't even melt it in my mouth. I just swallowed it, which I always feel like I'm wasting half of it when I do that. It's like, you know, either tough it out and taste it in your melting mouth, be smart and boof it, or drink a bunch of grapefruit juice. Don't just drink the pill because you're just wasting a bunch of it. But I just drank it anyway. It's like I'm not that fiend anymore since I started and stopped taking Wellbutrin. Seems to have at least temporarily a lasting impact. I don't know. It's made me more well. I'm not sure about the Butrin part. No way to measure my previous state of butyriness, nor my current, nor future state. So I do think it's definitely made me feel better. It was a good thing, even though like when I was actively taking it, I didn't really like a lot of things about it. How like not myself and me feel and shit like that. It did totally cure the problem though. And the thing is, now that I stopped taking it, I still don't have the problem I was having, which was this like stuff that would normally correlate with depression, although I didn't really identify as such. So hopefully that's like it just fixed something and I don't have to ever worry about it again. But it might be the case, probably is more likely the case that when the whatever chemicals return to normal, return to my pre-taking Wellbutrin state, that I have to take it again at some point. But I don't know. I'm impressed. It's like, well, Beatrice, good job. Why did I stop the Wellbutrin? Because it started making me feel sick. It started making me feel car sick. It's the way it made me feel was worse than any prospective benefit I would have been getting from it. So when I stopped taking it, I just sort of realized, well, I don't have the things I was taking it for in the first place anymore. Like I'm not plagued by intrusive bad memories that trigger negative self-talk, like I hate myself, I wish I were dead, I deserve to be dead, various other things like that I always say to myself. But not out loud usually. Don't want to trouble Rachel with meanings that those exclamations didn't mean, right? It's like I don't mean the words meanings. It was just this bad habit or something. I don't know, some sort of brain chemistry problem. Maybe just like I said, bad habit. I'm not sure. Feelings aren't really my strong suit. I'm assuming that these behaviors I noted also correlated with depressed feelings. Although I would say they didn't necessarily correlate with wanting to sleep more, which I've in the past felt was the strongest correlation I could identify with depressive states was wanting to sleep a lot. Seeing sleep as an escapist option. So I don't know. It's hard to explain these kind of things because it's all made out of mush called feelings. Feelings and subjectivities, right? So it's really hard to know anything, say anything determinate about anything because it's all made out of subjectivities. So yeah, this is my experience. Okay, I've been cured is my experience. Well, that's wonderful because that's the only thing that matters in that instance. But can I say anything objective that's communicable as information? Well, only in the sense like, well, this shit, whatever wall looks kind of like this, it's stuck in this instance. Maybe it'll stick in yours. It might do the opposite, but it does something in that range of stuff. Maybe. It's like this is as good as you get with psych drugs. They don't even really understand necessarily how they operate. They just say, well, it inhibits the way that this receptor deals with this kind of brain chemical, but it's like it's not as clear cut as say something like how exactly nicotine constricts blood vessels. They can explain the mechanism of that much more. They have a much better understanding of that mechanism than they do of the mechanism of these brain drugs. Because obviously the only way they understand it at all is through animal tests, and their brains are not the same, and they can't. It's like they can't tell the researcher, I'm having these depressive symptoms, and now they're being treated by me. So it's like it's a real crapshoot. It's not the same thing as like, oh, this treats cancer on this animal effectively, this kind of cancer, so it should treat it on this same kind of cancer on humans effectively. It's just not that kind of thing. The problem in the first place requires self-reporting of consciousness nature. So obviously you can't really do animal testing. All you can maybe figure out is the mechanics of how it impacts certain chemicals and their relationship with certain receptors in the brain, but like whether or not that's what you need or something, it's a real crapshoot, you know. Some things work great for some people. It's kind of just like, hey, good news, everybody. We're at this point of random trial and error. Isn't that wonderful? All the terrible mistakes of the past have already been made. Future ones we don't know yet, they're going to be terrible mistakes. But you're less likely to be subjected to a terrible mistake now than ever before. So congratulations. Welcome to the magical world of psychiatric medicine. Thanks to generations of failures before you, we can actually help you. How long do these get cooked for? I totally forgot how long. Let me see. In minutes. Well, can you tell me how many minutes, please? Like, ready in minutes. Okay. Like 1 minute? A million minutes? What are you doing here? Give me more useful information than that. Ready in minutes. How am I supposed to be, just motivated to buy this beef with that claim? Ready in minutes. That could mean anything. Cook only one at a time. Fuck you. 2 minutes to 2 minutes 15 seconds. Okay. 4 minutes and 30 seconds is the correct time for 2 of them. Why do you put the actual cooking time this teeny in the back, or in the front you say it's ready in minutes without telling you how many minutes? The only information you possibly want to have about the minutes. What a dumb pizza. But stop being needlessly difficult. Just have your information sensibly put on things. Says cranky old man Eric. Now, how many minutes did I say it was? 2 minutes and 15 seconds, so 4.5 minutes for 2 of them. Because they say you can't cook 2 of them at once. But you know what I say? I say you can. I say you can cook 2 of them at once, and I will cook 2 of them at once. And the pizza company can go fuck itself. That's what I think. Can't cook 2 of them at the same time. Like hide how long to cook them in the tiniest spot. Fuck you, Mama Celeste. If you were like my mama, you'd be cool. You'd write how many minutes big. Look, this is the face of an honest woman. This is my mom right here. She knew how to do things right. If it was a pizza by my mom, it would have written right on the front, 2 minutes and 15 seconds, motherfuckers. That's how long to cook me for. My mom was a straight shooter like that, unlike Mama Celeste. Oh, I know my microwave pretty well. Namely, I always cook everything at the top limit of it, not because my microwave is weak, but because we're at 4,000 feet. That's the answer to that question. And in general, I figure, I don't like cold bits in microwave stuff, so I just always microwave a little bit more. I'd rather have it too hot than have a cold spot in it. Too hot cools down. Cold spots don't really warm up as well as hot stuff cools down, or as reliably. You can mix cold spots into warmness provided the surrounding stuff is hot enough. But if the surrounding stuff is hot enough, then probably the cold spot wouldn't be cold in the first place, right? So it's better to just get it all too hot and then let it cool down. It's the best way to go. It's the most sensible way to go with your microwaving endeavors. So it says 2 minutes, 2:15. Well, I'll go 4:30 here for two pizzas. And if I look at it, and it doesn't look as melted as I want, I might toss in an extra 15 seconds, even 30 seconds at the end. 15 per pizza. I'm not afraid to intervene and say, no, pizza boxes, you were wrong. I'm adding seconds. I might even send you an email like I did the other frozen food people. The Michelangelo's frozen food people, they have the wrong time. They have the times on like the lasagna and the chicken parm reversed. It's like the chicken parm only takes like 4 minutes or something. They've got it at 7.5. The lasagna takes 7.5 to get it like 4 minutes. I emailed them and said, you got the times backwards on these things. And they're like, thank you for your input. Here's some coupons. No, I'm serious, you fuckers. You've got your things wrong. You got them backwards on your packages. I happen to know this because we happen to buy those two specific things from yours. And I've cooked them enough times to know for sure that the cooking instructions on this one belong on this one. They didn't listen to me. I just still like that on the packages. Well, I know from experience not to read those ones. I know how long it is. Like lasagna is 7.5 minutes. Whatever it says on the box, I just ignore. I don't even look at the box. I also don't believe in preventing things from splattering on the inside of my microwave. I think that's part of my microwave's job is to have shit splatter inside of it. The idea of covering things in the microwave seems insane. Like, just let shit meow for a few times, then wipe it up is obviously more efficient than covering thing every time, trying to keep your microwave clean. It's like, what am I gonna try to prevent pee from getting in my toilet? No, it doesn't make any sense at all. It's dumb. Am I gonna try to prevent bong resin in my bong? Well, I mean, obviously you don't want to get too clogged with bong resin, but if I clean it too much, it's just gonna get filthy again right away. Why am I even bothering? Same thing with a microwave. I don't want to go to all the hassle to prevent it from getting dirty. It's a microwave. It's supposed to get dirty. You know, obviously it's a fine place to be dirty because any like mold or whatever is obviously killed by the microwaves every time you turn it on. Nothing can survive in there that's alive. So it's a perfect place to have gross stuff. It's the best place to have gross stuff. Because it may seem gross to you, but it's actually not gross because of the cleansing power of microwaves. It just appears gross. In contrast, your clean, wiped down counter is probably actually a lot grosser than the inside of your gross looking microwave because why? Your counter is not cleansed with the cleansing power of microwaves. It's just cleansed with your half-assed arm. Look how effectively clean these pizzas are by the microwave. They're cleaned into just mush, basically. Think how dirty these pizzas were before I put them in the microwave, and look how clean they are now. This is the cleansing power of microwaves. That's why everybody uses them nowadays, is because people were just done with having dirty food all the time. I said, I don't care if it is a little bit more work or hassle for me. I'm going to microwave stuff from now on because my family is at risk of eating dirty food. And nothing cleans food like a microwave. That should have been the advertising campaign slogan for microwaves in the first place. Nothing cleans food like a microwave. Have you ever considered, average American consumer, that your food might be dirty? Like, maybe there's mold on it or something. You know what'll kill whatever might be on it? Microwave. So it's your choice. Either make sure that whatever mold or whatever's on your food is dead, or eat it while it's still alive. It's your choice. Microwave or feed filthy contaminants to your family. That should have been their advertising campaign, really. It probably would have been the most effective advertising campaign of all. Hey, my crack kid brother, how did you go in? No, you're going to smoke a crack pipe light again today. I actually don't smoke crack. Legalized meth? It is legalized. You can get prescribed meth. I'm not, but you could get prescribed meth. I even might be able to get prescribed meth given my relationship with my psychiatrist, but I'm not interested in getting prescribed meth. Crack. Okay. I don't know if you've heard, but crack's a ghetto drug. Not my style, alright? Cocaine's just like nouveau riche waste of money shit, right? I don't crack it or uncrack it. Cocaine is like idiot speed, you know? For idiots who don't understand how to do regular speed, but want to feel stimulated in kind of ways that require a lack of self awareness and how you're coming across and stuff, then go ahead and do cocaine. For sane people, obviously, any form of amphetamines is way cheaper with way more impact, way more bang for your buck, no matter what, with way fewer negative consequences. So only idiots do coke, frankly. Only cokeheads do coke. I mean, obviously, if somebody comes over and I was like, "Hey, you want to line the coke?" I will do it. Obviously, of course I will. But who wouldn't, right? I mean, maybe normal people wouldn't, but you know, Eric's. Which Eric wouldn't? No, Eric's wouldn't. But that's missing the point. I, I'm not saying you can't ever do coke without being an idiot. Obviously, if you never do coke, that's another kind of being an idiot. And it's like, what are you dumb? Somebody offers you a line of coke and you're turning it down? That's just being dumb. Because, you know, free coke is free coke, right? And you shouldn't buy it, but if somebody wants to give you free coke, might as well do it. You might even get lucky and there might be a little bit of meth mixed in there, you know. And they do that sometimes. Because the numbing means you can't really feel the meth in it. So all of a sudden you go, oh, this coke is amazingly good, right? It's not amazingly good coke, it just has some meth in it. But yeah, I'm not a doer of nose drugs for a long time now. I haven't been. Nor do I smoke any kind of speed. I mean, every once in a while I might smoke a bit of an Adderall. It's such a poor, it's like, it's a poor decision in terms of, it's like a waste of Adderall, you know? It's not even the case that all the forms of speed in Adderall can be smoked. Only two of them can. So it's definitely a waste. Anyway, I almost never do that. Well, I can't say I never smoke any kind of thing. Every once in a while I do smoke some Adderall. Have I ever cooked? No. I've never cooked. How am I so cooked? I mean, I'm on mushroom right now, mostly. I mean, I'm coming down from them. This is always the case when I take mushrooms. I took Adderall at the same time. I only took one Adderall and half an eighth of mushrooms. So, I don't know. I'm just kind of high on life, you know. Feeling good about the world. I've had a good time, like, complaining about things for hours. I have another thing that's wrong about the world. Oh, my crazy old mom. Have some more what? You can't just eat more mushrooms. It won't work at all. You have to have at least 3 days, preferably a week, between eating mushrooms for them to work fully again. Really, even more like 2 weeks for them to really fully work again. Get a fully clean head again. What do I do for a living? Nothing. Just fuck around. Live off a trust fund, you know, inheritance. I have an income property that I've failed to get anybody to rent because, not because of any reason other than just I'm so bad at getting things done. I I eat this. One of the things I do for a living. I eat these on camera. You know, I can make upwards of 80, even $90 a month on YouTube from ad revenue. So this is pretty big deal. I do try to keep expenses low. I live out in the woods, so there's no DoorDash or anything. That really saves us a lot of money. Not be able to ever eat out, really, except you have to drive like 45 minutes. I need to drive to town in 30, but like if I want McDonald's, I gotta go 45 minutes. And there's no Uber Eats or DoorDash up here or anything like that, so. You know, that's pretty economically responsible, I think. I think I should get a price for that. Unfortunately, it's also the case that I think, really, I'm probably paying too much for water because, I mean, yes, I pay for unlimited water at two houses by the year. So I just paid like almost $1,600 for water for the year for this house, unlimited water for the year for this house and the other house. So the thing is, okay, it's fine if I use a shit ton of water, right? But I really don't use, I don't take advantage of the unlimited very much. I mean, you know, I don't skimp, but you know, I take a shower every time I want to have sex. So, you know, every few days maybe. We just don't have that much water needs, really. I took some water to grow the wheat plants. I only had 5 or 6 of them, so not that much water. Like, probably less than a dishwasher load's worth of water per day for all the plants I would get. You didn't have to leave the hose on for very long to water them all. So, I don't know. I don't think I'm getting enough water for how much I'm paying. Not because I can't, but because I just don't want that much water. I do have a pressure washer, which I used when I first moved in here to try to deal with this wall problem. On those occasions, when I was dealing with that, I'm sure I used a shit ton of water. Because essentially I was trying to solve a problem that probably best would have been solved with like some kind of sandblasting solution. I was trying to solve it with a water blasting solution. So I used a lot of water then. I was working on my wall. But other than that, I don't really feel like I'm getting that much water, like that many dollars worth of water. I kind of wish I could pay by how much I use, but there's only one option: unlimited water or no water. Oh yeah, the water's great. I have no problem with the water. The water's fantastic. The water is it's the Mariposa Pines Water Company. It's literally a water company that serves my street, this other street, Heights Cove, and that's it. It's like maybe there's one more street. I'm not sure, but like maybe like Double Eagle or something. I don't even think they're served by it, but regardless, it's this little teeny community that for years before the guy who built this house, in fact, moved here, everybody was on well, like everybody else in the county is always on well, unless you live in the city proper, in which case you're actually on sewage and they have, I think, municipal water as well in this town proper. But the whole rest of the county, which is, remember, we don't have any municipalities, it's all county, unincorporated, all on well. The guy who built this house here on this plot put in these water towers, developed this system, and said, like, no, we're going to have a water company for this neighborhood here that was already on existing wells, built these water towers, which are fed through wells themselves, I think. In fact, the water company owns plots they're just served to. They don't have anything there except just suck water out of it. Anyway, they go up into these water towers. It works all the time, whether it's freezing, whether there's power, whether there's anything, it doesn't matter. The water's always working. And it's drinkable straight out of the faucet. It's delicious. Of course, being lazy and stupid, I still prefer bottled water because I don't want to have to pour it into a glass. Because I'm a stupid, lazy, entitled American. Got so much water in that county, start making something out of it. Why? I have making something out of it. What do you think made all of my, what's it called? Moon cabbage? Is that what they call it? Moon cabbage? I think those moon cabbage got so plump and delicious without feasting upon some water? No, of course I turned water into crops. Otherwise, I'd have to buy weed. I don't want to have to buy weed. I don't mind occasionally buying it as a treat to get something exotic or whatever, but if I had to buy all the weed I smoked, boy, that would be an expensive habit indeed. Instead, I've got enough of it to last me all the way until next harvest. I don't need more than I need for my head, but I need a lot for my head, you know. Sergio Rodriguez, did you get in trouble? Were you saying something inappropriate? If Acacia timed you out, I bet it was highly inappropriate. Let's find out. I'm curious. Sergio Rodriguez. You keep going on about the crack pipe? I thought I already addressed your crack pipe questions. So you basically got timed up for just being repetitive and boring? It's just being repetitive and boring. I already answered all of your questions about crack pipes and stuff, so either engage honestly or just go away, right? You know? You're not gonna find whatever satisfaction you're looking for as a provocateur here because I deal with everything on face value and actually respond on point, right? So, I mean, there's a lot more people like that in the world than you think that smoke meth just to wake up. That's their day to day life. It's not mine, but there was a stretch of my life where it was, you know, in the early 2000s, where hey, smoked meth every day, and it wasn't even like I don't think of it as a particularly bad time of my life or like oh horrible or whatever. It was just I think I remember a lot of frustrations with steadiness of supply and quality of supply. Like if I had had steady quality supply, I probably wouldn't have. I wouldn't have found the whole thing as troublesome as I did. Granted, it made me into a bit of a tweaker, but as a tweaker, for me, it wasn't like spent hours masturbating. It was like I'm gonna write a novel. I wrote Gospel of Pantheon, Meth, and it was originally like 3 times the length that it ended up being when I edited it down. So it was a lot of writing. It's a lot of thinking too. When you're writing a novel, you really live in that space, even when you're not actually writing it. You're just going around in the world. You're experiencing that world of the novel, the characters, etc., all the time. What was the novel about? Um, it's uh, it's about really what's it's about. It's about the human relationship with art and information, but it's framed as a story about mortals and gods interacting and the shifting paradigms of the gods' powers over time as it's being ceded more to the mortals really and it's a it's a multi-generational story so like the gods stay the same but obviously their lifespan's a lot longer so oh god damn it no why must you puke right there? It's like the worst possible fucking place for you to puke. God. Oh my fucking god. Just don't puke at all. How about that? Fuck. It's not like there's a good place for you to puke, but that's a terrible place. Oh. Oh my god. Just don't puke. How about that? Like, eat the right amount of food or something. Fuck. God damn it. Just stop with your puking. Why do you do that? Just, oh, so horrible. Now I have to do all this cleaning up. Cat puke is just so gross. I just want to like just spray all over everything. Just to try to degross it. If I could, what would be a good solution actually, if I could put all of this in the microwave, it would be fine. Because as we've already determined, microwaves clean things to perfection. That's how these pizzas I made got so clean. Anyway, since I can't clean this by putting it in the microwave, I settled for squirting the spray on it and wiping it down. I'm not exactly sure where she pukes, so just everywhere around here. Like, get out of here, Baldy. Why are you puking? It could be like behind here. Now I gotta like move up this whole thing. Come on. Oh, God. When you were born in bed next to me, Capillo, I don't remember saying, feel free to puke all over my furniture 10 years from now. So I don't know why you insist on doing it, not just this one time, but this other time before too, when it was even grosser and it got all back in here. Why? Why would you betray me like this? I nurtured you from birth. You were born right next to me in bed. Still, you steer me wrong like this. Puking. The worst possible place. Go outside to puke. That's what outside's for. Outside welcomes all of your puke. It's grateful for your puke. Unlike me, I don't like your puke at all. I also really don't like the fact that my pants are constantly falling down. And there's no way to solve the problem. There are no amount of belts, suspenders, anything that can save me. It's just, unfortunately, an unavoidable consequence of my high hip syndrome. So, we all have our crosses to bear. And my crosses to bear is high hip syndrome. And what this means is that for all of my life, my pants are always falling down. Until one day, I said, you know what, fuck this. I'm getting some overalls. But guess what? The zipper was broken on them. So I can't even really wear them that much. Because then I have to take the whole thing off just to go pee. There's no way to solve the zipper problem either. I need lower hips is what I need. My hips need to be closer to my butt cheeks than they are. Because otherwise, look, if I have it properly up on my hips, then it's like I'm basically have to, the inseam has to be brought all the way up to like as if I were a girl, and all my junk has to be over to one side, right? Because my hips are too high. So I either need to have my hips lowered or the distance between the top of the pants and your crotch to be extended or something. I have high hip syndrome. And you know what? I'm not going to live in shame about it any longer. There are other people out there who are suffering. I can be an inspiration to them. If you also suffer from high hip syndrome and your pants are always falling down, consider this. I've taken not a zip tie, but a twist tie, and I've put it between the belt loops here. And I made an extra little loop here. So now my pants are cinched beyond what anybody would think is saying they're comfortable, but it keeps it up here. Naturally, they want to keep going down because obviously, the inseam should have enough room for the stuff between my like kin spot and the bottom of my assorted danglings. There needs to be room there. I don't want to get my pants tailored, and the problem is not the pants, right? The problem is that I have high hip syndrome. And there's no solution to that except to wear overalls. But the overalls I bought have a broken zipper. So I'm still stuck wearing these pants until I get around to buying another pair of overalls, which I am very, very slow about buying things like that. I might plan to buy overalls for a year and a half before I actually buy overalls. So when I did buy those overalls and they didn't work, it was like, oh, okay, I'm ruined now for the next couple of years because all I have is this half-assedly working pair of overalls I cannot get the zipper to come down on. No matter how hard I work it with pliers, whatever, it's like this zipper is welded shut. Obviously, I'm not going to send it back, nor who knows the next time I'm going to have enough gumption to actually buy another pair of overalls. I do like everything about the overalls except for the broken zipper. I'll even get the same kind of overalls again. I will get a different color because I already have brown, so I might as well get a different color. Yeah, well, regular pants are not made for me. I think what would be maybe the best thing would be if suspenders really worked, I could have my pants down on what I call my lower hip. So my real hips are like here, but I also have this like lower hip down here. It's like where your hip my hip should be, right? So in an ideal world, my pants would sit there. That would give me plenty of room for my junk, and but that will require suspenders that actually work. What I've determined about suspenders is they don't work. They're little grabbers, always lose grabbing power, and they just pop off. And you're like, okay, fuck these fucking suspenders already. How many times do I have to re-clip it to make it grab it and just fuck you suspenders, you know? That's when you decide I just get it attached to the pants and make it overalls. But then the zipper doesn't work, and then you have to just complain about it for years until the problem resolves itself somehow. Oh, sure, I could buy another pair of pants. But you know what? I'm still objecting to the reality that I don't currently have the right pair of pants. Until I feel that that injustice has been resolved, I don't feel like I would be the one taking action to get new pants, you know? After all, it's not my fault that overall the guy have a broken zipper. And I shouldn't have to be the one to tell them to fix it or take it back or whatever. You should have just sent it properly in the first place. So now what I'm going to do, just complain. That's all I can do. It's just complain and keep pulling at my pants over and over again as they fall down every day, all day for my whole life. I don't know if I can do a cartwheel or not, but I do know this. I won't do a cartwheel. I won't be doing any cartwheels. But I'll tell you what I might do. I might do a little bit of jogging in place for you. Most people who've seen this say it's the best jogging in place they've ever seen. So, if you'd like to maybe work on your own jogging in place, this light might be a little bit of a problem here. How about that? Is that a little bit better? Right. Here we go. Just like this. Our heart rate's moving up, lightning speed. I'm working my quads, my glutes, my triceps, and my biceps, my pectorals, everything. And that's why I'm getting a healthiness score of 110, which is 10 points higher than the supposed maximum healthiness score you can get. Because that's how effectively I'm running in place. I didn't even need to do it very long to incur all the health benefits of it. I just shaved years off of my life. And you can too by by joining ericsjoggingthing.com. You can shave years off your life. Before I had planned, I was gonna live to 80. Now I could die any day. Just listen to these testimonials. Okay, well, that was a whole big cat puke cleaning fandango or whatever you want to call it. It's like, what time is it anyway? It's like 6 in the morning. I guess I could go outside and make some noise now. I don't have to be quite so quiet. It's like, get up already, you lazy fucks. It's like 6 in the morning. I've been up for hours. I mean, you're gonna sleep all day? Come on. It is nearly 6 a.m. Since we don't have a lot of roosters around here, I like to provide the service for my neighbors by going outside and going, a cock-a-doodle-doo, right around sunrise every day. Figure my neighbors appreciate the kind of like town crier. It's 6 a.m. and all is well. 6 in the morning, police at my door. As Ice Cube once famously said, the difference between me and Ice Cube is primarily, well, it is 6 in the morning. The police are not at my door. I was quite struck by this sight of headlights. Like, what is going on? There's some kind of weird light. Because, I'm kind of tripping stuff. Of course, it is 6 a.m., so people are leaving for work and shit. Other people work. And accordingly have much more cause for self-respect and stuff. So good for them. I'm impressed by their productivity. They deserve our respect. I wouldn't like to be very much like them. I would like to avoid being like. I've been like them plenty in my life. When you get up, go to work, hungover, drag your ass into work after waking up, dry heaving, day after day after day. Fucking miserable. Once I quit drinking, I became a little less miserable, but difficult in different ways. Because then I expected things to be done sensibly and was willing to stand my ground instead of just capitulating on the grounds that if I don't, anybody at some point might say, yeah, but you're a drunk. I might not have been hiding it well enough. Once I didn't have to worry about that vulnerability, of course I'm not going to let your bullshit fly. Of course not. Whoever you are. I don't care if you're my fucking boss, you're wrong, If you're wrong, you're wrong. You didn't hire me to agree with your stupidity when you're being stupid. If that were the job description, I never would have taken the job. I'm not sure what the job description was, because when I took the job, I didn't care what you described the job as. I was going to do it how I wanted to do what I wanted to do anyway. So the only reason I wasn't like that the whole time is because I was drunk. And I was being compliant so I didn't get in trouble. Don't you see, lady? Don't you see? She was so much happier with me when I was drunk or hungover than when I was not drunk or hungover. It's funny that your boss would prefer you drunk or hungover. But what she really preferred me was not pushing back. Eric's a little drunk. Sometimes he's a little drunk. That's just how he is. He's eccentric. And he complies with my commands. Yeah, true ENTJ. Once I was like, okay, well, now I'm not drunk, so I'm not going to go along to protect my drinking. I'm going to correct you when you're wrong. Oh my God. You want to see somebody act as though the world's ending. Explain to an ENTJ why they're wrong. It's like, listen, bitch, I'm not telling you you're irredeemably evil. I'm saying you're wrong about this. Accordingly, change your position on it, It's like, how stubborn could you possibly be? Yes, you were wrong about this thing. Yes, I did send you that email. I'm sorry I put it up on the screen where we can both see it and therefore other people can see it. But I think I'm just correcting a factual mistake of yours. for you to be all super like freaking out about it, like, oh my God, how dare you? How dare, I mean, it's your fault for being wrong, you stupid bitch. You know, I don't care if you're my boss. I'm not gonna pretend like your garbage is not garbage if it's garbage, right? As fucking if. The only reason I ever would be because I was drunk. And then I had to like lay low because I could get in trouble at any moment. Like, well, I'm kind of super hungover right now. Probably still smell like vodka, so I should just go along with whatever she's saying. Plus, I don't have a lot of energy to fight because I feel like I'm gonna puke constantly. Trouble, if you are gonna go after Capillo, you better knock it the fuck off. Do you hear me? Oh, now you're pretending to play with something under the couch. You liar. You're a liar, cat. I mean, I think it's a toxic thing, really. I think accountability avoidance disorder is something that plagues any particular type, possibly. And probably she wasn't just an ENTJ, she was suffering from accountability avoidance disorder. That's the fundamental mechanism of toxicity. When people cannot acknowledge that they're wrong or be corrected by somebody else, it represents a fundamental failure to trust in the process of self repair, of identifying and correcting problems. Like, we're designed to not only fix ourselves in isolation, which we can do, but also to utilize external cues to note things about us that we maybe don't have. We can't see our back because it's our eyes point forward, for example. Well, on a metaphysical level, that's the case as well. When we're wrong about things, when we were mistaken, or when we were unfair, then to restore an equilibrium, we need to communicate an acknowledgement of that, accept some kind of responsibility, even if it's not any kind of tangible liability, just culpability for the wrongness and acknowledging that. If you can't do that, you can never grow. So ultimately, accountability avoidance disorder is a a permanent juvenile state caused by a a failure to instill foundational level trust because of some breakdown in early childhood between the parent and the child, you know, some kind of abuse or whatever. I don't care if it's their fault or not. Fuck off with your toxic shit around me, motherfuckers. I ain't putting up with it. Uh-uh. No sirree, Bob. You're gonna get this. Talk to the hand, toxic bullshit person. I don't care if it's your fault or not. It's your problem when you bring it towards me. If you need to be called out on something and you cannot accept that you have been called out on it, then you have a problem because I'm not going to relent in saying, no, you need to acknowledge this and you're going to run away like a scared little bitch. I've experienced this multiple times. These horrible AAD people. I agree, Dat Boy Klaus. AAD is a true plague on society. Accountability avoidance disorder. And it's not difficult for people who have basic level trust instilled from childhood to be accountable to some extent. Like, okay, yes, I was wrong about that. Sorry. You really need to fucking force me to apologize and admit that? Fine, I will. Most people can at some point do that, right? People with true AAD, accountability avoidance disorder, will go to insane lengths to avoid doing that, no matter how obviously clear it is that they are wrong. So that's what makes it pathological, right? They go to crazy, insane lengths. Like, there's no conceivable rational like trade-off that makes sense. Like, the length to which they're avoiding the cost of the actual taking accountability is so tiny compared to the cost of the lengths they're going to avoid it. It can't be anything but pathological. But I don't care if it's a disease or not. You're not going to get any sympathy from me because your disease just smells like toxicity to me. What is going on with you cats? You're looking all poopy tailed. Is there a mouse in here or something? It's kind of a we, if we were like Egyptians or something, I would I would read the future in the cat puke, like put my fingers in and be like, oh, a great king will fall. Instead, I just got kind of annoyed with the cat. I didn't really yell at her, but I kind of was just like, what do you do now? Like, they're not really saying, like, you're a bad cat, but just be like, she probably got that message anyway, even though I didn't use those words. But, I don't even feel bad about it because can you at least just like puke on the floor or something? Puking right here is like the worst possible place to puke. You can go back here, go back there. You can go. It's just horrible place to puke. This has been kind of a wild evening of just Eric going from this rant to that rant. This is usually the case when I'm on mushrooms. I'm not as aware of or responsive to whatever's going on in the chat or the people who are around and just kind of prattling on, maybe cued by one thing in the chat. It might be like 30 minutes of me randomly going off on that tangents. That's just, I guess, why I like mushrooms in part is that it kind of frees me from what otherwise would be constraining concerns about like social stuff. What are you looking for? What is going on here? Can you catch just like either go outside or sit down and relax or something? Like, if you want to act all outsidey, go outside. You're all acting all like aroused and stuff. Just stop. Just go outside or lie down or whatever. You eaten, you've puked. What more can you possibly want from me? Well, probably. When she puked, what I realized. Okay, probably the water's like sat there for a day or two. Almost always when she pukes and I go check the water, it's like got a little bit of sliminess on the bottom. So, as usual, no matter how much I don't like the cat puking, it's my fault. It's not the cat's fault. I mean, I could try to blame some of it on Rachel, but we kind of don't really have the question of who's responsible for the cat's water resolved. Neither of us want to do it. We both do it some of the time. Unlike other tasks that are clearly delineated, like I carry the groceries in, she puts them into the refrigerator. When I'm done carrying them in, I do not help put things away because it's just too many people in the kitchen at that point getting in each other's way. I just come in here and watch TV. But responsible for the cat water, we're playing a little bit of I don't want to do that hot potato with each other, I'm afraid. Neither of us likes that job. We used to have this horrible fountain thing that was worse than just a bowl of water. That got grosser because you could pretend like it wasn't getting gross for longer. It's just a horrible idea across the board. Actually, this water here seems not very gross at all. It's not really any slime at the bottom. The other bowl of water, I don't think got any water in it at all. So maybe this time I don't have a water problem to blame for Capito's puking. Here, Capito, what is going on with you? You chill the fuck out. You've eaten your food. I'll give you more food. I'll give you a new plate, in fact. Since you puked up all your breakfast, I'll give you a new plate and new food. And then you got new water. And then you just need to calm down and stop, like, demanding things of me. I don't know what else to give you. Here. Now get rid of this old water too. I don't know if you drank that old water, maybe. Put this new water. Get you some new food. You need to get more cats. And now, of course, the other cats here like, oh no, you can't feed that cat without me coming and making trouble. Just, you cats just need to stop already. There's nothing more I could possibly do for you. I've done everything in the world that cats want. I could let you outside, give you food, give you water, I clean up your puke. Just what more can you possibly want from me? There's no answer. They just want me to be bothered by them. That's all they want. Like, Kapita, you know I don't like it when you walk around up here. No, I especially don't like it when you go over there. And you're insisting on doing what I don't want you to do. Why? Is it because you want to be a difficult kitty? Then go outside. There. You can be as difficult as you want outside. And let the outside people worry about you. In trouble, if you start fussing with me, you're going right after your sister. So I will turn this car right around and go home. If you cats don't shape up. Anyway, I'm sorry you guys had to see that, but sometimes I have to lay down the law with the cats. Sometimes I just had enough of their nonsense. How much cat puke am I expected to clean up in my life? I only even have one of these cats on purpose. Yeah, and my pants are still falling down. The other cat, we didn't even want that cat. I mean, we love him and everything. We wouldn't want to get rid of him or anything, but we tried our best not to have that cat. And we failed, and now he's his own difficult cat, but most importantly what he does is he makes the easy cat difficult because he's such a dick about everything. So now Capillo has to like dance around his dickishness, which makes her difficult unnecessarily because why? He's being territorial and shit. I yell at him and he pretends like, oh no, I'm not being territorial about this. I'm fucking with this thing over here. It's irrelevant. And I just say, you're lying. Because he's a liar, that cat. With every one of his meows. You know how you can tell that cat is lying? Because his lips are meowing. That's how you know that cat is lying. He got his lessons in life from that Eurythmics song. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. It's what he's done to us since day one. He's told us nothing but lies with his meows. He promised to be loving. Instead, he's just been this force of division, violence, territorialism. Oh. We finally laid down the law. Trouble now knows that he cannot sleep in the bed with Rachel and I are both in the bed. He will not get, now he understands he can only get into the bed once Rachel invariably decides to sleep on the floor, beside the bed. I will note that like the other day, I didn't ever spend any time even in the bed. I went in there, she still was sleeping on the floor next to the bed. When we were in Arcadia, right, we had one room, one bed, and she sleep on the floor next to the bed because she wanted to like listen to stuff on her phone, have her phone active in ways that might bother me when I was trying to go to sleep, so that she felt more comfortable doing that. I didn't ask her to do that at any point, but now we have this house. It's got 4 bedrooms. She has her room upstairs, right? There's got a big bed and all of her own space. She could sleep comfortably in however she wants. And she still sleeps on the floor next to the bed, and next to the same bed that she slept on the floor next to in Arcadia. Even when I'm not in the room, like, so, like she will go to bed instead of getting into the bed, she'll go lie on the floor next to the bed. I think it's partially because she knows that if she wants to eat things in bed, she needs to eat them in her bed upstairs. If she wants to eat them in our bed, then she's gonna get scolded for getting food in the bed because she seems to have no problem sleeping with crumbs all over her, but I sure as hell do. So I think she goes on the floor mostly because she wants to eat her snacks and stuff. But now it's like that's her bed is just on the floor next to the bed. Even though we have one, two, three other beds she could sleep on. Or she could sleep in bed with me, but she would have to not eat food. Or she could eat food and sleep, but she has to sleep upstairs to eat food in the bed and sleep. Or in some other bed than mine, because I don't want crumbs. Instead, she chooses to sleep on the floor next to the bed. I guess she just likes it better that way. She says she likes to be close to me. Well, I feel that too. I like to be close to her too. Sometimes when she's upstairs, I feel kind of like lonely, like she's so far away. But mostly I don't. Mostly I just don't think about it at all. I just sleep. Uh, but I do get the idea of wanting to be close. She barely goes in her room, really. She occasionally will go up there if she like wants to deal with clothes or makeup stuff. Like if she gets new makeup in the mail or something. Because there's a big mirror up there. But basically, we don't use hardly any of this house. We just cram in our little corner over there and then live in the living room. But I still appreciate having the space anyway. I know it sounds silly, but there are occasions when, like, okay, Rachel, I know you want a live stream right now because you're on Adderall and it's not so common for you, but I'm on Adderall as usual, so I'm going to go to sleep. So you live stream up there, I'm going to sleep over there. And that works out well. If you don't have that space in that instance, then you can't really have one person doing a talking activity and the other person doing like a sleeping activity without, you know, running afoul of each other, unless you have some space to work with. Trouble, I see you. Oh, God. You're the next one to go outside. Kafio came back in trouble, like immediately, like, I'm going to go bully her. I like sleeping alone. I mean, I like sleeping the way that Rachel and I do it. Actually, I think it's perfect. You know, we usually start off in bed together, and then at some point, probably after I go to sleep, at some point I realize like I'm in bed with trouble and Rachel's on the floor. It's like plenty of times I'll go in there in the room. Trouble will have the bed, and Rachel will be on the floor because I don't think Rachel feels like it would be nice of her to displace the cat or something. She worries about whether the cat's gonna like her. Like, do you think the cat's holding good trouble? You better fucking not. You better fucking not. You hear me? God. Okay, both of you cats go outside. Go the fuck outside right now. Both of you. Go outside and do not come back in until you're done being weird. Go. Go outside. I don't want to see your big bushy tail. Just go outside. Come here. Come here. I'm gonna get you then. If you're not gonna listen to me, I'm gonna pick you up and I'm gonna carry you outside. You are being too annoying. Now listen. You be outside where you can be as weird as you want. Okay. I've had enough of these cats. It's like, I don't want to be a cat policeman. I don't want to have to intervene between this cat and this other cat and how they treat each other. It's like teaching elementary school. Okay, will you stop pulling that girl's hair, you fucking asswipe? I get it that you kind of like her, but you also like kind of hate her or something. Just stop being like that. But they don't even listen to you because they're cats. They're even worse than elementary school children because they totally don't listen. I mean, Trouble knows, but he just wants to disobey me. Capillo is just the victim in all this, except when she pukes, in which case she's the perpetrator of a puking crime because she could have puked a much more convenient place. I'm not saying she shouldn't be allowed to puke. I'm just saying don't puke in the least convenient place of all. God. Okay, it's time to pull some balls and just kind of yoga cleanse my cat problems. I don't see any cats at the moment. Just gonna assume that I'm not going to see them for the next couple of hours, hopefully. And we only have 2 cats. There's a total of our responsible things. I don't want any more pets than that. I don't even want that many pets. I certainly don't want any children or anything, like chickens. No. I am way too selfish. Even having 2 cats that don't get along well causes me an endless amount of stress and anxiety and fist shakery, you know? Oh yeah. I know, I mean, I remind myself that they're cats in the sense that like, but see, that's no excuse. Trouble knows he's not supposed to do that. That's why when I say Trouble, he pretends like whatever. So there's no excuse. If he didn't know better, he wouldn't look so guilty when I catch him doing it. Hi Chong Vichichai. Rachel is in bed. She's asleep. I'm assuming. I actually haven't gone and seen if she's asleep, but I'm assuming she's asleep. She's in the bedroom. I haven't seen her in the chat, so she's probably asleep. Dee Dee. Hello, Dee Dee. How are you? Hey, talking people. You know what I was doing last night, actually, I took the mushrooms, yeah, which was a lot of fun. I was at this lady's live stream, and she used like a StreamYard thing, like Taylor does. So, hey, come join the panel or whatever. So I joined that panel. It was a very pleasant conversation, just a couple of people there. Me, this English dude, that lady, some other person. I thought it was a lot of fun. Enjoyed it. It was chill. You know, everyone was engaged in civil exchange. apparently, you know, she just like her StreamYard subscription hasn't run out yet, so she figured she might as well just live stream while she still has it. But so I don't expect her to regularly do that. Regardless, it took a little digging to figure out how, like, why did it recommend this random lady's thing to me? I clicked it because it was like, oh, there's like 15 people watching this stream. It's about the same amount of people as come to my stream, so I'll go see what it's like over there. I don't know, it's just a impulse, right? It turns out the linkage was she's been on Taylor's panel before, so the linkage was flow state, but it took us a while to figure that out. That's why the algo pointed me to her is because we share a Taylor linkage, 6 degrees of Taylor separation. What's this channel about? This channel is about your very soul and everything that matters to you and every human being that's ever lived from now until the end of time and back to the beginning of time. This channel is what you now realize your reason to live. What you now understand your reason to relive, to be reborn in a new truth, the truth that I speak to you now. Namely, your chakras are pulsating like a throbbing member, spewing forth man seed onto the spatial landscape of the universe. In other words, onto the universe's face. And what you might call a classically ontological bukkake. Jose, what's your favorite color and why? That question has never made any sense to me, except that when Sean said, just think about it like what color of clothes, if you had to just wear one color of clothes all the time, what color would it be? Well, I guess it would just be like black or white or brown or something. I don't know. Colors, my favorite color is that things be the color that they are. Like, I like the fact that this thing is yellow and blue. I think that's appropriate. It's what color it should be. I like the fact that this thing is gray and this thing's black. They're different colors. I like that. I don't prefer gray or black. That doesn't make any sense. I prefer that gray things be gray and black things be black. I like red things to be red, blue things to be blue. I mean, I don't try to impose what I think a thing's color should be onto it. I acknowledge that it can decide its own color better than I can decide for it. Thing is, color isn't relevant to anything in particular. So there's no reason to give it much thought. Like, in which conceivable world is the color of something relevant to any substantive conversation about anything? Like, that thing is blue. Okay, who the fuck cares? What do I think about having a favorite color? I don't give the whole favorite anything, really. My favorite meow, my favorite meow. I mean, it depends on my mood, you know. Right now, my favorite meow is pulling this bong around. Earlier, my favorite meow was drawing pictures. I guess basically, my favorite meow is whatever meow I'm doing, provided I'm enjoying it a lot. If I don't like what I'm doing, then it's definitely not my favorite meow. So, for example, I don't really like what's the thing I get tired of? I get tired of manicuring weed after a while, you know. It's like, okay, do I really need to have this all cut off tight and clean and whatever? So, well, I like having a lot of homegrown weed. I certainly wouldn't say that that's a bad thing. And while I prefer to have that weed somewhat, ideally, well manicured, it's also the case that manicuring weed is not my favorite thing. So it's like, what's your favorite manual labor thing? I'm not gonna choose manicuring weed. I'm not sure if I have any favorite one of those kind of things, but because they're all bad. But I guess I would choose like if I had to choose something like repetitive like that. I'd probably pick something a little simpler, like just pushing a button over and over again. I'd pick that probably. It'd be easier to do. I'm not sure what the purpose of that could be, but conceivably somebody could need to have a button pushed over and over again. And that could be a job I could do. Assuming that nothing happens between now and then regarding my button pushing capacity uh, or ability, which I'd say right now is somewhere between normal and outstanding. How good is my button pushing ability? If I just had a job to push a button over and over again, I'd say I could push it faster than the average person. I'm not sure how fast the average person could push it, but considering you have to factor in babies and super old people and people who don't have any fingers, I'm going to say I'm better than average. And I'm going to say, as a tedious task, it would probably be less unpleasant than manicuring weed because at least it wouldn't get my hands all sticky, and at least I wouldn't have this frustration of leaves sticking to the scissors and stuff. I just have to push a button. So I would say manicuring weed is not my favorite kind of boring labor. It has more frustration instances than some other conceivable forms of boring labor. And that's how one determines what things are your favorite. Oh, I love the fact that you asked that question, DDX098, because I I like to I think the question of like your what's your favorite meow, it always confused me as a kid too. Like teachers would say in kindergarten, "What's your favorite meow?" I got the fact that I was supposed to come up with something, and I'd come up with something, but it bore no resemblance to what like what job do you want to be when you grow up? I knew some answer was expected, so I said a dentist. It seemed like a perfectly fine answer, like the sort of answer people were giving. I didn't get that you were supposed to think about what you wanted to do. So I said, a dentist, you know. What do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be a dentist. Now, interestingly, nobody ever asked me why. And I guess eventually I grew out of my answering the question with dentist. Let's see. Eric, the actor, is saying what? No, that was crack. Is he smoking meth or crack? No, smoking marijuana. and neither any crack nor any meth. Sorry, you incorrectly diagnosed what's happening. Probably purposefully, I think. I don't think your misdiagnosis is just because you're really bad at diagnosing things. Although that might be the case, but more likely it's because you want to intentionally and provocatively claim things that are not true in order to elicit a response of type meow or meow, which presumably you can reliably receive when you present this nonsense in most venues, most equivalent venues. Obviously, it's not going to work here, but um, you know, I get it. I'm sure your strategies are very effective most of the time. So I don't blame you for attempting them here. See, the thing is, I have something a little bit more powerful here to help keep me and us all on a straight and level. Namely, I've got a mom, a real mom, a mom who cares, a mom who embodies leadership, a mom whose picture you can purchase for the low, low price. Actually, this one doesn't have the price on it. I'm guessing it's this one's priceless. Obviously, I could let it go for 60 million US dollars. I will also accept Bitcoin. The mushrooms are kicked out. I'm no longer on the mushroom. I'm just referencing the previous mushroom experience. I mean, it might be lingering here and there, a little dwiddle on the dwaddle, perhaps a little bit more, you know, gaiety and effervescence than I might otherwise display, given the lack of sleep. But yeah, mushrooms have a very keep you awake kind of effect to them, especially when you combine them with Adderall. Diana Cornell. It was weed, yes. The only thing I'm smoking is weed. I did eat mushrooms, but I did not smoke any, obviously, because you cannot smoke mushrooms. It's a very bad idea. Obviously, you don't want to smoke fungus. You could, in theory, boof mushrooms, I suppose, but I just ate them. And I also just swallowed my Adderall pill. I didn't even melt it in my mouth, I just swallowed it. I just took one with the mushroom. Because I don't like the take mushrooms without Adderall because the serotonin effects are too much. Yeah, mushrooms are cool, weed's cool. But the thing is, mushrooms without a little bit of Adderall, it's just too I have too much of a body experience. More likely to feel pukey. I'm more likely to feel sleepy or weird physically and stuff. So a little bit of Adderall really makes mushrooms oh, blossom, become vibrant and fun and exciting. Not too much Adderall, just a little bit to balance out the serotonin. Cock's cool. I'm not sure what you're trying to say there. You're saying Cox cool something specific? Is it a transitive verb? If it's an intransitive verb like yawn, okay, but I can't really conceptualize cool as an intransitive verb. If that's what you're into, if what I'm into, yeah, I'm into doing I'm getting into doing drugs a lot, but I had to quit drinking alcohol over a decade ago. So, you know, I may smoke some weed and stuff, but I got my non-alcoholic beer. I like to follow the 4th of July fireworks stand motto: keep things safe and sane. All right. No more than 3 tabs of acid. No, I don't really take acid. No, I haven't napped. I mean, I slept last night. What? Okay, not last night, but the night before, I slept for 4 hours. So that's pretty good, considering that was my first night on a new bottle of Adderall. I got 4 hours is great. However, this night, which is the second night, I didn't get any sleep at all. But that's fine because I don't normally sleep like from meow hour to meow hour, you know? I sleep sometimes just all during the day. Sometimes I sleep like for chunk in the evening, chunk in the morning. It's hard to say. Sleep is not something that I've got a real good, steady handle on, you know? Well, thanks, Diana Cornell. I'm not so much proud of me for stopping alcohol as relieved that I did before I killed myself, you know? Grateful. I'm relieved and grateful. I don't I don't give myself much credit, you know. It was a combination of what required to stop drinking was to be fully humble, you know, and say, I I do not know best about this at all. Even if I'm not in any kind of position to even evaluate the legitimacy of the recommended actions. My job is just to follow those actions, even though in all manner of thing in life I know best. Uh, if I'm going to solve this problem, I'm going to need to completely humble myself to the extent that I don't even evaluate what they're saying for legitimacy. I just try to understand what I'm supposed to do and do it. So that's humble, right? That's when you're fully humbled. You say, I don't care what I got to do. I don't have any dignity left to preserve. I don't have any ego involved in this. I just want the suffering to end. Whatever I got to do to make it end. I just can't live like this anymore, you know? That's how it is at the end for any alcoholic, I think. Alcohol is unique among all drugs in my opinion. Like I don't have anything close to the kind of problem I have with alcohol with any other drug at all. Anything close to the amount of problems I have with alcohol. Even meth is even when I was a full blown meth addict, it was not nearly as much of a it was a grateful relief from being an alcoholic. Because the only time I could successfully drink alcohol was when I was a full blown meth addict. Because then like you open a beer, you take a sip of it, and then 2 hours later you remember your beer and take another sip of it. But you know, it was definitely better than being an alcoholic. With there's not one speck of question about which was better. I would take being a meth addict any day over being an alcoholic. Every day over being an alcoholic. In what way am I suffering? I'm not suffering at all right now. I was when it came time for me to quit drinking. Yeah, I was just saying, in fact, your panel, in fact, before you got here, Liliana, I forgot what your name was. And I was saying, what a lovely time I had and what a wonderful experience it was. And thank you for having me. If you're still here, I don't know. I've rarely, if ever, had such a pleasant and hopefully mutually enjoyable conversation on anything like that on the internet. Wonderful. So, yeah, I'm not suffering now, but I definitely was suffering, you know, uh, I guess I can't figure out the math. Like, was it 11 years ago? I was right. I was still suffering 11 years ago, but on December 26th, then that'll be the beginning of 11 years ago and the start of sobriety. So right now, 11 years ago, I was still suffering a great deal. I was suffering a lot because I was near the end, you know? I was having volatility of trying to stop for a little bit at a time and then going back, drinking harder, than ever. It was just getting, as things happen between, different states of equilibrium, the state change period of any system is extremely volatile. Oh yeah, I mean it's fine. It's wonderful now. I have such long distance now from when I was an alcoholic that it's just something that I reflect upon only when there's some cause to talk about the subject. Really, it was an important, it was critical. The most the most significant event of my life, really, in terms of it was a crossroads between a life wasted and a life lived. Oh, I'm happy. I'm not. The thing is, I feel fantastic right now, and I feel at the moment like when I'm feeling good, I feel like fuck yeah, I'm just happy, joyous, and free. I'm empowered. I do what I want. What could possibly be better? What a wonderful life. That's what I should be feeling all the time. But instead, what I was feeling of late, which caused me to start taking like Wellbutrin, was a lot of self-loathing and a lot of intrusive bad memories, each of which would prompt me to say how much I hated myself or how I should be dead or whatever, or how like I just wish Austin 1727 would be 8 inches deep in my bussy. That would solve the problems but that's why I joined Anal Records Anonymous in the first place, because I needed to stop being addicted to your 8 inches in my bussy, okay, Austin? Look, we agreed. We're no good for each other. Yeah, the chemistry's there, you know? Your 8 inches, which includes your 2 inches plus the additional 6 inches of dildo, nothing has ever satisfied me that much. But we can no longer do that. Okay? I said no more. I'm with my wife now. Okay? We've got a whole pegging thing going on. I don't have any more room in my butt for you. It's filled all the way to the brim with all of the various things that she's putting in there all the time. I sure go through peaks and valleys like that. Do you, simple girl? That's surprising to hear. I wouldn't have expected that of you, simple girl. Okay, I'm changing the subject. I'm surprised the simple girl went there. This is a family show, simple girl. I thought you were a simple girl, not some kind of wild seductress, some kind of wild butt seductress. Jeez. And that's the day I learned the simple girl is actually a wild butt seductress. My opinion of her changed. And well, Broccoli Todd wants to change the subject because it's hitting a little too close to home. Okay? Or you're talking about depression. You're not talking about anal wreckage. Okay, well, we've already changed topic. We're not talking about depression anymore. Now we're talking about my support group, Anal Wreckage Anonymous. So if you're here, I'm going to assume you also have an anal wreckage problem because this is a meeting of Anal Wreckage Anonymous. For all the people like me who put unreasonably large things up their butt. Like, I just recently got this guitar out of my butt. This one right here. And already the urge to put it back in my butt is pretty overpowering. But that's why I'm here at Anal Rectal Anonymous. Because I can beat this. I am more powerful than my butt. I am the world's best therapist. And I do all my therapy with a simple healing gaze. It's a gaze filled with nurturing warmth. I agree with you, simple girl. I'm not interested in anal anything at all either. I don't want to put my penis in Rachel's butt for a very obvious reason. That's where poop is. I'm sorry. I don't want to put my penis where poop goes. Maybe that makes me weird. I think it makes me sane. Different people have different things, I guess. Well, free samples, good for you. But also, you don't need to tell me that. I'm happy that you found a solution for your incontinence. However, I don't want to hear about it. You got to be turned. I don't know what it means to be turned exactly. But I don't know if I'm turned or not. Let's take a poll. We'll do it. This is how we'll determine if I am or not. Am I turned? Yes or no? Start poll. Am I turned? Different strokes for different folks is fine. But no, I don't want to hump you in the butt. Okay, so get your butt hunger away from me. Different strokes for different folks. You go stroke those different strokes over there in the unhygienic area. I'm over here with a microwave where things are clean. Okay, there's no butt goo involved. Just a lot of spit. A lot of spit and, lady juices, but no butt stuff. Because who even knows, what is even on you? I don't even know. I've never done that before, so I can't even conceive of how that would even work. Just how, I don't even, it'd be so gross. How do you even stay sufficiently robust to enter there? I don't even know. The whole time I'd be thinking, oh my God, I'm going to get poop on my dick. Even if I don't, it's really the grossest place in her body anywhere that I could put my penis. No matter how much she cleans it out, it's still the grossest possible place to put my penis. And sex is already gross. Even the not gross things about it are still gross inherently. It doesn't seem gross at the time when you're having sex, but if you think about it objectively, they are gross. No cap. No cap. For example, if you're just some random person on the street and I say, hey, let's spit in each other's mouth, you'd agree. This is disgusting. Let's not. But people who are having sex, they lick each other's tongues and stuff, even though objectively that's gross. But at the time, they don't feel like it's gross. I can't imagine the smell because I don't want to imagine the smell of Simple Girl. I don't even like normal smells of anything. I don't want to smell anything at all when I'm having sex except just the fresh, simple breeze of the air. You know, that's why I always use Summer's Eve by Massingale. Because sometimes I can feel not so fresh. You know, down there. Free Samples doesn't want to hump butts either. This is called the no butt humping crowd. We're not saying like if you're gay, you still don't have to hump somebody's butt. You just hump their face. There's no requirement to hump a butt. Like lesbians, they're gay, but they don't hump each other's butt, right? I don't think so. Maybe they do. Who knows? I'm not exactly sure the mechanics of scissoring. So perhaps it does entail lesbians butt humping each other. I'm not, maybe they take turns. I'm not sure how that works. But regardless, probably I'm guessing no. Probably I'm guessing authentic lesbians, authentically, not in like pornography, but regular life. I think they probably don't hump each other in the butt. But I could be wrong. You know, I'm not a lesbian. Maybe they have the same instance of humping each other in the butt as every other population. It's possible. But I would guess that probably the lowest instance of humping each other in the butt would be a regular heterosexual relationship because there's not really any need to. They're two perfectly serviceable holes that she has. There's no reason to employ the third. Um, but I don't know. I've never done a study to measure how these things play out across different demographics. All I know is that no matter what demographic, what the circumstances, or whatever else anybody says about different sex, different folks, it is the case that that's fucking gross. And don't do it. Sorry, just don't. I can't even watch pornography in which that occurs because it's just too gross. It's like, okay. You need to put a thing on this pornography that says, like, warns me, like, you know, all of a sudden he's gonna just change holes. Like, no, I don't want this pornography. No, I don't even want any more pornography at all. Just forget it. I'm just not even gonna rub one out. Now I'm just thinking about poop. God. What started out as a perfectly innocent stepsister who's gotten in trouble because she's dressed inappropriately to go to her driver's ed class at college because she's 19, you know. Started out as a perfectly innocent video that I was looking at for information about what to do if one has a bad stepsister and needs to discipline her, just in theory, only to discover all of a sudden there's poop involved. Maybe you don't see it, maybe there's not actual poop, but you know. Somewhere there's some bits of poop involved. Little microscopic bits, maybe, but they're there. Okay, I'd say yes, most porn is pretty gross. If you're gonna go the porn route, for me personally, I gotta be first of all to even want to go that route rather than have sex with my beautiful wife. I gotta be pretty gacked out. It's probably the middle of the night. I'm probably got a fair amount of amphetamines in me, you know, feeling a little more weird than normal. No, stepsister, Pat. Step is the operational word there. Incest is horrible and disgusting. What I shared with you was a funny joke about categories of pornography one might encounter on Pornhub, for example. Where you took it was an unfortunate place that they never ought to have been taken. Indicative, perhaps, of some shortcoming of yours. But obviously, since it ignored what I actually said, it is not informative at all of me. And these are things that we learn as we grow older. I'm not ignoring you. I'm getting there, Jay. Okay, just chill out. I'm schooling Pat Sertain right now. Yeah, Pat Sertain is a bit, he likes to put it in the dumper. That's fine. You go ahead and put it in the dumper, okay? But don't blame me if when you're around here, I say, oh my God, is that your dick that smells like poo? I'm not ignoring you. Can introverted functions leak into that doesn't even make any sense at all. No. That's not what functions are, right? They're ways of paying attention. And you prioritize them in terms of valuings. So, like, I prioritize as my number one absolute value extroverted intuition. That's what it means to be an NE-DOM. And I prioritize as my number one instrumental value introverted thinking. That's what it means to be an ENTP. My relationship with all the other functions is implied by my preferring of those two in the fashions that I just articulated, namely a single absolute, dominant absolute, and a single dominant instrumental value. Everything else follows. It's like your other functions, quote unquote. It's like my relationship with that possible way of paying attention is defined by my actual way of paying attention, which is this. So, because I prioritize extroverted intuition, I have a certain kind of relationship with introverted intuition. Namely, instead of understanding introverted intuition from a receiver's perspective, which it fundamentally is, I understand it from a creator's perspective. I'm trying to use introverted intuition to know when what I'm making is good or what I'm making is not good. That's not a normal receiving thing. Like, although I do use it like that, I don't conceptualize it in that fashion. I conceive it as something that's a tool of creation rather than a simply a way of knowing by receiving, which it is fundamentally. But my relationship with it is defined by my dominant function. I don't think you're annoying. My husband has told me I am very annoying for always changing the subject. I don't think there is any subject. So you can't change the subject when there is no subject. Okay, again, I think you're missing the whole point of the joke there. Okay. Like, yes, a stepsister is not incest, obviously. The idea of, say, two unrelated people of college age, let's say, being brought together by married parents makes them step siblings. And if they have sex, it's not incest. It's not just some sort of legalistic technical distinction. It's as black and white as, say, the difference between having sex with your mom and having sex with some stranger from across the world. The first is incest, the second is not, right? So it's as clear and stark a distinction as that. It's not some sort of technicality. And again, you're trying to ignore the total point, which is my hilarious joke. So if you want to be like either prissy Karen about it or punctilious on either frame of reference, you're going to fail utterly. So fuck off. Once again, I have to lay the lumber on somebody's wrongness, not because I want to, not because I enjoy taking people behind the woodshed, because they demand it. Say, please, Eric, please take me behind the woodshed and beat me with a stick. And after they bug me enough times, eventually I oblige them. Unfortunately, that kind of the learning to be taken away from that is not a learning that is spread very easily, because a person who experiences that here, they don't go away and share their experience. Oh, I got my ass whooped and learned this valuable lesson. They hide away their shame, right? So that others can't benefit from it. So it's unfortunate. I get a continual string of people thinking they're going to pull some shit that I've seen a billion times before and is going to be new, interesting, or value to me whatsoever, or have any possible chance of making a significant impact. And the only impact it makes is, oh my God, another fucking person thinks they're going to accomplish something with this weak ass shit. It's like, it's like, you just go away. I don't even have the interest to bother. Because you know why? I know who really believes in me. My mom. My mom agrees with me and not with you. And who knows better? My mom or you? My mom. I like shrooms too. Shrooms are fun. They're not kicking in. I took them a long time ago, right? This is they're wearing pretty much worn off, but they're not entirely worn off. I'm still having fun. These are great mushrooms. It could also have to do with the fact that I haven't taken them in a long time, but I could tell by looking at them they were strong, very dark. But they're also just a delightful, fun kind of mushroom. I like it a lot. Yeah. Well, fair enough, Pat. You know, if you want to drag me into an agreeably legalistic rant about something like that, then I am happy to concede to you the win on that. I'll take the L there because it's a delightful L to take, you know. I don't mind being pulled on a leash if it's in such a pleasant fashion, to such a pleasant place, you know. I'm not afraid to follow. Okay, I can lead. I don't really love to lead. I can. I can follow. I'm not the best follower, but I'm not the worst. I can get out of the way, but if it's a question at this point, I probably won't. If it's like if we've gotten to there, if we've gotten past lead and follow, then I'm the one who doesn't get it. Who actively gets in the way rather than leading or following. So I don't adhere to that rule from the military that says lead, follow, or get out of the way. I follow this rule: lead, follow, or get in the way. That's a form of its own form of leadership, you know. No, this is bullshit. I will do nothing but obstruct. Is perfectly fine thing to do. Eric, do you remember who I am? No. Who are you? You're some lady, I guess. You mentioned a husband, I think, earlier. Remember correctly? I would say you're some lady. What's my body count? My body count is one. I have just one body. This one, right here. I don't need more than one body. Changing, not charging. Have you ever hit it raw? Hit what raw? And like, you mean, I don't know what you mean. You mean, do I have sex without a condom? Yes, I don't. I'm married. I wouldn't bother having intercourse with a condom. You know, I instead just take the simple solution of shooting my man seed somewhere other than inside of her vagina. Perfectly sensible approach to the matter. And almost 100% successful as a contraception rate, by the way. If you successfully pull out, she can't get pregnant. I'm not dating or being single. I'm married to my beloved wife, Rachel. How did 38% of people vote this guy isn't turnt? Well, there might be people like me who didn't know what turnt was when he made the poll, although who then read that it meant high. I actually didn't know what turnt was. Crying girl, you're a crying girl. I mean, I don't know. Maybe if I saw you or something, I'd recognize you. I don't know. Like, I recognize the name. I don't. I don't remember a bunch of specific stuff that you've said before or something. I guess you're some lady with some questions about typology. Do you email me questions and I don't respond to them? I'm notorious for not doing that. I don't answer emails. It's true. Occasionally, I will answer one, and it won't be because that one was more deserving. Okay. Uh-oh, Sergio Rodriguez, you got yourself in trouble again. Why? Because you keep saying that I'm smoking crack. Asking the question, are you going to smoke crack pipe live today again, is what you call a fallacy of many questions. So it is not the case that I've ever smoked crack on the live stream at all. I did smoke crack one evening, way back, probably in, let's see, maybe like 1990, 1989, something like that. That was a bad night. I sold my house, friend. You sold your house, friend? You sold your house, friend? No, I'm not fibbing. I did have a night of crack. And it did. I made a video about FI responding to you? Is that a question or are you saying that to me? No, I never smoked crack live, Sergio. See, the thing is, one thing that will get you, either banned, hidden, or whatever around here, Sergio, is if you make contrafactual statements. Like, that's defamatory. It's not the case that I've smoked crack since like 1990 is the most recent occasion. So, so that's contrafactual and therefore defamatory. And it's not like I hide my drug use. It just that is contrafactual and therefore defamatory. So keep it up, and you get yourself okay. That will get you timed out. Next time, you're gonna get yourself hidden because, as I explained, when you make contrafactual statements like that, it's defamatory. And the thing is, you should be careful about this because obviously I'm not going to take any kind of legal action. I don't give a fuck because your defamation is not going to convince anybody. Obviously, somebody who is open about all their habits is not going to be um, able to be defamed in the way that you're attempting to defame me. But somebody who is more sensitive, and there are plenty of such people in the world, there are plenty of litigious people could very easily go after you for defamation. And if you're in the United States anyway, you could be held financially liable for that. I don't know if you've got anything to take. Typically you don't sue people unless they've got some kind of pockets, right? But and that's the best protection really for people who want to engage in stuff that might have civil liability because it's wrong, like defamation, is to have nothing to take because it doesn't have criminal liability, at least not usually. 12 of 12, we settle our house sales and we purchase a new home. Cool. Would you like to be a moderator, Jonathan Earl? I'm not trying to prevent you from being one or something. I'm fine with you being a moderator. I think of it as, you know, it's like, why would anybody want, like, not that I have any expectations for the moderators, but it's kind of like, why would you want to take on an extra job? But some people want to do that. I mean, I get the fact that it's nice to be able to post links. Six acres, currently 3 bedroom, 4.5 bath, but it was bedroom, 4,500 square feet. What? Wow, that's enormous. Why do you? Why would you need that much? I mean, do you need that much house? That's a lot of house. Indeed, we purchased another one. Got sick of having neighbors. Huh? Well, I mean, that's a lot of house. The glasses, hat, and beard make you look like a dweeb weenie. Well, I currently don't have any glasses or hat on though, right? So you should look at what you see before you say things. Was crack my worst drug experience? Yeah, well, it depends what you mean by bad. Like, it is the case that after a night of smoking crack, I had essentially chemical bronchitis. Kind of, I had to go to the doctor because I, my lungs felt so fucked up. It was really a crazy night of like drain all the money in my bank account buying crack, and it's like they say, right? It was horrible, but it wasn't my worst drug experience in the sense that like being in the K hole for me on one occasion was quite terrifying. That was a terrible experience. I've had bad trips on way too much acid. That was a worse experience. But you have 4 kids. That's 6 total people, right? Because you got a wife too, so that's a lot of people. You know, that's understandable. You have more than twice the square footage that me and Rachel have, but you've got 3 times the people. So got a little more than twice the square footage, but 3 times the people. So it makes sense. You also have 6 times as much land as we have. I would like to be isolated in some sense, but there's a lot of trade offs, To get that situation around here, well, to get the situation around here with the other things that I'd want would be out of my price range. Like, I would love to get 6 acres right over here with this little lake that comes with it and shit, but I can't afford that. So maybe if I was getting 6 acres in like West Virginia or something, I could afford a big 4,500 square foot house with 6 acres, but not here in Cali. Not here in Jerseydale, you know the best way to reach Eric. You're reaching me right now. I mean, the thing is, what do you try? What do you want to get from me exactly? What kind of answers or information do you want to get from me? Like, if you want a bunch of information and shit, you want a bunch of answers, you should just book an hour. If you really want, then you can do whatever you want with the hour within reason. Ask me whatever you want, direct my attention to this, that, or the other thing, as you see fit. But if you want to get a bunch of work like answers from me without me being on the clock, then you're probably going to be disappointed because I don't like to work when I'm not at work. Yeah, I do respond to things in spurts, but sometimes I don't respond to them at all. you know, all you do is this. You, yeah, there it is. You just want me to engage with your emails. Well, I don't like emailing. Even when I do respond to emails that have a lot of questions and stuff, I usually make a video. Like, I'll say into the camera, blah, 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 rather than write an email. And then I'll attach the video to the email. I'm not disappointed, says Diana Coronel. This experience has been wonderful. Well, I'm so pleased to hear that. I'm glad that your experience has been wonderful. My experience has also been wonderful. It's been a wonderful day, wonderful night, wonderful time in wonderful Mushroom Town, where things are delightful. And I complain about this and that and laugh about things. It's wonderful. Wow, yeah, I mean, sometimes when you find a hot iron, you strike it at the right time, and you're like, score. So good for you. Congratulations. I'm proud of you. Because you know what? Really, this is thanks to me. That's why I'm proud of you. Okay? You did it. You followed my example. You did what I told you to do, and it worked, and I'm proud of you. Um, I'm just kidding, Trendy Smokes. I'm not proud of you. That would be presumptuous of me to be proud of you. Instead, I admire you. I respect your, you know, industriousness. My friend Laura just did a typing session with him last week. Laura, huh? I wonder, hey, what type was she? Hmm. I'm assuming she didn't publish. I remember having a typing session like a week ago. I remember there being I know this because I check PayPal periodically to make sure that like I don't owe anybody a session. Like just check those things. Okay, Laura, yeah. Okay, yeah, I did that one. So like I see it multiple times after I've done it. But I don't really remember much about the session. I think she was like meow and I was saying some meow. Skinny dip in your indoor swimming pool. Well, I mean, if you want to win the Pimpinest Pad Award, Dreamsy Smokes reviews, mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. You do have the Pimpinest Pad. Eric, do you remember that doing a typing session together? I cried for the first 25 minutes. I wouldn't let you get a word in edgewise. Not really. I don't really remember. I'm sorry. I'm sure if I were like to say watch a few minutes of the video, that I would remember the whole thing, right? If I would just watch a second of it, it would all click back into place. But I do remember some very nice lady, and I think I remember talking about what a nice lady you were, and how it was very affirming. It meant a lot to me. Which is to say, it meant something to me, unlike most things. um, so that was nice. I appreciate that. That was a pleasant experience. I don't typically remember subjectively pleasing things. All right, cool. Well, I do recall this one because it was very subjectively pleasing. But it's not in my wheelhouse to remember subjectively pleasing things. So I'm sorry I didn't remember more immediately and clearly. Everybody has an indoor swimming pool. It's a tub. Just remember, size doesn't matter. Our indoor swimming pool is very small then because I I like baths, but I just will not take a bath in our one bathtub because it's too small. I was spoiled by the bathtub in my parents' house. They had this big ass bathtub that was wonderful. It's like jacuzzi bathtub or something. I don't know what you call it, but it did have jets and shit. So probably a jacuzzi bathtub is a good enough word for it. Um, it was a wonderful bathtub. Rachel and I could both get in the bathtub, no problem. There's plenty of room in there. But of course, what has that made happen since? That I no regular bathtub. I can't even conceive of getting into a regular bathtub anymore. It's like, why don't you kind of be all crammed in there with my knees up like this? Just forget it. I might as well just take a shower, you know? Once you've been spoiled by a good bathtub. Because prior to going back to my parents' house, like at age 40, whatever, after I broke up with Kimberly, I uh, I just had a series my whole life of regular bathtubs. When I went back to my parents' house, that's the first time I accessed their bathtub. Right? Like, yes, it had been in the house. I had been around when they had that bathtub, but I obviously didn't take baths in my parents' bath until until I moved back to my parents' house after I broke up with Kimberly, and then I had access after my mom after my mom went into the nursing home. Then I had access to that bathtub, and I did not take another shower. I don't think from that moment until the end of the time I lived in Arcadia. I took nothing but baths in that big bathtub. But well, I mean that bathtub was fantastic. Okay, simple girl. Look, you might not think it's very manly, but I had a great time making videos with my dolls in the bathtub. Tiffany and Fishman. And Tiffany is a bit, she wears the pants in that relationship. She says that one of the reasons she loves Fishman so much is that he can breathe underwater. When she's in the bathtub, you see. Needless to say, she's not having any need to breathe underwater because she's Tiffany. A couple dollar, first one. God, I'm drinking my almond milk right now. Well, I like making videos of dolls in the bathtub. I liked it in that bathtub because it was a great like stage for water videos with my dolls. No, I don't really make a lot of doll videos anymore. Kind of sad. Kind of miss Tiffany and the gang. Even though they're all just right here, not far away. In my very manly purse. Okay? My very manly purse. That's why it's Black and Decker. Okay? Because I'm not some kind of pansy. Alright? I wouldn't keep my dolls in a purse, like a lady purse. I have a manly purse. This is Weird Knees Lady. That is not my name. I'm not Weird Knees Lady. It's Tiffany. Oh, yes, you are Weird Knees Lady. Oh my God. What is Weird Knees Lady doing here? My name is not Weird Knees Lady, okay? I have normal knees. You're the one who has weird knees. Shut up, you can't even sit like this. Both of you guys have horrible knees. See, these are fun dolls. I too. Oh my God! We use no one can understand you. But I want to say I said shut up. God. Wow, you're missing out. I didn't play with dolls as a kid, but now I realize I was missing out. I did play with Hot Wheels and stuff. Hmm. Tiffany, where have you been? I haven't seen you in weeks. Oh, hi, Pastor. My name's Perry, Tiffany. Listen, Pastor. I'm not sure where I was either. I was drinking some almond milk, and the next thing I know, I woke up in the desert, and I saw a dolphin boy, and I ran to free the dolphin boy. Mhm. Oh my God, you guys! Oh my God, you know what time it is? This is my favorite time of year. It's my favorite time of year. That's right. Spring break. Spring break, everybody. Woo! Spring break to Tana Beach. Look at my boobs. Woo! Spring break. Where's the Karen lady? Hold on. There you are, dolphin boy. Ride to freedom. Carry me away to freedom. Ah. You're judging? That's fine, Patrick. You can judge all you want. I expect to be judged. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing it on camera. Me, Sasquatch. Me agree with Eric. It okay, you judge. Me, Sasquatch. Me, judge. You call me Bigfoot. Sasquatch say Bigfoot hate speech. So anyway, Sasquatch agrees with me. Sasquatch is my boyfriend. Sasquatch no need labels. What does ISFJ mean? It means, you're like into this kind of shit and not that kind of stuff, and then it's like, oh my god, why does everybody treat me differently? I'm just a regular guy. You're not a guy, you're my horse Kava. I'm not a horse, Tiffany. Yes, you are. If you were a horse, then why could I ride you? Because you climbed onto my back, Tiffany. If you're not a horse, then why are you in the Kentucky Derby under the name D'Angelo Calvin? Because you're insane, Tiffany. I'm obviously not a horse, I'm just a regular guy. You're not a regular guy. You're Godzilla. Oh, my friends are in this bag. Tiffany, Mindy, Sasquatch, Weird Knees Lady. All of my special friends are here in this bag. Perry, aka Fishman. And this girl, she originally had these clothes on, but Tiffany stole her clothes. Tiffany used to be, Tiffany loses her clothes a lot because she tends to get drunk and then find herself being dropped onto her lawn naked in the morning. Oh my God! Oh my clothes! I had to wash all of our clothes. And she saw this lady and she's like, ha, let me have your clothes. $5, keepers. I found your clothes, so I get to keep them. And she's like, hey, those are my clothes. Loan us wipers. That's how Tiffany got this clothes. Yeah. Wonderful times. Good memories with these friends. Some of them I never play with at all. Like this elephant. This elephant doesn't, I don't even have a voice for it or anything. These elephants, I thought, maybe someday I'll play with these elephants, but I've never played with them. I don't even know what they sound like. Dolphin Boy, he doesn't have a sound he makes, but he has an attentive look that he'll give to Tiffany. When Tiffany finds herself naked, hungover in some unfamiliar and inhospitable place, Dolphin Boy will appear at the horizon, and she'll say, Dolphin Boy, come and carry me to freedom. So, yeah, you're talking about the story of Mandy and Tiffany. It's a book that needs a little bit of structuring, a little editing, a little writing. But the story's all there, and it's a blockbuster. It's a tale of seduction, of adventure, of learning, of madness, and of sanity. It's a tale about a sociopathic girl and her good-hearted but retarded friend Tiffany. And their collaboration with Guy Suit to put on a reality television show involving all of the other people, but the other people don't know, including Tiffany, don't know. Tiffany should know. She's included in the meetings and stuff, but she doesn't get it. The other people they're unwittingly and they're included against their without their consent in this reality show that Mindy is putting on with her business partner and Tiffany, but like I said, Tiffany doesn't get what's going on, even though she's being told what's going on. Eric, you looks very weak. Thanks. I I don't feel very weak, but what do you think about China, sir? I think China needs to respect Taiwan's independence. That's what I think. I think Chinese Taipei needs to be never spoken by anybody. That country is fucking called Taiwan, and it's not Chinese anything, okay? If you want one China policy, let Taiwan be the ruler of all of China, not the fucking PRC. I've been to both places. I can tell you which is better. Eric, is the above okay? That's all I really want to know. Then I'll leave. I don't want you to leave. I'm not trying to get rid of you. I don't find you annoying. You're fine. Just because I'm not looking at what you're saying or reading it, that's just because I only read a couple of things sometimes. You're revising my book? Great. Good job. Thank you. Wonderful job. Kudos to you. You seem like a fine and helpful person. Hi, Leonard Reed. I am sad because it's been such a long time since you've asked me why I look sad. Awesome, thanks, says Pat Sertain. Awesome, thanks for whatever, but that's great. I see. It's because Winston's mom gave him information. That's why. I can't click the link right now. That's probably because you're on your phone, Pat Sertain. If Is my stuff copyrighted? No, okay, I'll contact you another time. Thanks. Yeah, if you want to have like a meeting about what's going on with that, let's schedule a video conference time. But let's just do it right now. Just tell me what time. I'll put it on the calendar. What you think about Israel? What I think about Israel Palestine is this. Both of you, pia, pia, just no more. Just shut the fuck up. Go away. Don't want to hear about it. You guys had this same fucking problem for the last 60 years. Has not changed at all. Just go fuck yourselves. We've tried to help plenty of times, like, hey, maybe we've tried this, maybe that. No. The only solution is one where they have all of their dignity taken from them. No, the only solution is the one where we extract justice for all the wrongs we've been subjected to. Okay, well, you know what? You guys just keep fucking at it. You just fucking fight each other all you want, because I don't give a fuck. Just keep me out of it. Just keep me the fuck out of it, you know? Don't expect me to keep Israel in line. And also, don't expect me to be like, oh, what you're doing is great, you know? So fuck off. I'm not going to pay any attention to you guys anymore. Just fuck off. As far as I'm concerned, none of y'all should have the Holy Land. It should be turned into a big safari park, and you all should be moved to Africa. Well, I mean, if we're going to spend tax money, let's spend that tax money moving all of them, Israel, Palestine, a whole mess of them, to Africa, and replacing them with animals in the Holy Land. Tigers, lions, elephants, giraffes, zebras, the whole 9 yards. For every Israeli, let there be a gazelle. For every Palestinian, may there be a giraffe. And together, the animal kingdom will show us the way where the people kingdom had to be moved to Africa. On different parts of Africa, away from each other. Just no more. Palestinians, you get to be over on the west coast here, like or is that the east coast? You get to be on the east coast next to like Ivory Coast. You will make part of Ivory Coast New Palestine. Then on the other side of Africa, like over where I don't know, Zimbabwe or something is over on the other side. That will cut some of Zimbabwe out, and that'll be New Israel. And you'll have a whole Africa between you two. And you'll still find ways to go fight each other. So fuck off. But at least then we could make some money off of the Holy Land, Animal Safari, and Casino Fun experience. Right now, the Holy Land is not particularly profitable. I'm just saying. Are we really exercising all the possible revenue streams we could be getting out of the Holy Land? A lot of people want to visit because, religious stuff. Like, shouldn't America take over Mecca so we can monetize it better? Wouldn't we do a better job than the Islamic world of monetizing the whole Mecca thing? I don't think they've commercialized it enough. Like, how often do you see, like, on that thing they walk around? I don't see any of the available advertising space being sold to any advertiser. You got millions of Muslim eyes that could be seeing advertisements for Budweiser, Nike. If you let's forget alcohol. Let's respect the traditions. Let's have advertisements for Burqa Extreme. Make sure nobody can see your woman, even with a very bright light. With Burqa Extreme, now extra thick. It could be in keeping with the whole thing, like, hey, buy this prayer stone, it's extra powerful. Hey, why don't you buy a statue of, this is a statue of Muhammad on the moon with his donkey, and they're digging up moon rocks, bringing them back to Earth. Buy this one. You have like QVC for Muslim stuff, right? Anyway, they're not taking advantage of any of that advertising space. And I think if they just put me as the CEO of America Serves Corporation, which helps other places monetize their bullshit, I think we could split the profits, half for me, half for some corrupt bureaucrat on their end, and everyone would be happy. Who would complain? The pilgrims? No, because now they got something to look at during their pilgrimage besides just their feet shuffling along. So they probably appreciate it. We could make it easy by having, contactless, cashless payments that they can donate to, the Islamic Support Fund, which of course is about 95% bureaucracy fees. 5% of it will go to supporting efforts to educate Muslim women and girls in Afghanistan. And most of that 5% will, of course, be diverted to local warlords in order to keep the peace. Regardless, we should make a killing. I like this idea more and more. Why haven't we done this before? Why have we not done a better job of monetizing Mecca? Diana Cornell, oh my God, you're fucking depressing the shit out of me right now with that. Oh my God. Oh, that hurts my heart too so much. Well, please don't be alone. Hopefully there's company here, you know. I know I'm not live streaming 24 hours a day, but sometimes I am live streaming a lot. What do you think he's on? Maybe you should call your family, dude. I mean, I'm here at home with my wife, and our family friend is visiting from out of town. But what I'm on is the joy in my heart, a joy of living that comes from, well, I guess mostly not having to experience a lot of difficult or sad things, but also comes from the fact that I'm capable of creating the world's best artwork, valued at well over $1 billion. I did this painting, this drawing earlier, and sometimes when you got talent like that, uh, a lay person like yourself might mistake it for, hey, that guy's got to be under the influence of something. No, that's just raw genius. I hope you find company here. I hope you find it emotionally fulfilling in some way. I hope it meets a need that you have in some fashion. I wish I could be more efficacious than that. I don't like feeling things, but sometimes it's important to feel things. Like, I don't know, empathy, something. Feelings are difficult to understand or say things about. They're not conducive to words, really. Words are a good way to avoid feeling feelings for a long time, because you can just go to talk your way out of them, try to abstract your way out of them. But I guess there are some people who don't have a care in the world. People like Tarson Gruber. Tarson Gruber says, I'm happy with who I am. I'm a boy. I've got lovely lips. And I've got little legs, and that's fine. FI might be the origin of FI polar. I mean, FI polar, remember, seventh slot is an absolute value. It's your most unconscious absolute value. So, if, to the extent that I'm fully empowered by circumstance to safely be all expressions of myself, then I'm experiencing a lot of successful resonance with my seventh slot absolute value. In other words, I'm at least successfully, most of the time, not hurting feelings, and some of the time, at least, feeling confident that I've been adequately careful, compassionate, or whatever. It's hard to keep track of, too. I don't know. Sometimes I wish I could have the peaceful ease of Tarzan Gruber. He doesn't fret. He's not worried. It's like everything's fine. My smile, unchangingly bright and orange. My eyes seeing clearly with green. Because it's so painful you suppressed it. Well, of course I suppress painful feelings. I don't know if I suppress them. I don't want to feel them. I've noticed, for example, that, okay, will you shut the fuck up, Spammy? For God's sakes. Jeez. What a spammy spams. Trouble has food. He just wants me to escort him into there and admire him as he consumes it. Fine. I will go in there and admire you as you eat your food, alright? Maybe I'll even eat some food myself. Maybe I'll even turn this coffee on, even though it's cold. Once it's hot, again, might as well not be old. It could be new, almost. Except for the fact that it's obviously way darker than new coffee would be. But still, it'll be good if I put enough creamer in it. The important thing is taking advantage of this opportunity to admire the cat as he eats. Oh my gosh. You were doing an absolutely amazing job of eating. I watch you every morning and I think, what can I learn today from this master of eating? A study in the form of food consumption. Alert, shifty-eyed, quick in every chew, aware that at any moment a predator might pounce upon you, steal away your food, or bite you. That's why he's in such a hurry to eat. Like, I could be attacked by a predator at any moment, especially if you're not standing right here, Eric. And I know you don't like to stand here for very long. Well, you know what you need to do is just fucking relax. There are not any predators in here. Okay? Nobody wants to jump on you, steal your food, or whatever. Just accept that reality. And stop being weird about it. You're not a baby. For years before you met me, you ate just fine all by yourself without me looking at you at all. Or without anybody looking at you, as far as I know. Remember, back in the days before you got AIDS? That's right. We don't talk about it a lot, but before Trouble became our cat, he lived a bit of a wild lifestyle. And in fact, we learned one day, well, it was the day we'll always remember, it was the day I learned my cat had AIDS. The vet told us, obviously, she sat us down and said, make sure, hey, listen, take a seat. I got some serious news for you. I'm like, well, oh my God, what happened? She's like, well, I'm sorry to tell you, but your cat has AIDS. And we're like, oh no, AIDS cat? It's like, it's okay, listen. Number one thing to remember is not to discriminate against your AIDS cat. And don't let other people discriminate against him either. And we've lived that mission ever since. That's why I have my foundation, Being Okay, Cats with AIDS, A Way Forward. Our job is to raise awareness about cats who have AIDS and the discrimination they can face in society, in the workplace, among other cats, from human beings, Did you know that no, human, you cannot get cat AIDS, even if you French kiss your cat? Isn't that wonderful news, cat lovers? The good news is you can't catch cat AIDS from your cat because you are not a cat. Just like your cat can't catch person AIDS from you. So I guess it's good news both directions. Now, let's eat that pastry I was talking about. How about one of these? Which pastry option is this? It's called raspberry cream cheese coffee cake. Ooh la la. That sounds fancy. You know what it also sounds like? It sounds like something I actually need a cup of coffee with. I know from experience, this coffee cake, once you take a bite, it's like just all this unswallowable dough in your mouth. Unless you have coffee. That's why it's called coffee cake. It really, it's to be consumed with coffee. That's what it's made for. They made it that way on purpose. Oh, it's no accident. I've got a big cup. Because I want a big amount of coffee. I'm a big boy. I got a big thirst. My concern is the heat of this coffee. I've got a couple this thing heats it up pretty quick, especially when there's not a ton of coffee in it, as there isn't right now. But I gotta decide, like, I could pour it in the cup now and then microwave it. Could give it another minute. I'm gonna just pour it right now, see how hot it is. It's not even hot at all. It's just barely getting warm. So I just microwave this for, let's see, since this is such a big cup of coffee, I'm gonna say a minute and 45 seconds to maybe 2 minutes to get it fully hot for adequate creamer melting. Yeah, your non-dairy creamer, it's not gonna melt properly unless you have the coffee very hot. And the less hot the coffee is, the more you have to stir it. At a certain point, doesn't matter how much you stir it, you just have lumps of coffee creamer. But it's very hot, you just have to stir it a little bit. And all the creamer disappears. What's that noise? I don't know what that noise is, but oh, it's probably the coffee maker. Probably what it is. It's not coming from the microwave. This thing makes noises. I frequently am like, what's that sound from the other room? It's always that thing. But right now this coffee is getting cleaned in the microwave. As we discussed earlier, that's why microwaves are preferred over other cooking forms. It's because microwaves clean your food. Go ahead, trouble, go outside. You'll bother me less there than you will inside. Well, we're down to about 30 seconds here on this coffee. Now, if it were a normal sized cup of coffee at a minute and a half, you're definitely hot enough. But this is a jumbo sized cup. Does it need a full extra 30 seconds? That might be too bold. I could stop it here at a minute 45, maybe a minute 50 if I want to push it. Like, I don't want to give myself third-degree burns or anything. So, now let's bring this coffee over here. We're going to bring it right over here. Put it down. And then we're going to get this. This is how you'll know if your coffee is hot enough. Does this melt or does it just clump? Well, it's not. It's obviously not clumping. Is it melting? Well, if you put enough creamer in, then you're never going to be sure for it to tell until after you do a little bit of stirring. But it's hot enough. You see it just start to melt away, just like it is here. Try to get all of the creamer into the coffee. Just like that. You're going to give it a stir, 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 stir. And you're going to get this rich creamery appearance you're looking for. Now, this is probably a little too hot. So I'm going to pour a little bit out, like that. Maybe a little bit more. And then we're going to get, well, we'll put a little bit more creamer in it too. Put more creamer in it. This will help cool it down a little bit. Not much, obviously. Because it's not cold, this powder. It's just not hot. It's also not liquid until it dissolves into the coffee. So I'm not sure how much that impacts the temperature. But what I do know is that if it's too hot, which it is, then you can put some regular milk in it. And that will cool it down. So you need to make a determination. How much too hot is it? If it's a lot too hot, as this seems to be, then you're going to need to put a little bit more milk in there to cool it down. So that should be fine. This should be cool, creamy, and milky. Perfect for consumption. Let's give it a try. Still hot, but not too hot. Perfect. I did an excellent job. I deserve a prize. And my prize is that delicious cup of coffee. It is, as they say in Mexico, Lucifer Fantastico. That's Spanish for muy bueno. All right, now we'll go back in this room here where I can see what you're saying, if anything, in the chat. Since I can't see it on the phone without my glasses. You didn't freak me out or anything like that, Jay. Mario. Everything's cool. I've just been on drugs all evening, so, I'm not paying a lot of attention to things that I would normally pay at least somewhat more attention to. You should conclude no meanings about this whatsoever. I'd love to have a video conference with you and discuss whatever you're doing and whatever. Just, tell me what day and time I'll put on the calendar. Seems to really like cooking videos these days. Who, me? I don't watch cooking videos. That's not 95% milk. It's 95% coffee, 5% milk, 100% delicious. Are you talking about typology being like work kind of thing? I mean, I'm fine with, if you want to, like, you're saying, like, you want to work with me on developing the books, I mean, then let's have a meeting. Let's have a video conference. If you've got some gumption and some, like, organizational skills and shit, then great. Let's make shit happen. But like I said, you just gotta tell me a day and time. I'll put it on my calendar. You don't need to. You don't need to pay for it. Okay, you're talking about a book, like working on the book thing, right? Right. I saying let's have a video conference and talk about that. This is not a typing. You don't have to pay me for that at all. If you have like questions you want answered about typology or something, that's one thing. If you want to help me take an incomplete document and make it into a more complete document or something to both of our benefits, then that's not the sort of thing you need to pay me for. That's the sort of thing we need to have a meeting about, right? That's a totally different engagement than if you just have questions out of your personal interest. Obs magobs. So just tell me what day and time you want to meet. Just give me a day and time and put it on my fucking calendar already. Well, that's fine. I don't care about what your husband thinks about anything anyway. You know, I try to take my life lessons from a little guy named Tarson Gruber. He understands how things are. He just keeps on smiling. He knows he's not going to get very far on these little legs. We could all learn a lot from Tarson Gruber. That's fine. Just fucking tell me a day and time. Do not pay me anything. I will have a conversation with you at that day and time. Wednesday and Thursday. Okay, well, what time? My time on Wednesday. My time is California time. What time on Wednesday? What day is it today, anyway? It's Friday. So you're talking about next Wednesday? Okay. Wednesday, the 23rd. Now, what time, my time, do you want? Uh, any time is as good as any other, really. You can do later today at 4 o'clock? Sure. 4 o'clock my time or your time? Later today is better. I much prefer sooner, less planning ahead is better. Alex says, please tell me what is going on here. What is the booking on the Google Docs with $100 PayPal? And what is the post personality types here? I'm at a loss. Well, if people want to hire me to type them, tell them in a personality type, they can, and that's how you go about doing it if you want to. I don't promote the service very much because I don't particularly like to work a lot, you know. For your time is what time my time? Are you East Coast or what? Well, yeah, because it doesn't say famous person talking, right? It says talking to famous people. So even if you were going to make a critique, it wouldn't be that I'm not famous. It would be that I'm not talking with people who are famous. So, no offense, but you need to make your critique more carefully. Eric, what do you think about an attachment for a sawzall that shakes up a spray can? I don't have a sawzall, so I don't know what to think about that. Cameron is a sawzall guy. 1:30 my time. Okay. 1:30. Fine. 1:30 p.m. That lady. That lady from earlier. What is your name? Isn't that Jay, is it? That doesn't seem like a lady's name. Now I'm gonna have to go there. Which means I need your email address. Which means I gotta go email. What should I search for to find your email address? What should I search for? Mariel Gold. Okay. Mariel. There it is. I see it. I found you. Don't worry, I found you. And I found your email address. Congratulations. I can now add you to this planned video conference, which is something we both want to have happen with fewer steps than it's currently taking me to do. All right. After much rigmarole, finally, we have the right meow. Okay. You are now formally invited to an event called That Lady at 1:30 to 2:30 p.m. today. Man, did I say you were cordially invited? I should have said that. You're cordially invited. I don't issue cordial listen invites typically, unless I got a beef with you of some sort, which I don't in this case. Now, if you were Dave Matthews, I can assure you your invite would be cordialist. But as a general rule, trying to make all my invites cordial. What is the opposite of cordial? Anti-cordial? Contra-cordial? Difficult to say. Rude, I guess, would be an adequate antonym for that. I'm still not quite clear on what he teaches, but this is actually very interesting from an outsider's perspective. Do you think it'll be worth learning what you teach? What I teach? The thing is, I don't spend a lot of time actively teaching because to actually teach something is an undertaking that I know how to do well because I was a debate coach and classroom teacher and stuff. So I understand the difference between conveying information and teaching something. But I do convey information plenty of times. Hopefully, a lot of the information I convey is novel. That is to say, the person who hears it has not heard that exact sort of reasoning or expression of it or whatever before. And it's that novel quality plus the accuracy or precision or whatever that makes that person think what I'm saying is of value. That's the basic operational conceit under which I operate, is that if what I say is new and tight, which is to say, like, it doesn't make any mistakes of reasoning logic. If it's a stout case, then people will experience it as valuable because of how it impacts, I guess, their epistemics broadly, their epistemologies or whatever. But that's obviously probably not how people generally interact with whatever I'm saying. Nevertheless, it's the conceit of my being that others will find value in what I'm saying if it meets those criteria I articulated. So you didn't hijack anything. You're fine. I mean, how could you possibly be doing something wrong in this environment where I'm just tripping and saying, you'd be like, I need to embody the ways of Tarzan Gruber, how could you possibly be doing anything wrong around here? You're fine. You're the opposite of doing something wrong. There's nothing wrong with you at all. Okay, there. Now I've cleared that away. That clog. That clog was preventing me from having a smooth weed smoking experience. Fortunately, I have freed myself of that clog, and we can move past it as though it never was. I'm gonna just poke right here, just to double make sure. Why didn't you like him in the first place again? Who didn't I like in the first place? I don't remember. I'm no longer on shrooms. I took shrooms last night. I don't remember exactly what time, but it was more than 6 hours ago. So I'm definitely not really on shrooms anymore. I'm not sure. Are you asking Alex Kruger why he didn't like me in the first place? Or are you asking me why I didn't dislike anybody in the first place? Or I'm not sure he disliked me. I guess that's to be implied by his saying that he's come around would imply that previous position was less positive. Okay, I'll concede the point. I'm sorry for arguing with you. I was wrong. I stand corrected. I should have learned from the ways of Tarzan Gruber, whose obvious zen is clear to anybody he meets, from his oddly placed yellow ears to his browless but long and big eyes to his adorable pointy little nose. Tarzan Gruber is a role model for us all. And a role model for artists everywhere is this very fancy picture I drew last night. There's a picture of the Eiffel Tower in Paris, France during Fashion Week with gold and diamonds everywhere. The painting, this picture is called, not a painting per se, but we'll call it a painting. It's called The Golden Hour. And this is recently set a new world record for most fanciest picture. This is strange because when I come on, you were giving a tutorial on how to take shrooms. So obviously YouTube is failing me. What time was that? Is that I'm not sure. I'm not sure what my timetable is here. I don't remember exactly when I took them, but it had to be no later than midnight. I don't think. I guess it might have been a little after midnight. That's why. But being here now, I'm quite enthralled by what on earth could be going on. Well, I just enjoy being on the live stream and talking. I express on a live stream differently when I'm on mushrooms than normally, because when I'm on mushrooms I pay less attention to the chat and I just kind of ramble off on my own more. but I'm not really on mushrooms anymore. So I'm actually engaging with what people are saying in the chat more. And I don't usually take mushrooms. I haven't taken them in quite a while, but I came up on some uh, by the neighbor's friend the other day. I was like, fuck yeah. Hell yeah. I'm going to repent from my sinful lifestyle. Oh Lord, won't you come and save me? What is sinful about my lifestyle? I'm not engaged in fornication. I'm not an adulterer. I I don't covet my neighbor's wife. I don't murder. I don't my parents are dead, so I can't be guilty of not respecting them. What am I doing wrong? Ain't nothing nowhere says that nobody can smoke weed without being evil or something. So just fuck off. Jesus sides with me. I believe that to be the case. If I'm wrong, Jesus, I'm sorry, but I do believe what I'm saying is true. That Jesus sides with me. I mean, no, I'm not engaged in any fornication. Okay? Cursing is not a sin, and drugs are not sins. If you think drugs, cursing, and fornication are all the same thing, you are not qualified to speak on these matters. For example, adultery or fornication expressly, both are sins, different sins, right? That are expressly articulated as such. Whereas drugs, what are you talking about? Where is that articulated as a sin? At least if you're gonna be a judgy religious person, at least get it right. I mean, not being able to distinguish things that are sins from things that aren't is a pretty basic level error for you if you're gonna come in judging on a religious grounds, right? At least be well informed enough within your own frame of reference to not sound so stupid, regardless of frame of reference. No doy, Phil K. Well, I'm sorry. It's not a sin for me to bust your chops when you're this wrong. In fact, it would be a sin for me to let you get away with it without incurring the natural consequence of your own idiocy. So consider yourself hereby incurred the wrath of a vengeful God who disapproves of your wicked ways. May you hereby remain and be smoten and smitten by my mighty smitings. Am I surprised? What am I surprised by? Am I surprised by what? I'd like to see a verse where drugs are evil. Did Jesus not see the wedding had no wine and say, everybody get drunk? Endless wine on me, motherfuckers. Just bring me water. How much water you got? That's how much wine we got. Yeah, I'll turn the whole fucking ocean into wine. I'm Jesus. I can do that kind of shit. You're not concerned about my salvation at all, okay? Even if you are concerned about it, I'm obviously not going to take any consideration about salvation of yours, given that you can't even tell a sin from not a sin. You're obviously in no position to lecture on the subject. If I wanted to be informed on this within this religious frame of yours, which I don't, but if I did want to be informed, I'd want to be informed by somebody who didn't make such basic level errors as you. So I don't know, somebody who had a remedial level of competence in the subject matter. Dumbass. Am I surprised that Phil K is such a dumbass, Octi? No, I'm not surprised. It's not a matter of being surprised or unsurprised. It's like he exhibits this problem behavior / fallacious approach towards thinking / you know, paradigm weakness, which I collapse for the good of all, right? Here are all the weak spots, and watch your bullshit house just collapse onto your lap. Because otherwise, you think it's fine to get away with building your house out of bullshit. So, no, suck your bullshit. Put it in your mouth and chew on it and realize, oh fuck, I got called out and I got caught. And go back and learn some things about your own bullshit before you come back and try to lecture people about it. Doy. Unless you're just trying to be provocative, like, oh, I'm going to play the role of fervent religious person because I'm trying to provoke a reaction from secular people. In which case, like, please go fuck yourself as hard as possible with something very sharp and unpleasant. Rusting jabs of stabbings irons. Please fuck yourself with that as hard as possible. Because, for fuck's sake, go away then. Just stop being boring. Either be correct about your thing that you're supposedly so heartfelt about, or or just shut the fuck up. Otherwise, if you want me to listen to you, you need to first buy this picture at the price. I think it was 85 million US dollars. It says right here. If you pay me 85 US million dollars, 85 million US dollars for this picture, then fine. Okay? Then fine. Are you legitimately frustrated by it, or am I leaning into having a reaction about it? Frustrated about what? Okay. No, I just think, okay, how would I don't even think this, but it just plays out like this. Like, what's an entertaining scene to engage this thing? Or what's an interesting to me scene to create out of this artificiality? Because I see Phil K as an artificiality, right? No matter either way. Okay, Saint Mirren Vlogs, you hereby are shouted out. You deserve it. Hello, bro. So it's like, Phil K is an artificiality either because they're authentic in their belief system, but ignorant in their own belief system to the extent that they're completely kind of lost, you know? Or they're inauthentic, they're just trying to be provocative in some way, in which case it's just boring because it's like, okay, we get it, some people are religious. You're gonna pray for me? Okay, thanks. I appreciate it. I can use all the help I can get from heavenly forces. I'm just concerned that I'm not sure, like, generally letters of rec from other people are good, but, you know, you don't want, like, somebody who really, you don't want, well, you don't want Bill Buckner as a spokesman for your insurance company. He's not exactly a poster boy for reliability. No, I'm not going to free Diddy. If I had Diddy in custody, I would not free him. And I certainly hope those who do have him in custody keep him in custody because he's evil and nobody should support him at all. The end. Oh, I get it. Allegations. You know what? I believe them. Hashtag no racism. Hashtag racism, no racism. Free him from this mortal coil, maybe. I see. The thing is, I don't even want that to happen. That's too good for him. I want him to suffer in prison in the stark, horrible reality of prison, which juxtaposes so pleasingly against his entitled, pampered life that he lived heretofore. Okay. So I really am angry at that whole Diddy thing. I want to see. I want to see the celebrities who were either party to it or you know witnessed to shit that was not okay and were you know just didn't say anything about it, even though there's no legal obligation to. They should be held accountable in the court of public opinion. Their careers should be ruined at the very least, even if they're not legally culpable for things. Yeah, he's a predator. He's like one of human history's worst sexual predators or something. It's crazy. He is at least as bad as Epstein. Realistically, substantially worse. It's just crazy to even begin to say that, right? It's crazy to begin to say substantially worse than Epstein. I mean, I just want to see everybody involved with this abhorrent fucking holocaust of rights violations and a depraved indifference to human dignity. I want everybody held accountable. I want them all in prison. Alex Kruger, I don't mean to be a dick when I say this, but I honestly didn't even notice because I was kind of just rolling with the mood I was in. So thank you for your kindness and your willingness to, you know, stick around long enough to not go with your gut instinct right away and just bail. I think all of us, myself certainly included, can be guilty of having a very quick trigger on media because you like what you like, you don't like what you don't like, and you don't want to endure shit that you don't like. So thank you very much for uh, sticking it out long enough to see if your initial instincts were borne out. It's more of a chance than anybody else would give me. Anyway, the whole day thing makes me very furious. And one person that I really want to see go down is fucking Ashton Kutcher. Oh God, I want him to go down. I want him to go down so bad. Good night, Alex. Have a wonderful evening. And don't forget to eat plenty of cheese. Okay. Right. What I'm saying is Ashton Kutcher. He's bad. Also, Kevin Hart. Bad. Also, Steve Harvey. Bad. These people are all bad people. That Ashton Kutcher, though, his two best friends in life are serial rapists. One of them convicted of multiple such drug and brutally raped people, right? Convicted, serving 30 years in prison. That's his one best friend, Danny Masterson. His other best friend is fucking Diddy. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be like guilt by association, but if your two best friends are both serial rapists, I mean, is there any innocent person who has that bad a taste in friends? That catastrophically bad taste in friends, but who's perfectly innocent themselves? Is Can anybody conceive of such a world where anything like that could happen? No. Obviously, you don't have your two best friends in the world be Danny Masterson and Diddy and be anything but deep in the mix of horrible shit. You know? That's just how it is. Well, gee, I am still going. I'm not going to be going forever because I have a 1:30 appointment today. I need to take a break. I might need to go take a walk outside. I might need to do some calisthenics, put on my running shoes, shadow box as I run down the road singing an energetic song like Fame, we're gonna live forever. I'm gonna punch the sky. Put on some leg warmers, you know, really get myself warmed up for this meeting. Was Trump friends with Jeffrey and Diddy? I mean, he was certainly pictured with both of them. I don't know if that makes them friends or not. I mean, a lot of people were pictured with Diddy. How much they were involved is difficult to say. There are rumors about certain parties being more actively involved than others. Like, it doesn't be anybody seeming to be suggesting that, like, Prince Harry, though pictured with Diddy at a Diddy party, was involved in any of that shady shit. Like, there's not even whispers or rumors of that. He's sort of held up as somebody who was definitely on the front end of the party and not on the backside of the party because of his celebrity and because, he had handlers essentially who made sure he didn't get in too much trouble and stuff like that, right? So, oh, some rest, huh? Oh, I get it, simple girl. You're saying I haven't gotten enough sleep. That dude with the casting couch, I don't know who that you're talking about. While jogging, I could sing I'm the best, I'm the greatest. It's true. I do need to rest at some point, but there's no point in trying to make myself rest when I'm not actually rest ready. I mean, okay, that's a lie. There is a point to lying down for a couple hours with my eyes closed. And I'd be well served to do that. I'm not going to lie. That doesn't really sound that fun. Am I well breasted? Yeah. I got history's plumpest A cups. I'm not sure who that dude with the casting couch that you're talking about is. I'm curious though. Right? Instead of resting, I think I'm gonna smoke another bowl. I should smoke another bowl too. Oh, that guy, Harvey Weinstein. Yeah, he was horrible too. Um, but at least like there was plenty of buzz that said, "Don't get caught alone in a room with Harvey Weinstein." The victims of Diddy, were often just thought they were attending a party and then were drugged and you know horrible shit. So it's like Weinstein was one kind of predator. Diddy was, and don't get me wrong, Weinstein was his own kind of monster, but Diddy is on another level. If I'm an A cup, you're Abe Lincoln. I'm an A cup. That's what people keep saying. They keep saying he put GHB in the baby oil. But if you give GHB in enough high enough dosage, maybe it has the kinds of effects that they a tribute. But I've also heard that they found horse tranquilizer in the victim's systems, some kind of certain kind of horse tranquilizer, which I don't think GHB is a horse tranquilizer, but maybe it could be referring to the same thing. The sins of the soul are far worse than the sins of the flesh. Jesus C. Castanoga. Jesus Castanoga said that. Jeffrey Miller says, show us your favorite dildo mic. Is that like an ambient mic, but in the shape of a penis, or is it more of like a drum mic? Give us a greasy bean bag. I don't know how to give you a greasy bean bag. If I had a greasy bean bag, I'm quite sure I would throw it away. Like, ew, why do I have a greasy bean bag? So, if you really have your hopes up for a greasy bean bag, then you're going to be pretty disappointed. One just abused his station, the other one revolves his entire existence around the exploitation and abuse of human beings. Exactly. Well said, Jonathan Earl. That's the point I was trying to make. You said it very well. The other makes his entire existence revolve around the exploitation and abuse of human beings. It's his whole MO. It's French style smooth egos. Okay, well, I don't know in what fashion the French make their egos. If they're always smooth, or that's a variant of French egos. I don't really know anything about why egos would be different in France than they are in America. In either place, presumably one would tell others to lay go of them. But Jeffrey Miller, I'm no expert on your Gen Alpha slang words. I'm easily tricked into saying things that might be raunchy even without knowing what they mean. For example, sea beans. Jeffrey Miller, would you like a spoonful of sea beans? Would you? Would you though? Mm-hmm. We know what I'm talking about. Oh yeah. Give me 2 spoonfuls of sea beans and a biscuit's worth of crepes. Oh yeah. I want a roast beef sandwich with extra vinegar. Are we? No, I'm ordering lunch. Okay, just making sure. Um. All right. Well, I do feel as though we're kind of winding down here, taking to heart the rest notion that was originally floated by Simple Girl. And what is so gross about sea beans and a roast beef sandwich with extra vinegar? Nothing gross about that at all. That's what I get at Subway, the roast beef sandwich with extra vinegar. Not with sea beans, though. I'll admit that. There are no sea beans on my sandwich. Because sea beans don't exist. I mean, they do in my imagination. But that's a pretty ephemeral kind of existence. It doesn't sound very good to you? A roast beef sandwich with extra vinegar? It sounds delicious. Think about it. Go to Subway, just get the roast beef sandwich. You put what your vegetables you want. Ideally, yeah, have them cook it. Let them heat it up. Let them melt the cheese on top of it. I'd say go with pepper jack. So I would go with, but if you want to go with provolone, That's obviously your prerogative. You put on some lettuce. I like to go lettuce and spinach. And then often I'll say, can I have more lettuce, please? Because some of the people, they just give you like a little bit of lettuce. And it's like, no, lady, I mean, give me a lot of lettuce. So then I get a lot of lettuce and spinach. Then I'll get like olives. That's really about it. Salt and pepper and extra vinegar. Oh, and one line of mustard. Just one thin line of mustard. Because she's a girl, if you know what I mean. I'm not sure what you do mean. I always wondered, what exactly is it about those girls that's different from regular people? Roast beef sandwich with extra vinegar? You mean instead of a penis, girls have a roast beef sandwich down there? Really? So, like, how does it work? Do you put your penis inside the sandwich, or? I missed sex ed class on that day when they explained things about what girls were about. I did hear later on that they get something every month called the vaginal blood sploosh splash party. I eventually figured out that it was just girls who got that. I waited for a long time for mine to arrive, but it never did. Turned out it's because I'm not a girl. But again, I missed that day of sex ed class. And apparently, at some point, something called puberty is going to hit. My voice is going to change, but my voice has been the same for years now. So I don't know, many years. If anything, it's kind of gotten a little more gravelly, maybe, but that's not. I'm not sure if that qualifies as my voice changing or not. What's a turn tam? I don't know. Oh, what's turn? Oh, I guess it means high. Yeah, I didn't know what it meant either. I forgot about my poll. Look, 43% of people say no. Well, I appreciate that because I'm not that turned. I didn't mean to hit send, Lord. Big splooge. Spoolge. Actually, you spelled spoolge. So maybe you're just talking about a big spoolge of like twine or something. Thread. Can you hand me the big spoolge of thread? I'm doing a sewing project over here. Maybe that's what you were saying, simple girl. That's probably it. What did Jonathan Earl say? Oh, right. Beef curtains. Yeah, I tried that. True, they block out a lot of the light, but the downside is they get rancid, begin to stink, and attract insects. So that's when we switched to these plantation shutters. And we've been happy with these. All right. Simple Girl was just trying to explain that you need a big spool of thread if you want to make a big sweater. Takes obviously more than just a small spool of thread. She was just clarifying that. Well, I'm going to wrap it up. I want to thank you all for being here so very much. I'm going to take Simple Girl's advice, get a little bit of rest, a little bit of relaxation. and maybe watch a little TV, lie down a bit, reflect on what I did well this night, what I could have improved on, what I'd like to do different next time. Thanks, show media. I will. I will wrap it up. Why am I wrapping it up again? Because of my breath? Okay. Fine. I'll accept your logic, show media. Until next time, may I bid you all a very fond adieu.